Chapter 61. The dictionary not only has symbols corresponding to words, but also numbers. In order to verify the effect of the dictionary, Carrot picked a few leaves, and wrote a few characters on the leaves with a branch, and then called Potato over to see if it could recognize them. When Potato heard that he had to recognize the characters, he quickly shook his head. Woo! No, it can't read. As a result, after coming to Qianhui, Potato stared at the leaves. His eyes were hesitant. It seemed it really knew. The characters on the leaves can form a sentence. Where are you? Carrot then found apples, mangoes, and bamboo shoots. These plants, which had almost never come into contact with human writing, could also recognize the characters on the leaves, as if they were born with this ability. And without a dictionary to translate, these characters were like encrypted messages, and humans and zombies could not know the content. Sunflowers were nearby, and Chili pulled Qianhui's sleeve, making a few woo sounds, expressing her thoughts. After the new base was built, we could start accepting new plants. In addition to actively looking for them outside and bringing them back, we could also leave messages everywhere, increasing the chances of being seen by more plants. If there are plants willing to join the base, when they meet the plant team again, the timid ones may not hide anymore, and the brave and strong ones can also choose to rush to the base by themselves. Most importantly, Sweet Pepper told Chili yesterday that 3 of Qianhui's former alien plant friends are not here. Pomelo, lettuce, and cattail grass. Sweet Pepper recalled that it had seen lettuce once 2 years ago, when lettuce was wandering in the ruins of the city, and said hello to it and left. As for pomelo and cattail grass, Sweet Pepper has no clues either. There are still large areas that have not been cleared, which belong to the territory occupied by zombies. The roads in those places are tortuous, and there may be danger at any time. It will take a lot of energy to explore them, and even human superpowers don't go there easily. Blind search is not a good idea. And there may be a situation similar to Sweet Pepper, who would never expect Qianhui to be there, and would not want to show up and be discovered by the plants. It would be the best if we could leave information in some places. When the plants outside know the existence of the exclusive base, they may start to communicate with each other and spread the news. In short, the dictionary is very useful. Qianhui listened carefully, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. He picked up Chili and said happily, "Little Chili is so smart." Sweet Pepper also echoed beside him. In less than 2 days, the 2 peppers went from being hostages and kidnapped when they first met to being very good friends. Chili was embarrassed by the praise, and was very happy to hold Qianhui's hand. Potato was still lying on the dictionary to recognize words. Recognizing this one, and even recognizing this one. It looked up at Sweet Pepper and Chili, feeling a little envious. In the past, Durian was the one who wanted to find its kind the most. Later, everyone drank the camouflage potion to play with it, and it finally fulfilled its wish. Later, Cabbage had cabbage, Pepper had Sweet Pepper, and Corn had 2 beloved weapons. It had a big cherry that was always hungry. Potato turned his head, and the big cherry was squatting beside him. It picked up a mine and threw it far away. The big cherry chased after it, jumping away one by one. Potato sighed inexplicably, and turned his head again, and saw Nut standing in the grass and blowing in the wind. After the nut shrank, it was about the same size as a potato. At first glance, it looked like a second potato. Potato's eyes lit up, and he dropped the dictionary and ran to play with the nut. The dictionary in the grass was temporarily collected by Qianhui. The base has not been improved yet, and new plants cannot be accepted yet. He first bought some wooden bricks from the mall, and asked Clover to help cut them into thick wood chips. The wood chips are not easy to damage, and characters can be engraved on them, and placed in different places. Qianhui also went to Nantingjin, and asked him to help carve the characters a plant courtyard on the doorplate of the gate. The wall was built. The well was still being dug, and the location of the lake was set at the foot of the mountain. Carrot and Piranha discussed that they would go out to catch some fish, and catch a water plant. It remembered that they had encountered a water hyacinth, and a water lily in the woods. Potato and Nut blew the wind together for a while, and then ran to find Qianhui, asking shyly, "When would you buy a plane for them?" Qianhui had not forgotten this, and bent down to pick it up. "Let me see." There were many weapons in the Prestige Mall, each of which cost 4,500 prestige points. He flipped through them roughly and bought several at once. After the Piranha plant called all the plants in the base over and took them to the hidden woods. Qianhui mysteriously took out the items from the game backpack. Mechanical bodies of various shapes and sizes appeared out of thin air and were placed on a relatively open grassland on one side. 2 aircraft, a modified car, a tall 3-barreled cannon, and ground spikes piled together. The aircraft was about 1 meter long and looked more like a flying saucer. The modified car looked similar to humans and was 2 meters high. There were also 2 even smaller convertibles, the same size as the aircraft. Seeing so many new weapons, Big P's eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran to one of the aircraft. Qianhui quickly stopped him. Daodu, that one is for Potato. Let's look at something else first. There was still some prestige left. If it was useful, he would buy some more. Woo woo. Potato excitedly rushed over and circled around the single-plant aircraft on the ground. The structure of the aircraft looked very simple. He tried to press a button, and the transparent cover in the center opened automatically, revealing the seat inside. The Big P did not fight with the small plant for things, and came to another aircraft. The second aircraft was for 2 plants, and the transparent cover had a larger space, which could accommodate 2 plants. The Big P opened it and sat in, curiously groping for the various buttons and steering wheel on the console. The buttons were marked with exclusive characters from the plant dictionary, which seemed quite simple. The Big P was about to fly for a try, and the transparent cover opened again, and another plant sat next to it. It turned its head and met Mango's expectant and innocent eyes. On the other side, Carrot opened the door of the modified car. The interior design was simple. Although it was called a 2-plant car, it could be driven by 1 plant. The passenger seat and the back seat could accommodate at least 7 or 8 more plants. The seat height could be adjusted at will, so it should be no problem to squeeze in more. Carrot sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the height, and held the steering wheel. It felt good. It stepped on the accelerator lightly, then stepped on the brake quickly, straightened up, and looked out the window. The other mini convertibles. One had cabbage and small cabbages, and the other had clover and cactus. No one cared about the 3-barreled cannon and the ground spikes for the time being. The plants were all around the aircraft and the car, and were more interested in these. Many plants jumped into Carrot's modified car one after another, and the piranha plant also squeezed in. Potato was quite smart, and had figured out how to use it. The single-plant aircraft on the ground rose up shakily, and shuttled low and slowly among the woods. It gradually adapted, and the flying speed began to increase. At this moment, there was a whoosh sound beside it, and another double-plant aircraft quickly passed by, and only Mango's excited cry was heard. Woo! Potato was stunned, and suddenly pressed the acceleration button, and hurriedly chased after it. Qianhui shouted anxiously from the back, "Slow down." Carrot was the most cautious, and the modified car moved forward bit by bit at a snail's pace. Pepper in the back seat was getting impatient, and crawled over to push it out of the way, and tried it himself. The convertible was the most convenient to use, and it was also small in size, and the cabbage took the small cabbages for a ride in the woods. They stopped halfway, and let the bamboo shoots carrying small mushrooms and small meaty things get in with them. Qianhui was nervous for a long time, until the 2 aircraft flew back intact. The drivers of the modified car and convertible changed again. It seemed that the plants could use these tools smoothly, and liked them very much. Potato's aircraft landed steadily on the ground. Corn and Cherry immediately surrounded it. Corn opened the transparent cover and squeezed in by grabbing the edge. Woo! There is so much space inside. It can fit another one. The Cherry on the other side was also squeezing. The 3 plants pushed for a long time, and finally Potato let Corn in. The aircraft took off again. Cherry grabbed the buckle at the bottom and hung on it, swaying in the wind. These means of transportation are also weapons, and they all have slots for aiming and firing. The Big P flew high into the sky and spit a green pea into the groove of the console. The weapon hole on the side of the aircraft ejected the green pea, which landed on the roadside outside the base and created a deep pit. There is another groove on the console, which also needs to be filled with plant attack weapons, which can be converted into varying amounts of fuel. After confirming that everything is stable, Qianhui bought 4 more dual-plant aircraft. The modified car is big enough, the convertible is a little small, the flying machine is the most practical, the double plant has a large internal space, and 1 plant can be driven away. These tools cost more than 6,000 in total, and the available prestige points were all at once. There is no limit on the items in the prestige mall, and there are also some large placement weapons that can be purchased. When I go out in the future, I have to find some ways to earn prestige points. To obtain prestige points, the rewards of faction conflicts are the main way, and finding zombies should be the fastest. As for the human side, Qian Hui raised her head and looked at the wall of the Black Ridge Mountain base in the distance. Now, prestige points are not only obtained by conflicts with the human camp, but also when the Black Ridge Mountain base becomes an independent friendly camp. The prestige points are rewarded with 1,000. However, Qian Hui is not familiar with many humans at present. Plants certainly will not get close to humans for no reason. On the other hand, it is probably not that easy for humans to take the initiative to show goodwill to plants. Qian Hui thought silently for a while, closed the game interface, and stood up and walked out of the woods. Outside, Nan Tingjin stood under the tree waiting. Qian Hui came to him and habitually leaned over to hug him. He buried his head and rubbed it, with a little tiredness in his eyes. Nan Tingjin raised his hand and stroked Qian Hui's hair. Go back to the cabin and sleep for a while. The wall had just been repaired. Qian Hui got the dictionary and was busy buying weapons for the plants, so she hadn't had time to take a nap. Now the plants are exploring new toys on their own, and the little mushrooms have little bamboo shoots to help take care of them, so there's no need to worry for the time being. Qian Hui nodded obediently and returned to the cabin with Nan Tingjin. On the way, he couldn't help asking again, "Have you felt uncomfortable these 2 days?" Qian Hui's hand was held, and Nan Tingjin's body temperature continued to calm. Nan Tingjin did not stop and replied, "No." 2 days later, with the help of the Black Ridge Mountain base, the well was finally dug, and the lake was also storing water. Qian Hui gave a complete set of tools, including water pipes, filters, etc. Clean water sources were led to the cabin and various parts of the base, and several faucets were installed. Yuan Ji was a little curious, but he didn't dare to ask more because of the relationship between Nan Tingjin and Qian Hui. He wondered if these things were stolen from a base. And those bricks, cement, wooden doors. The piranha plant is so big, it should be reasonable to sneak out at night and bring back the things in its mouth. Right? As long as it is not stolen from the Black Ridge Mountain base. They don't care so much. After the water source problem is solved, the rest of the improvement work is even more urgent, such as planting vegetables and fruit trees. These 2 days, Xiao Baokai is also very busy, spitting out many cabbage lights. Xiao Pingui and Wanting are working hard to twist the straw rope, making the cabbage lights into light strips, large light bulbs, and various mountain street lights. These lights solved the lighting problem of the base, and they looked very good. The only drawback was that the cabbage lights were only turned on by the cabbage. Either turn them all on, or turn them all off. Qian Hui thought this was fine, and set a time to turn off the lights at night. After turning off the lights, the plants had to go to sleep, and were not allowed to play for too long. Later in the afternoon, Yuan Ji personally brought some thick cotton cloth and various knives and kitchen utensils, which the plants could use as they pleased. Qian Hui accepted them without hesitation. "Thank you." The piranha plant grew bigger and stepped forward, biting off all the cotton cloth and 2 boxes in one bite, and took them to the foot of the mountain to store them. Yuan Ji withdrew his gaze from the giant carnivorous plant and looked at Nan Tingjin beside Qian Hui. These days, Nan Tingjin has also stayed in Qian Hui's base every day. Now the base has been improved a lot, and it doesn't need human help for the time being, but it seems Nan Tingjin doesn't plan to leave. "Leader?" Yuan Ji asked tentatively. "I go back first?" Nan Tingjin replied indifferently. "Okay." Yuan Ji nodded, turned around and left with several subordinates. "Forget it. The leader stays there, so that the Black Ridge Mountain base will be safer." As soon as they left, a modified car drove over from the woods at the edge and stopped by the wall. Carrot rolled down the window and waved to the other plants. "Woo! Let's go! Let's go for a ride." Behind them, several aircraft and 2 convertibles also appeared one after another, running around in the base. Qian Hui did not stop them, but only told them to be careful. When the plants are fully familiar with these means of transportation, they will be ready to go out. Qian Hui was not idle either. He pulled Nan Tingjin to the temporary warehouse at the foot of the mountain, where the wood chips cut by the 4-leaf clover were piled up. According to the plant dictionary, the first piece of wood has been carved by Chili. The characters are translated into a paragraph: plant courtyard, with coordinates, a base dedicated to plants, providing shelter, food, treatment for all plants. Join us, or wait at the edge of the safe woods. We will come to pick you up. Chief Qian Hui. Each character on the wood is very standard. ensuring that all plants can recognize it. Sweet Pepper then disassembled his chili seed dart, and with the help of Qianhui and Chili, he made 2 copies of the rubbings. Put the wood chip on the printed iron plate and press hard, and you can copy an identical one. This task was given to Walnut and Nanting Jean. Walnut was strong, and he couldn't drive a flying machine or a modified car. He lost interest after riding in it once. Nanting Jean could control the wood chip, and his efficiency was also very high. Qianhui watched over him and Walnut, and by the time it got dark, he had copied 100 pieces, which was enough for the first time out. Walnut stopped to rest, and Qianhui picked him up and fed him some food. Xiao Pingwa kindly brought a cup of water. He took it and handed it to Nanting Jean. Watching Nanting Jean drink the water in the cup, Qianhui took the initiative to hold his hand. Are you tired? I don't know if Qianhui is worrying too much. He always feels that Nanting Jean has some slight changes in the past 2 days, but he can't tell what it is. The body temperature seems to be higher than before, but not to an abnormal degree. Nanting Jean put down the cup, not tired. He lowered his eyes quietly and stroked Qianhui's slightly cool palm. At night, the two of them still returned to the cabin to rest. A small compartment was built inside the cabin, which was used as a bathroom. Qianhui washed up and lay down. It was time to turn off the lights at the base. It suddenly became dark outside, and the cabbage lamp on the table went out. He pulled a quilt and crawled into Nanting Jean's arms, closing his eyes and falling asleep. In the second half of the night, Qianhui woke up once. He opened his eyes dazedly, and felt that he was hugged very tightly by Nanting Jean. There was some movement outside the house, as if the surrounding trees were moving. Qianhui was confused for a moment, and indeed saw the moonlight from the window disappear one by one, and was tightly blocked by several trees. The warm fingertips gently rubbed his cheek. Nanting Jean whispered, "Why are you awake?" Qianhui raised her head. Still a little dazed, You didn't sleep?" He subconsciously thought that some plant had come here. So Nanting Jean blocked the window. Nanting Jean leaned in and kissed Qianhui, and replied, "I'm not sleepy." Qianhui's cheeks and lips were kissed several times. The two were close, and he could even hear Nanting Jean's heavy heartbeat. Qianhui was very sleepy. So he held Nanting Jean's face and kissed him, and coaxed him vaguely, "Go to sleep." Another day passed, and a lot of wood chips had been made. The first time for the plants to go out was scheduled for tomorrow morning. This outing is a preliminary attempt. Their primary goal is to spread the wood chips. They can come back as soon as possible after a round, so they don't have to look for new plants. A total of 4 aircraft will be sent out, driven by Carrot, Big P, Potato, and Chili. Because it is inconvenient to fly alone to spread the wood chips, Potato's aircraft has been replaced with a double plant aircraft, and all plants can choose to bring a companion. Carrot should bring durian, Chili should bring sweet pepper, Potato should bring corn. Big P is selecting plants. Mango runs over quickly. It pointed at itself. Woo woo. Qianhui shook her head. No. It's too dangerous outside. Mango was a little depressed. Woo, and his head was touched again. Qianhui looked serious and said, "The base also needs protection. So you have to stay." Mango thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense, and nodded vigorously. Finally, P picked the 4-leaf clover. 8 plants formed a flying team, and Carrot was naturally the captain. They gathered together and discussed how to act in advance. Time soon came to the next day. Wood chips were tied to both sides of the 4 aircraft. The plants put on small backpacks, carried their own weapon pendants, and got into the aircraft. The aircraft rose one by one, and the plants waved to Qianhui, and flew out of the base together. When the aircraft disappeared completely from sight, Qianhui opened the illustration, and checked the status of the plants at any time. Chili also brought a transmitter, which would continuously send the team's movements. Looking at the information in the illustration, Qianhui waited anxiously. Half an hour later, Nanting Jean's transmitter received the first message. Qianhui immediately opened it to check, and it said arrived. The plant team's destination was the nearest high-risk forest area, and they scattered with chips along the way. 10 minutes later, the second message came. Safe. In the next half an hour, the transmitter received several more messages. Stable. Safe. Return. However, 2 minutes after the last message indicating that the team was ready to return, Qianhui received a new one. Something happened. Qianhui suddenly became nervous, and asked quickly, "What happened?" After a moment, a reply came. "New. Dangerous. Help." On the other side, outside the base, 4 aircraft were suspended in the air, motionless. At the edge of the woods connected to the ruins in the distance, there was a big peanut, which was being besieged by 5 or 6 zombies. The big peanut seemed to be very powerful and brave. He punched one of the zombies and beat it back. However, there were too many zombies, and they surrounded it. It was afraid that it could not escape. There is another zombie that is about to evolve to a high level. It has a keen sense of smell and seems to have discovered the existence of the plant team. But it turned its head and looked around for a long time and couldn't find it. In the aircraft, Carrot poked its head out and waved to other plants. Work stopped. And go bring the big peanut back to the base. At the same time, in the ruins on the other side, which is far away, a mid-level zombie took steps and stretched out his arms, trying to grab the swaying vegetable leaves in front of him. Its 10 fingers were incomplete, and most of them were broken in half. Ropes were tied on both sides of its shoulders, and a long branch protruded above its head. The green leaves were hanging on the branches, close to the zombie's hands, but out of reach, disturbing the zombie all the time, driving it forward. Under the back of the zombie's neck, there was something tied with a rope, which looked like a recliner or a small bed made of wood and branches. On it lay a mutant plant, basking in the sun with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the zombie stopped moving, drooping its head, and being forced to sleep. The plant on the recliner jumped down, and picked up a piece of wood from the ground. Chapter 62. There are crooked characters carved on the wood, which look a bit strange at first glance. But these characters, in the eyes of the mutant plants, are automatically converted into information that can be read. Plant courtyard. Exclusive base. Leader Qianhui. A palm-high lettuce stood in the middle of the ruins, staring at the wood in his hand. Is it true? Several months ago, the lettuce went to the high-risk area in the north to hang out, and only came to the vicinity these 2 days. When leaving, it encountered the piranha plant and carrot in different areas, but it was far away from them, and didn't go over to say hello. Piranha plant? Do you know what base this is? It's also called the plant courtyard. Is someone from the courtyard there? They deliberately gave it the same name. Chief Qianhui, what's going on? This can't be a coincidence. Right? Lettuce silently wrote down the coordinates on the wood chip and planned to go and take a look. It was about to throw the wood chip away, but hesitated again. After a while, Lettuce broke off a small piece of wood with Leader Qianhui engraved on it, and stuffed it into the leaves on the top of his head for safekeeping. After doing all this, Lettuce jumped onto the recliner behind the intermediate zombie. At this time, the dormant zombie suddenly trembled slightly, his eye sockets twitched unconsciously, he raised his heavy head and looked to the side. Lettuce immediately became alert, and spit a light green smoke at the zombie. The smoke was inhaled into the zombie's nasal cavity, and it immediately returned to normal, and at the same time it was out of dormancy, but its pair of red eyes were still looking to the side, and a slight hee-hee sound came out of its throat. This is its reaction when it is summoned. It is so strong. The zombies over there are probably not high-level zombies. If they are not high-level zombies, they must be zombie kings. Lettuce came here because of a zombie king. The zombie king was originally concentrating on raising zombies in a high-risk area. One day, he suddenly left without any warning, and the zombies also dispersed one by one. Usually, even if the zombies led by the zombie king are scattered, they will slowly move in the same direction, and will not be too far away from the zombie king, so that they can be summoned at any time. Shanghai happened to be idle, so he caught a mid-level zombie on the way. Curious to follow and see what was going on, the mid-level zombie carried it on his back, walking in a half-awake and half-asleep state for several days, and finally received a strong call for the first time. And it should be not far away. More importantly, the coordinates of the plant courtyard on the wood chip are in the same direction. Shinsai's eyes were a little solemn, and he blew a puff of smoke at the zombie again. This time it was white. The zombie's mind became clearer, and he instinctively took a step to the side, and his movements were as slow and dull as those of low-level zombies. Lettuce sat on the recliner, took out the small wooden piece hidden above his head, touched the name on it lovingly. It put the small wooden piece back, and lay on its back. It was such a nice sun, let's bask in it for a while, wait until the zombies get close to the summoning location. On the other side, there were ruins by the woods in the distance. Big Peanut was besieged by several zombies, and his waist and arms were injured one after another. It fought hard to resist the enemy, spitting out 2 huge peanuts, while punching the nearest zombie. Peanut's hands and legs were made of roots, and his fists were quite big when clenched, and he swung over and hit the zombie's nose. 2 peanuts hit another zombie, and its red skin exploded, revealing a large mass of peanuts. The zombie was immediately seriously injured, and the one next to it was also affected. However, there were too many zombies, and the big peanut was outnumbered. It barely dodged an attack, and was knocked to the ground by a zombie. This zombie was about to break through to the advanced level, and it was extremely strong. It held the peanut tightly, roared and showed its black teeth, and was about to bite it off. Suddenly, a red shadow fell from above. Before the zombie could react, it felt a chill on the back of its neck. A pepper seed dart pierced deeply into its throat, and Big P jumped down immediately and kicked hard. The zombie was kicked to the ruins on the side, temporarily losing its ability to move, and weakly struggling to retreat. The other zombies saw this, smelled the breath of danger, and turned their heads to try to escape. Sweet Pepper rushed forward with a knife, and Big P spit twice with a muzzle, and several zombies were easily solved in a blink of an eye. Carrot did not open the transparent cover of the aircraft, and it was not convenient to use carrot thorns. So he asked Sweet Pepper and Big P to come down to help. They are not weak in close combat, and they are not likely to make too much noise. They are ready to go back, and it is best not to get into more trouble. In the ruins, Peanut covered his wound and climbed up, staring blankly at the 2 plants in front of him. He soon found that there was movement in the sky, and when he looked up, he saw 4 strange-shaped circular aircraft that looked like flying saucers. Peanut had never seen an aircraft before, and he was shocked, and subconsciously thought it was a human thing. He didn't care about anything else, and turned around and ran away in panic. Big P didn't have time to explain, and just stretched out his hand. Woo! This area doesn't look safe, and Big Peanut is seriously injured, and is in a dangerous state. Moreover, although their main purpose of going out this time is not to find new plants, but since they have seen it, of course they have to take it away. Sweet Pepper gave Big P a look, meaning to give it to him, and then disappeared from the spot like lightning. 10 seconds later, Sweet Pepper returned with Big Peanut in one hand. Big Peanut was a little taller than Sweet Pepper, but he had no power to fight back, because he was injured at the moment. He buried his head and struggled hard to no avail. A handful of leaves were stuffed into its mouth, and it made a frightened whoo sound. The 2 aircrafts landed slowly, opened the transparent cover, and Big P jumped in first. Sweet Pepper also jumped into the aircraft driven by Pepper, and stuffed Big Peanut into the gap behind the seat. Pepper sat aside and rummaged through the backpack, finding a few pills. There happened to be a piece of wood left in the backpack. They brought a total of 50 wood chips this time, and scattered them all in appropriate locations along the way. Pepper put the pills and wood chips in Big Peanut's hand, and comforted him. Woo! Sweet Pepper was the one driving the aircraft, and the aircraft rose again, catching up with the 3 aircraft in front. 4 aircraft rose into the sky, turned into 4 small black dots, and shuttled through the clouds. The Big Peanut in the back seat was motionless, with a mixture of vigilance and dullness in his eyes, and he was suspicious and wary of everything that happened, but he couldn't understand it, and his cognition was shocked. After Chili sent a message to Qian Hui, she turned around and saw it like this, so she simply picked up a few pills, pinched the Big Peanut's face, and stuffed it directly into its mouth. The pills melted in its mouth, and the wounds on its body began to heal immediately, and the Big Peanut came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream. It carefully looked at the 2 peppers, turned its head to look at the vast sky outside the aircraft. Big Peanut was still in a daze, and then looked down at the wood chip in his hand. Plant base? On the way back, the plant team did not stop for a moment, flew at the fastest speed, and arrived at the base in half an hour. The protective net detected that there were strange plants on the aircraft, and the game popped up a prompt to ask Qian Hui, and then let all aircraft enter. After the 4 aircraft landed, the transparent cover opened. Qian Hui hurried forward. Sweet Pepper was the most anxious, the first to run over, and threw himself into Qian Hui's arms. The rest of the plants came out one after another, including Peanut, who followed behind Pepper and nervously looked around. Seeing the unfamiliar face, the plants gradually gathered around. The piranha plant lowered its head and sniffed Peanut, and the little mushroom stood on its head, waving and greeting Peanut. Facing so many plants, Peanut looked a little timid and introverted, silently taking a half step back, while quietly looking around. Is this the plant base mentioned on the wood chip? It didn't smell any danger in this place. But in addition to the plants, There was also a silver-haired, red-eyed, huh? Sweet Pepper buried herself in Qianhui's arms and acted like a spoiled child. And Carrot squeezed in right after, saying that their mission was successfully completed. Good. Qianhui patted everyone's head. They are all great. After the team rescued Peanut, Chili sent a message briefly explaining the situation. And Qianhui also received a notification that the faction conflict had been won. The wood chips that were taken out were scattered in different places, hoping that plants would notice them. Then, Qianhui came to Peanut with bell pepper and carrot. Peanut became even more nervous and stood there motionless. Don't be afraid. Qianhui showed a friendly smile. You can stay here for a while and heal your wounds first. Xiao Baokai followed beside him and handed over half a pack of biscuits at the right time. Big Peanut hesitated, but finally reached out to take it. Qianhui knew that the new plants had just arrived and would not adapt so quickly. So she stood up and left with the plants, leaving some space for Peanut to be alone, and letting the cabbage and apple guard from a distance, just to keep an eye on them at any time. Peanut was an accidental entry into the base, and when more plants voluntarily come in the future, they can be handed over to a few special grade exotic plants to take care of them. However, it is not certain how much effect the scattered wood chips will have. Carrot and Pepper have discussed it, and plan to go out again in 2 days to search in the woods to see if there are any plants gathered and waiting. Half of the wood chips were used up, and a new batch had to be made. Qianhui took some of the plants away, and Big Peanut stayed where he was, watching the 4 aircraft being driven away and parked in the forest. It stood alone for a while, and saw a few more plants, hiding behind the bushes and quietly observing it. It seemed to be a mini cabbage, an apple, a small pink mushroom, pink meat, a small bamboo shoot. Was it guarding against itself? Big Peanut pretended not to see it, sat on the grass, and slowly ate half a pack of biscuits. On the way back, after taking the pills given by Chili, its wounds had mostly healed. In fact, it could have left now, but it didn't know where it was, and whether there were many zombies outside. After Big Peanut finished eating the biscuits, there was a sudden noise beside it. It looked up and saw a bottle of water hanging on the grass. Swaying towards it, with a pop, the bottle fell in front of Big Peanut, and there were faint footsteps running away. Big Peanut remained calm, looked over the bushes, and found that little cabbage was gone. It hesitated for a moment, then picked up the water. Behind the bushes, Mango also came. It moved its hands and feet, preparing to meet Peanut, fight with him, and find out the details. Little Mushroom stopped it in time, pointed to the lawn in the distance, and said that he wanted to go for a ride in a convertible. Mango has also learned to drive a convertible in the past few days, but his skills are not very good, so he is only allowed to drive on flat ground. It scratched its head, looked at Peanut, and then looked at Mushroom, who was expecting it. After struggling for a while, it temporarily gave up the idea of fighting with Peanut and walked away with Mushroom and Succulent. The little bamboo shoots followed closely behind, guarding the 3 plants. UNG had someone deliver a box of knives and a box of kitchen utensils 2 days ago, so the base built another kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Like the cabin, the walls of the kitchen were made of tree trunks, and the roof was casually built, and it was built quickly. When the supplies in the base are abundant in the future, Qianhui and the plants can cook soup in the kitchen, cut fresh fruits, or bake some hot food. Qianhui unconsciously thought of the past again, buried her face in Nantingjine's arms, and said in a muffled voice, "In the past, every time I went to see you, you would cook soup for me." "What soup?" Nantingjine asked subconsciously. He stroked Qianhui's silver hair, and seemed to be a little distracted. "Herbal medicine?" Qianhui raised her head, with a confused look. He actually didn't know what kind of soup Nantingjine was cooking. It smelled like some grass. But had he mentioned it to Nantingjine before? Just as Qianhui was wondering, Nantingjine's communicator vibrated. He took it out to check. It was Qiyu's real-time communication request. Nantingjine pressed the connect button. Qiyu's anxious voice came out. "Chief Nan, was the Black Ridge Mountain base also affected by the raid that day?" His words were incoherent. Nantingjine frowned. "What do you mean? We suspect that when you did it." Qiyu took a breath and continued. "In recent days, a wave of loss has broken out in multiple bases. The wave of loss refers to a large number of psychics who have symptoms of loss at the same time. And these people have participated in the siege of the Black Ridge Mountain base. Yunchuan Base found an excuse to decline the visit. But Qiyu accepted the invitation today, and went to another base to check the situation and asked about what happened. That night, the team was preparing to evacuate, and everyone suddenly felt unwell on the way, and their abilities were ineffective for 2 or 3 minutes. There was a mutant pepper in the plant team, and they all thought it was the ability of the alien plant at first. Fortunately, they did not encounter any problems later, and returned to their respective bases smoothly. In the past few days, these people have gradually shown symptoms of being lost. Originally, several bases were waiting for Wenju's explanation. Many people thought that the siege of Black Ridge Mountain was a sure win, so Wenju called for help. In the end, not only did they fail completely, but a new crisis also emerged. In addition, the fact that Sky Base was conducting research on superpower transplantation could no longer be concealed, and rumors that were unfavorable to Wenju began to spread. At this time, Sky Base, which had been silent for a long time, finally issued a statement, saying that it could provide everyone with more powerful drugs for free. But superpowered people must leave their original bases and join Sky Base, or they can just not join directly, and let the entire base come under their jurisdiction. And the people in the Sky Base repeatedly emphasized that a large number of people with special abilities were lost because of the alien plants, and it had nothing to do with them. After the statement came out, some bases no longer believed them, but some people could not bear the pain of being lost and chose to compromise. I think this is all Wenju's plan, Qiyu said. The last research was exposed, which laid hidden dangers, and would definitely affect his prestige. It is better to just point it out directly, and use this method to control other bases for his own use. Qiyu hurried back to the base, and thought of the Black Ridge Mountain again, and wanted to ask about the situation. Xianhui also heard it, and asked in confusion, "What is lost?" Qiyu paused and explained, "After using superpowers to a certain extent, various abnormal symptoms are likely to occur. If they are not treated and relieved in time, you may die from your own superpowers. Everyone's superpowers are different, and the abnormal symptoms are also different. When they are mild, they may not be noticed. As for healing and relief, there are many ways, depending on each person's preferences and specific circumstances. Taking medicine is the fastest way to achieve results." Hearing this, Xianhui hurriedly looked at Nantingjin. He now understood what the Sky Base had done behind the scenes, deliberately causing a large number of psychics to have symptoms of disorientation, in order to control them. What about Nantingjin? He had also felt unwell before, more than once. Xianhui thought carefully, and if Nantingjin had been abnormal recently, it seemed that he had slept very late in the past 2 days, and his body temperature was always a little high. Nantingjin was silent for a moment, and said, "Only a small number of us were affected." Yuanji counted at that time that there were more than a dozen psychics near the gate who felt unwell, and later they were arranged to rest. And there was no new situation reported recently. The team that came to besiege that night was forced back by the alien plants in time. The Sky Base should only target those people. The Black Ridge Mountain base is not in the center of the range, so their people have less symptoms. Most of them have not yet realized that they are entering a state of loss. Moreover, the same alien, in different environments and current emotions, may have different symptoms if they are lost twice. That's good. I'm worried that Wenju still wants to capture Black Ridge Mountain. You must pay more attention recently. Qiyu didn't know that the alien plants stayed and built a new base next to the Black Ridge Mountain base. He had other things to do. And then, he hurriedly said goodbye to the two, and cut off the communication. Nantingjin put away the communicator. Xianhui pulled his sleeves tightly, and said worriedly, "Xiao Jin, are you feeling uncomfortable too?" "No." Nantingjin lowered his eyes. "Don't worry." He hugged Xianhui in his arms and whispered, "I'll go back. Wait for me here." Xianhui wanted to go with him, but was afraid that she couldn't help much and would cause trouble for Nantingjin. He nodded obediently, reluctantly saying, "Come back soon." Nantingjin looked at Xianhui for a while, couldn't help but kiss his cheek, then let go, turned around and walked away quickly. There was a modified car parked at the entrance of the base. Yuanji had left it there specially. Xianhui saw the modified car turn around on the roadside and drive to the side door of the Black Ridge Mountain base. He waited anxiously, but Nantingjin did not come back until dark. Xianhui was worried and asked Lajiu to send a message to Nantingjin, but there was no reply. He felt even more uneasy. and Laju quickly contacted Yuanji again. 10 minutes later, Yuanji drove to the plant courtyard in person. He was alone and explained to Qianhui vaguely, the leader. Locked himself up. Qianhui was at a loss and asked, "Where is he? Can you take me to see him?" Yuanji was about to refuse. But before he could say anything, he saw a group of plants around Qianhui. The piranha plant stared at him eagerly, and it felt like it was about to grow bigger, rushing over and flipping his car over. Yuanji compromised. Okay. He opened the back door and prepared to take Qianhui to the base. In addition to Qianhui, the piranha plant and several plants also got in the car, and the rest stayed in the base. The modified car drove forward, entered the Black Ridge Mountain base, and soon arrived at the dungeon. Yuanji stopped the car and continued to explain, several people were imprisoned together, which is safer this way. What he didn't say was that the destructive power of these imprisoned people was very strong, and they were easily hurt by others when they were lost. As for Nanting Jin, Yuanji didn't think he could be locked up, but he asked for it. Maybe it was a psychological effect. He restrained his emotions and didn't lose control easily. Qianhui remained silent, followed Yuanji into the dungeon gate, and then walked down the narrow stairs to a corridor. On both sides of the corridor were some rooms surrounded by iron fences, most of which were empty. These dungeons were guarded by 2 special psychics. The iron fences were attached with transparent walls that weakened psychic powers and made people sleepy, making it extremely difficult for ordinary psychics to escape. The lights in the corridor were dim. Yuanji turned 2 corners and came to the end of the dungeon. He stopped and coughed. "It's over there." Qianhui walked forward quickly and saw Nanting Jin in the narrowest room. He was worried and distressed. "Little Jin." Nanting Jin sat on a chair by the wall and looked up. Seeing Qianhui, he didn't seem surprised. Or maybe he was a little dazed under the influence of the supernatural powers attached to the 4 sides of the room. Qianhui shouted again, and Nanting Jin stood up and walked slowly towards him. "Why are you here?" he whispered. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine in a few days." But, on the way here, Yuanji also mentioned to Qianhui that Nanting Jin didn't need conventional healing in the past, but went out to hunt zombies. This more extreme method is probably only used by him. But Nanting Jin chose to lock himself up this time, probably because of Qianhui. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't hurt Qianhui, but he didn't want to stay too far away. "How do you feel now?" Qianhui was very worried. Can I help you?" Yuanji also mentioned some common supernatural relief methods, such as chatting with close people, staying in a quiet environment for a while, to vent and soothe emotions. "Help me." Through the iron fence, Nanting Jin said in a low voice. He raised his hand towards Qianhui, as if he wanted to confirm whether Qianhui standing outside was an illusion. There were some gaps between the fences. Qianhui reached in and held Nanting Jin's hot palm. "I can accompany you," he said. "It's too dark here. Let's go back to the courtyard." After a long while, Nanting Jin responded, "No need." Qianhui pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. He also knew that, since the 2 confirmed their relationship, there were too many things that happened along the way, and they actually didn't have much time to spend together. Nanting Jin locked himself up without saying a word. In addition to feeling distressed, Qianhui was a little angry. He lowered his eyelashes. However, at this time, Qianhui found that Nanting Jin was still holding her hand. He was slightly stunned, trying to pull his hand away, but he couldn't get away at all. When Nanting Jin looked over, the iron fence in front of him suddenly began to make strange noises. Several thick iron bars twisted and bent to both sides at the same time, as if they were forced apart by a pair of invisible hands, until one person could enter and exit freely. Qianhui stood there in a daze, seeing Nanting Jin walked out. Chapter 63. The cell was destroyed, and the alarm sounded immediately in the corridor and the detention room outside. Yuanji saw this scene, and was not surprised at all. He contacted the detention room immediately, and asked them to turn off the alarm. He knew that a cell could not hold Nanting Jin at all, and Qianhui's arrival, which further stimulated his emotions. Although Nanting Jin said that he was not allowed to tell Qianhui, he could not afford to offend either side. Now that things have come to this, I don't know whether it is good or bad. There are indeed some people with special abilities, who can get better with the company of their lovers. Yuanji approached cautiously and quietly. The plants that came with Qianhui were also very alert. The cabbage was ready to move, and the carnivorous plant was ready to grow bigger at any time, to knock Nantingjin away. They didn't know what happened to Nantingjin, but they could vaguely smell a hint of danger from him. Qianhui took a half step back, and said nervously, "Xiao Jin." Nantingjin stood in front of the damaged cell, his figure blocked the lights behind him, and on the corridor wall, and most of his face was hidden in the shadows. He forced himself out, and the influence of being restrained in the room was also disappearing quickly. Qianhui's wrist was still tightly grasped. Nantingjin slowly pulled him towards him, bent down, and held him in his arms. His strength was not light. Qianhui was imprisoned, and heard the slightly heavy breathing in his ears. Qianhui was a little nervous. After a while, Nantingjin did not make any more movements, but just held him. Qianhui relaxed a little, whispered, "Didn't you say? Didn't you need it?" She didn't need him to accompany her, but she held his hand tightly, and now she wanted to hold him. Nantingjin stroked the silver hair on Qianhui's neck, and said softly, "Hold her for a while." Qianhui looked up at him. "You broke the fence. Is he just going to hold her for a while? Will Nantingjin have to go back and continue to be locked up?" Nantingjin remained silent. Qianhui held his face with her hands, and touched his forehead with her palms. Except for a high temperature, it seems that there is no big problem. The state of being lost can easily cause the supernatural power to go out of control. But Nantingjin has only damaged one cell since he was locked up. Qianhui took the initiative to move closer and kissed Nantingjin on the face. "Come back with me," he said. "Okay." Qianhui felt that with her company, Nantingjin might get better. Even if the effect is minimal, she will think of other ways then. Qianhui even began to think about the possibility of directly attacking the sky base and stealing the medicine. But the medicine made by Wenju could not be guaranteed to have no side effects. And there were still risks. Nantingjin did not speak. Qianhui waited patiently, and kissed him again. After a while, Nantingjin responded, "Okay." Qianhui smiled and touched the side of his face. "Then let me go first. I will take you back to the courtyard." Nantingjin slowly let go of his hand, and was led by Qianhui, ready to leave. Yuanji immediately led the way in front, and unlocked the door on the other side of the corridor. Returning from Black Ridge Mountain to the botanical courtyard, Yuanji also drove, while carefully paying attention to Nantingjin's condition. Nantingjin was quiet and obedient throughout the whole process. Yuanji sent the two to the new base, and watched Nantingjin's figure gradually disappear from his sight, before turning around and leaving. Before leaving, he arranged for several people to guard the nearby wall, so that if anything happened, they could go in and take a look in time. If Qianhui can help Nantingjin and get him out of his lost state, that would be great. Compared to the outside world, the Black Ridge Mountain base is indeed the least affected. Their people basically do not rely on Wenju's medicine and can adapt to ordinary healing methods. However, Yuanji still feels a little strange. After returning to the base, he stopped the car and took out a small medicine bottle from his body. It contained a refreshing medicine. The effect was average, but it was better than nothing. He was obviously affected that night. His supernatural powers could not be used normally for a short period of time, and he had a headache the next day. But after taking the stimulant once, it seemed that everything was fine. Yuanji was very sure that he had no problems now, and there was no sign of being lost. That was not right. This stimulant was the most common, and many people in the base were using it. Yuanji was puzzled and thought. He recalled carefully. He had not eaten anything else in the past few days, except for a group of various alien plants, and he had not seen any strangers. He intuitively felt that there must be something he had missed, but he could not think of it. The sound of the communicator brought Yuanji back to his senses. He looked down and saw that it was a subordinate from the base. He pushed open the car door. On the other side, Qianhui brought Nantingjin back to the cabin. The plants quietly gathered around. The Big P wanted to join in the fun, but was locked outside the door. The curtains were also drawn, and it was obvious that they didn't want to be disturbed by plants. Carrots and Peppers urged everyone to leave. The piranha plant stayed and quietly guarded the window. The little mushroom was also there. It climbed onto the top of the piranha plant and stood on tiptoe to look around curiously. It sniffed gently and vaguely sensed a strange smell, and quickly fumbled inside the umbrella cap. However, after searching for a long time, there was nothing. The piranha noticed the little mushroom's behavior and asked quietly, The little mushroom pointed to the house and said that he wanted to help Nanting Jean clean it. However, the new mushroom powder had not been received yet. The last one was used by Yuan Ji. Clean? The piranha looked up curiously and looked at the lighted window of the small house. The little mushroom didn't know how to fight. In the past, in the yard, every time the zombies started to invade, it would just hide. After coming here, it has never had the opportunity to use its ability, and now it is protected very well. In addition, its situation is special. As long as its body is in good condition and it is happy, Qianhui and the plants will not force anything else. The piranha plant still remembers that the little mushroom mentioned to it before, that its ability is to clean and purify, which is not useful for plants most of the time. Could it be that the little mushroom can still help Nanting? But since it woke up, its body should not have fully recovered, and it cannot use its ability at the moment. The piranha plant used its leaves to protect the little mushroom, telling it not to worry and to take its time. The little mushroom nodded seriously, yawned, curled up in the leaves of the piranha plant, and prepared to sleep, guarding it together with it. Inside the house, Nantingjian's eyes were cast towards the window. He knew that there were plants guarding outside, and he could not restrain his thoughts again, wanting to move the trees outside to block all entrances and completely seal the hut. At this time, Qianhui held his hand, Xiao Jin. Nantingjian's attention was diverted, and he stroked Qianhui's slightly cool palm and calmed down a little. The two sat on the sofa in the corner, with two clusters of cabbage lanterns hanging on the side. Xiao Jin, Qianhui asked, do you want to eat something? No. As soon as the voice fell, Nanting couldn't help but hug Qianhui in his arms and let him sit on his lap. Qianhui thought. Nanting also said no when he was in the dungeon, but he still followed her back. He hesitated for a moment, took out half a bag of dried fruit from his pocket, picked up one and fed it to Nanting. The dried fruit was cool, and it was stained with the scent of Qianhui's fingertips, and Nanting ate it. Qianhui fed him several more, and ate some herself. After finishing half a bag of dried fruits, Qianhui used her palm to feel the temperature of Nanting's forehead. How do you feel now? He continued, if you want to talk to me, or if you want to do something, I can accompany you. Want to do something? Nanting whispered, I want to kiss you. After buying the resurrection beans for Xiao Mushroom, Carrot led the plant team to hunt zombies, and quickly saved up a new balance for Qianhui. Qianhui's weak state did not last long. Now, except for his silver hair and red eyes, he looked more and more like a human being. His fair skin radiated a delicate luster under the light. Nanting stared at Qianhui with a straightforward gaze. Qianhui was caught off guard and felt a little nervous. The tips of her ears quickly turned red. But he still approached slowly and took the initiative to kiss Nanting. One kiss seemed not enough. When he wanted to kiss again, Nanting took the lead. He pinched the tip of Qianhui's chin, kissed her cheek heavily, and rubbed her delicate skin. Qianhui was even hurt by the kiss, and reached out to push him away. Nanting slightly moved away, and kissed him again, this time on the lips. Neither of them had ever kissed before, and when they were close before, they only tried it lightly. At the beginning, Nanting was quite gentle, kissing and coaxing. Qianhui was ignorant and obedient, and practiced with bumps and bruises, until Nanting gradually couldn't control himself. His strength became much stronger, and he became more and more aggressive. Qianhui couldn't push him away, and her chin was pinched, so she couldn't refuse at all. When the kiss finally ended, Qianhui was having difficulty breathing, and her tongue tip was numb from being kissed. He looked dazed, and after a long while, he asked in a low voice, Are you feeling better? Nanting kissed away the water on Qianhui's lips, and whispered, I'm fine. Qianhui did not forget to touch his forehead with her palm, but after the kiss, he felt that his body temperature was also a little high, and his whole body seemed to be soaked in the heat of Nanting's body. He licked his lips unconsciously, and buried his face in Nanting's arms. I'm sleepy. Then, Nanting hugged him, and got up to the bed. The cabbage lamp in the room went out halfway. Qianhui fumbled to take off her coat, and got into the quilt first. After Nanting lay down, he took the initiative to move over, and held her tightly. A kiss consumed too much energy. Qianhui was very sleepy, leaning on the warm embrace, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The man-eating plant outside the window was relieved to see that nothing unusual happened. It huddled quietly in the grass, closed its eyes but did not sleep, and decided to stay until tomorrow morning. All the lights in the base were turned off, and the plants slept in their favorite places. The cabbage bowls and cabbage shells were all put out, and a few were on the open grass. A few went into the forest, and 2 or 3 were hanging on the branches. The big peanut also fell asleep. It was invited by the small cabbage to the cabbage shell and lay at the edge. In the second half of the night, the big peanut fell asleep and slowly rolled to the center, hugging the eggplant beside it. The cool breeze of the night blew by, and the man-eating plant under the window suddenly opened its eyes and raised its head alertly. There was a sound at the back of the cabin, which sounded like the movement of Nan-Ting-Jean every time he used his supernatural power to move objects in the mountains. It was so late, and he was still not asleep. The cabin was dark and quiet. The man-eating plant wrapped the sleeping mushroom in the leaves to protect it, and got up and went around to take a look. However, when it came to the place where the noise came from, there was something unusual outside the wooden house. The piranha plant hurriedly turned back, but it was still a step too late. All the windows and doors of the wooden house were blocked by the tree trunk. Nan-Ting-Jean was still awake. He must have deliberately led him away. Is he sick? I won't go in and disturb him. The piranha plant touched its fangs, raised its flower stem, kicked the tree trunk, and laid down beside the window to continue guarding. The next day, Yuanji took the time to come. He said 2 bottles of stimulants, but he didn't see Nan-Ting-Jean. Carrot took the medicine and pointed to the cabin in the distance. Woo! It was almost 10 o'clock, and the 2 hadn't gotten up yet. Yuanji probably understood what he meant, and asked again, Leader, were you okay last night? Nan-Ting-Jean's symptoms this time were different from before, and he was not sure what stage he had reached. Carrot scratched his head. Woo! It should be fine. Right? I didn't hear any movement last night. The piranha plant passed by with a little mushroom at this time, and hummed from its nasal cavity. Yuanji could vaguely sense some dissatisfaction, and said carefully, if there is any situation, be sure to contact me in time. Chili was also beside him, raising the communicator in his hand and shaking it, indicating that he understood. In the distance, Peanut was hiding behind the bushes and observing quietly. How come there are still humans in the base? There is one in the wooden house, and another one over there. It was very alert and began to think about leaving. Humans, like zombies, are not good things. Peanut's eyes were cold, and he turned his head again, and suddenly met the sight of a small mango. It was stunned, and quickly stood up straight, returning to its obedient appearance of yesterday. Mango came over and asked Peanut what he was doing here. Woo! Peanut made up a reason, and saw that Mango looked innocent, as if he had no doubts. It hesitated, and couldn't help asking what was going on with the human at the door. Mango looked around and found that it was Yuanji. It waved its hands. Woo! That one. It was its defeated opponent. And there was more than just this one human. There were more in the wall over there. All of them were their little brothers. When Peanut heard this, his eyes widened. Outside the gate of the base, Yuanji delivered the medicine and left. Carrot brought the medicine, and came to the cabin with Pepper. There were also a few plants. Potato shouted twice, and the tree trunks blocking the door and window finally moved slowly. The plants waited for a long time, and saw Qian Hui open the door. He should have just washed his face. The hair on his ears was wet. His lips were red, and his cheeks and ear tips were also red, as if he was frozen, but also hot. The piranha plant hurried forward, and Pepper was faster, rushing over and throwing himself into Qian Hui's arms. The other plants also approached one after another. Pepper pulled Qian Hui's clothes, with a concerned look in his eyes. I'm fine, Qian Hui said. Have you had breakfast? Pepper nodded. Woo-woo. Twice. There was some stored food in the kitchen, and the plants couldn't wait for Qian Hui to get up, so they had already taken care of it themselves. Carrot came over, handed 2 small medicine bottles to Qian Hui, and looked into the wooden house. Woo! Then, a shadow came over, and Nan-Ting-Jean came behind Qian Hui, and took the medicine bottle from his hand. Qian Hui put down the bell pepper in her arms, and asked curiously, What is this? Refresher. Nan-Ting-Jean lowered his eyes, and put the medicine bottle on the cabinet by the door. The piranha carefully observed Nan-Ting-Jean, and felt that his breath was a little more stable than when he just came out of the dungeon yesterday. But only a little bit. He restrained himself, and his eyes were dark in the dark. I don't know if he slept last night. The piranha thought about it, and didn't tell Qian Hui that the mushroom was going to be cleaned by Nantingjin for the time being. The mushroom's mushroom powder has not grown yet, and it can't use its power. If it is told now, it may only make Qianhui worry. After the mushroom is ready, it will not be too late to try to help Nantingjin. As for the news heard yesterday about the superpowers outside, the new base still needs to be improved, and there may be many new plants waiting to join, so they don't have time to care about them. The piranha plant turned its head and happened to see the mushroom picking a small flower from somewhere, happily running to find the big peanut, wanting to give it to it. Meanwhile, somewhere in the woods outside, Shunkai stopped the intermediate zombies at the edge of the ruins and walked into the woods alone, trying to find something to eat. Yesterday, the zombies followed the call and walked all day, and came to an area with a large number of zombies, but did not find any trace of the zombie king. Shunkai did not approach, and drove the zombies away, and rested in a safe place far away for a night. During the day, the zombies returned to calm, and did not receive any new calls or instructions. Shunkai did not care for the time being, and decided to fill his stomach first. It walked into the woods, deliberately not restraining its scent. If the plants were sensible enough to smell it, they would stay away. After walking a short distance, Lettuce found a small bunch of wild fruits under a tree. It picked one to taste, and suddenly heard a rustling sound behind it. Lettuce turned its head, and saw two plants together, a sapling and a kiwi. They stood not far away, carefully looking at Lettuce and the small piece of wood hanging around its neck. The wood chip was a small piece that Lettuce broke off yesterday. It was made into a pendant by punching holes with a straw rope. It is more convenient to wear, and not easy to fall off. Kiwi stared at the wood chip pendant and plucked up the courage to ask if it was the leader of the plant base. Lettuce immediately reacted and scratched his cheek. There were many zombies gathered in the ruins on the side. If they wandered here, I would go to the base anyway. Woo! It thought about it and nodded. Woo! The two plants were immediately excited and asked if they could join the plant base. Lettuce nodded again. Yes. It waved its hand, signaling the two plants to follow it. The sapling and kiwi hurried forward, and took the two wild fruits handed over by Lettuce. The lettuce in front of them was a special grade exotic plant, with a strong aura, and a wooden pendant with its name on it, so they believed it without a doubt. The wild fruits were too sour, so Lettuce didn't want to eat them, and gave the rest to the two plants, and continued to search in the woods. The sapling and kiwi followed it all the way, and met several more plants one after another. They all saw the wood chip yesterday, and according to the information on it, they came to a safer place at the edge of the woods to wait, wanting to see if there was really a dedicated base for plants. Seeing Lettuce's pendant, almost all the plants recognized it as Chief Qianhui. Lettuce waved his hand, indicating, "Add. Join us all." It told the plants that there were several special exotic plants in the yard, such as piranha, nuts, sunflowers, and the various arrangements and environments of the plant yard. Lettuce described it vividly, and it didn't look fake. The plants listened attentively. Lettuce paused in the middle of his speech and sat on the grass. Woo! I'm just a little hungry now. A rose understood what he meant, trotted over, and handed a few unknown fruits to the lettuce. The lettuce tasted it, and found it tasted good, so it took another one. It patted the leaves of the rose. Woo! Not bad. I'll talk to the piranha plant when the time comes, so you can join directly, without the review. The rose was excited and happy, and the color of its petals became brighter. So, when the lettuce finally filled its stomach and walked out of the woods, there were 9 plants following behind it. It told the plants to follow it closely, and not get lost, and walk slowly along the path beside the ruins. 2 days later, a simple-looking modified car came out of the woods. The car door opened, and carrots and cabbages jumped out first, looking around cautiously. After confirming that it was safe, Nuts stayed behind to guard the car, and the remaining plants followed closely, and went into the woods with carrots and cabbages. However, the team searched around the edge of the woods, but did not see any plants. Carrot also flew to a farther place with its spikes, but did not see any. This forest is not very large. Is there not a single plant? Or maybe there are. But they saw the wood chips and hid, and did not want to show up. Cabbage was a little disappointed, and Pepper comforted him. It's okay. Let's look somewhere else. There must be plants willing to join the base. Cabbage sighed, nodded, and followed the team back to the modified car, and went in another direction. Chapter 64. A group of plants rushed into the woods with great expectations, and came out disappointed. The cabbage still hung its head in disappointment, holding a piece of wood it had picked up from the woods. The pepper was also a little confused, wondering if there was something wrong with his method. When Nut saw them coming back, he quickly looked around, but he didn't find any new plants being brought out. Carrot opened the car door and jumped in, while comforting, "Woo woo. Maybe there are no plants here next time. Go to a farther place to spread the wood chips, or improve the content on the wood chips. Anyway, it thinks there will definitely be many plants willing to join the base." Sweet Pepper and Big P are probably the ones who care the least about this. Big P jumped on the co-pilot, shoved Nut to the side, and urged him to set off quickly. This time they drove a modified car. The car has a large space. It can accommodate many plants. Although the speed is not as fast as the aircraft, it is also very stable in the ruins. In addition to bringing back new plants, they have another task: clean up the zombies they encounter along the way, and earn balance and prestige for Qianhui. After all the plants came up, a moment later, the modified car drove away from the original place, and went to look for it somewhere else. Chili took out the transmitter, hesitated for a while, and only sent the 2 words, "Safe," to Qianhui. "Wait a little longer. Maybe plants will be found somewhere else." Sweet Pepper sat next to him, took off the mask, and took out 2 pieces of jerky from the small backpack behind him. It is now using a new mask, which was made by Xiao Baokai. The fabric is softer, and the position of the eyes is more accurate. Sweet Pepper chewed the jerky, and handed the other piece to Chili. The modified car went around the ruins, encountering more than a dozen lone wandering zombies along the way. Carrot was reluctant to use the weapon of the modified car, and Big P rolled down the window and spit 3 green peas at the zombies, mixed with pepper seeds, darts, durian thorns, and other long-range attacks. These attacks made little noise, but were very powerful. The zombies had no power to fight back, and they fell to the ground before they could pounce in front of the car. The Sweet Pepper was fast, and it was also given the task of digging the crystal core. The red shadow flashed back and forth, and finally flashed into the car window, and gave the crystal core to the pepper to put away. Above the modified car, there is a flying machine, which is following slowly. Potato and Corn are sitting inside, keeping an eye on the situation in the distance. After a morning, the plant team went around to a small forest on the other side of the ruins, and finally found 3 plants inside. They are small green dates, aloe vera, and dwarf tea trees. The 3 plants heard the sound of the vehicle and wanted to hide in fear. Then, they smelled a strong smell, which came from special-grade alien plants. They hid immediately, until they saw a cabbage running in hurriedly, and tried to call out, "Woo!" The 3 plants then appeared cautiously, and asked the cabbage if it knew the plant base. The cabbage was surprised and happy. Woo-woo rushed over, and hugged the dwarf tea tree and aloe vera. The small green juju was small, and escaped. The dwarf tea tree and aloe vera didn't know what was going on, and stood there without daring to breathe. The pepper flashed over, pulled off the mask. "Woo! That's right. We are from the plant base. Finally found a new plant." The team members looked more excited than each other, and circled around the 3 plants like they were rare. The dwarf tea tree was a little timid, and was frightened by the scene, and its leaves trembled. Chili quickly comforted them, sent them some food, and asked them if they wanted to go to the base. The 3 plants were waiting for this at the edge of the woods. After accepting Chili's feeding and stabilizing their emotions, they nodded in agreement one after another. Cabbage was even happier and took the initiative to lead them back to the modified car. When they came to the outside of the woods, they saw a car driven by plants, and there was a flying vehicle above their heads. Aloe opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth. "Wuh." After getting on the car, Carrot asked again what abilities the 3 plants had. The dwarf tea tree is a defensive auxiliary type, intermediate level. Aloe vera looks plain, but it is actually a high-level attack type. As for the small green jujube, the small green jujube is low-level and useless. Carrot turned his head to look at it for a few times, thinking, "Forget it, take it back to be a playmate for the little mushroom." The modified car and the aircraft above set off again, traveling through the ruins. Big P did not close the car window, searching for traces of zombies nearby. "It feels like there were not so many zombies when I came out to spread wood chips last time. This area is adjacent to the Safe Zone 5, which is a medium-risk zone on the human map. But since the start, they have killed 6 intermediate zombies and 12 low-level zombies. This number is almost catching up with the high-risk area." Big P sniffed the air outside the window and kept looking around vigilantly. In the end, The team went to 4 places in total. In addition to the dwarf tea tree aloe and small green dates, they also brought back a strawberry. Strawberry is an intermediate attack plant. Very courageous, facing many special grade alien plants alone without showing fear, and joining the base is no suspense. On the way back, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Cabbage counted the 4 plants in the back seat and comforted himself silently. For new members are enough. There is also a big peanut in the base. If there are more, we will definitely not be able to manage them. This is quite suitable. Cabbage leaned against the back seat and sighed contentedly. After the modified car and the aircraft left together, on a more remote ruined street farther away, more than a dozen mutant plants gathered together. At the end of the street, several zombies smelled the smell of food and rushed over with their scarlet eyes open. With a click, the lettuce jumped onto the collapsed street lamp on the stone and threw out 2 leaves. The lettuce leaves grew bigger in the air, like a big net trapping several zombies inside. At the same time, the lettuce spit out a puff of green smoke, which quickly drifted away and was inhaled by the zombies. The movements of several zombies immediately slowed down, and before long, they actually began to attack each other in the leaves. The lettuce threw out 2 more leaves, which were not so big this time, but they accurately wrapped around the zombies' heads. The sharp edges of the leaves were used for cutting, and the heads of 2 intermediate zombies were directly twisted off. Lettuce jumped off the streetlight and returned to a group of plants. The leaves also rolled closer with the zombie heads. Woo! Lettuce waved to indicate that it was okay and continued on its way. It had to find a place to rest before dark. It handed the zombie heads and the leaves to 2 plants and let them dig out the crystal cores. Seeing that it solved several zombies in a few moves, the group of plants were full of admiration. Rose shook its leaves and praised the leader for being so powerful. Lettuce scratched his face awkwardly and walked ahead with his head down. Its exclusive zombie stopped behind. Lettuce jumped onto the small recliner, and the zombies continued to move towards the destination, and a group of plants quickly followed. Lettuce looked at the plants and counted them again. 12. A full 12 plants, all going to that plant base. Lettuce tilted his head to support his face, slightly speechless, and a little regretful. Originally, it didn't think so much, it was just too lazy to explain, and since it had all been misunderstood, it would be more convenient to take the plants away as the leader. As a result, in 2 days, I met many more. These plants all wanted to go to the base, not only out of curiosity, but also very much yearning. After all, the base has always been a shelter that only humans can have. At this point, Lettuce couldn't explain it clearly, and it was difficult to refuse. So he took them all. Some of the plants were stronger, and some were weaker. For safety and security, Lettuce also deliberately chose a more remote route to protect them throughout the journey. Alas, Lettuce retracted his gaze and laid down with his head raised. It should be arriving soon, but it is still unclear what the base is like, whether it is really as good as the wood chip says. If there is danger, it will be responsible for sending these plants back? Lettuce closed his eyes and slapped his forehead. After a while, it turned over and lay on its side, quietly picked up the pendant, and touched the name on it. Before dark, the modified car and the aircraft returned to the base smoothly. Qian Hui received Chili's message in advance and waited at the door to greet him. The wooden door slowly opened. The modified car drove in, and Cabbage waved excitedly in the car window. After the 4 new plants came out, they were taken to see Qian Hui first. Carrot introduced that this was the leader of the base. Several plants were shocked. The leader of the plant base was actually saying, No, this person didn't seem right either. Qian Hui bent down and touched the leaves or the tops of the plants one by one. As a greeting, it's late. Let's go eat first. The new plants can stay in the base for 2 days. These 2 days are used to get to know each other, and it can also be regarded as a probation period. After 2 days, it will be determined whether the plants will stay for a long time. The little green date took the initiative to rub Qian Hui's fingertips, and the 4 plants followed the cabbage and apple to leave. The piranha stood by and approached and smelled them one by one, remembering their scent. Potato parked the aircraft and came down from the mountain with the corn. The big cherry was so hungry that his eyes were shining, and followed the potato closely, eating several mines in a row. Not far away, the big peanut was secretly observing. Are there new plants again? These few seem to be volunteers, and they are in good spirits and are not injured. As for what Mango said that day, the humans in the base next door. They are all their subordinates. So powerful. Big Peanut was shaken and stayed for 2 more days. It is a high-level attack type, good at long-range attacks, and good at close combat. Qian Hui even came to ask it yesterday, hoping it would stay. Looking at the backs of the 4 plants leaving, Big Peanut thought, wait 2 more days, just 2 days. It wants to see these new plants, whether they are willing to stay. At this time, Yang Tao called Peanut under the tree, asking it to come for dinner. The base is large and safe, and Qian Hui has been taken away by Nantingjin recently. The plants began to go to the kitchen to get food by themselves. 3 or 2 or 4 or 5 gathered together, or all gathered in the kitchen. Big Peanut stood up straight and ran over obediently. On the other side, Qian Hui returned to the cabin accompanied by the piranha plant. Yuan Ji had just left, and the food he brought was placed on the table. But Nantingjin did not touch it. The piranha plant stayed outside to wait, and Qian Hui walked over and sat down. Is it not to your taste? Nantingjin raised his hand to support his forehead. His eyes half closed. I'm not hungry. Qian Hui was a little helpless, and didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't feel hungry, nor did he feel sleepy at night, and didn't want to sleep. He seemed to be in a state of excitement, but he had no interest in anything, except when he kisses me every day. Fortunately, Nantingjin did not do anything destructive, and his ability remained stable. Qian Hui pursed his lips and said, I don't want to eat either. He lowered his head and felt Nantingjin's eyes on him. Then, Qian Hui's chair moved to the side, and he was carried over again. Nantingjin took his hand and kissed his fingertips. What's wrong? Qian Hui looked at him and thought, I want you to feed me. This kind of thing that requires patience is actually not suitable for Nantingjin's current state. But Qian Hui couldn't think of any other way. Nantingjin had hardly eaten anything during the whole day. Even though he was a superpower, his physique was much stronger than that of ordinary people. He still needed food supplements. Nantingjin kissed Qian Hui's cheek and said, Okay. Plants sometimes eat human food, so some small bowls and spoons were prepared in the tableware. Nantingjin really fed Qian Hui one mouthful at a time, carefully and patiently. Qian Hui would say from time to time that she didn't want to eat this, and then let Nantingjin finish it. The last half bowl of soup was also drunk by Nantingjin. The meal was a little slow, and the subordinates from the Black Ridge Mountain base had already arrived and came in to clean up the dishes in time. The piranha plant also hurried in, pretending to help wipe the table, but actually observing quietly to confirm Qian Hui's safety. Qian Hui leaned in Nantingjin's arms and kissed him with satisfaction. Do you want to go for a walk outside? Nantingjin put his arm around his waist and whispered, No. Qian Hui said again, But I want to go. Nantingjin was silent for a while, and compromised, Okay. It was just that after leaving the cabin, the two of them would probably go to a more remote place for a walk. Not with the plants. Qian Hui was already satisfied. She took a coat and happily dragged Nantingjin to the foot of the mountain. In the past few days, new wood chips were made, and the lake at the base was built. Carrot wanted to raise fish in the lake, and asked Chili to ask Yuanji if they had any. It was dark. Yuanji was checking the status of several psychics in the cell, and received a message. Mutated chili, fish. Yuanji replied skillfully, Yes. I will deliver it tomorrow. How many do you want? Mutated chili, 3. A moment later, another message came. Mutated chili, 5. 5 fish. There should be some in the logistics area. Yuanji agreed, Okay. It was late at night. A modified car stopped by the roadside. The window of the modified car was broken, and there were a lot of wear and tear on the back. A human mutant stood by the car door, looking at the high wall of the Black Ridge Mountain base in the distance. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his mental state was very bad. He muttered, Complete the task, and you will get medicine. The human mutant lowered his head, and held a red device in his hand. This was given by the people at the sky base. They promised that as long as the device was brought outside the Black Ridge Mountain base, and the switch was pressed, they would provide enough medicine to cure the lost state. It should have been used on the people at the Black Ridge Mountain base on the night of the unified siege. But the alien plants came too quickly, and they could not find a suitable opportunity. By now, many psychics have compromised with the sky base, and are willing to obey all orders, even if they don't know what the device is used for. For a little medicine, the psychics don't care so much. There were still 3 people sitting in the modified car. Half an hour later, 2 more cars approached. The people inside rolled down the windows and looked at each other. They all knew the purpose of each other's trip. They all carried equipment and were going to act together, both to ensure the success rate and to enhance the effect. Not far behind, there was another car following. Inside was a team sent by the Sky Base, responsible for guarding and supervising this operation. These people with special abilities all had serious symptoms. The pain brought by their bodies and special abilities was superimposed, and they could no longer think normally. Even if they were asked to die, they would not hesitate. I don't know how long it was, but it was still dark. Yuanji was the first to receive the news, and he immediately got out of bed. Outside the base gate, there was a loud bang. A modified car, ignoring the warnings and danger, rushed straight over. The translucent protective cover was hit with several cracks. And then another car drove at high speed from the side and crashed into the nearby wall. It all happened too fast. Even though Chiyu had reported the news in advance, the entire base was on high alert and kept an eye on anyone trying to get close. But these 2 cars were simply not afraid of death. Guards had to be arranged to guard the wall. In this situation, there was no time to retreat. Bang. The second car hit, and then, the psychic on the wall watchtower felt a severe headache, and the shield disappeared. There was a third car behind, and a fourth car. The sound waves from the device were very far away, and at the same time, the 2 patrol teams that arrived were also affected. On the other side, the plants also heard the strange sound. The piranha plant raised its head alertly, and the small mushroom in the leaves turned over and rubbed its eyes. The base had a detector on, and it also covered the Black Ridge Mountain, and Qianhui was awakened by the alarm. He opened his eyes, and saw Nan Tingjin standing beside the bed, with the communicator in his hand turned on. Yuanji's anxious voice came out. "Leader, the Black Ridge Mountain base was attacked again. This time the situation was different." He could only ask the plants for help. Yuanji had asked everyone to stay away from the wall as much as possible. However, the range of the defense shield was not enough to prevent the modified car outside from approaching. At the critical moment, the carnivorous plant roared loudly, awakening all the plants. Knowing that it was probably the Sky Base that made the noise again, Carrot was very angry and immediately led the plant team to go to support and kill those bad guys. The piranha plant was going too. It gave the small mushroom in its leaves to Qianhui, turned around to become larger, carried Nanting Jin, and caught up with the modified car that left the gate. Several aircraft parked in the forest also took off one after another, and flew quickly towards their destination. The little mushroom hugged Qianhui's fingertips tightly, and looked around in confusion. It rubbed its nose and felt that it smelled a bad smell again, coming from farther away. Qianhui thought it was scared, so she said a few words to comfort it softly, and let it hide in her pocket. She hurried to the wall, and used a telescope to check the situation outside. Nanting Jin also went, but his current condition was unstable. What if he was affected again? Qianhui was extremely worried, but she could not do anything for the time being. She could only hope that the plant team would solve the problem as soon as possible. The little mushroom crawled out of Qianhui's pocket, looking around, and reaching into the umbrella cap. In this direction, a corner of the front gate of the Black Ridge Mountain base could be seen. There were lights, and it seemed a bit chaotic. The plants arrived, and 2 aircrafts hung above the wall, launching long-range attacks. The last car had no intention of stopping, and it crashed straight into the side of the wall. There were not many people attacking from the outside, but after they were dealt with, there was another problem inside the base. I don't know how many devices have been activated. After a few minutes, the abilities of the people in the base were restored, and more than a dozen psychics lost control one after another. The chaotic atmosphere from afar became more and more intense, and was smelled by the little mushroom. It buried its head and shook its umbrella cap vigorously, and seemed uncomfortable. Among the psychics who were most seriously affected, one of them was a physical system. His muscles swelled in many parts of his body. His headache worsened, and his vision began to blur. He wanted to tear his arm off. Suddenly, he felt that he could not move. And then, he was thrown away by an invisible force. The surrounding fences and stone walls shook in the air. Nanting Jin stood not far away, raised his hand expressionlessly, and knocked the man to the ground until he fainted. Yuanji was terrified watching from behind. Nanting Jin himself had not recovered yet, and was afraid that he would accidentally kill the man. Several other people were treated the same way. But only a moment later, the psychic who had fainted before woke up. He fell to the ground and was unconscious, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a small pink light in the air in the distance, like a star. At the same time, Xianhui raised his head. He slightly widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Little Pink, there are mutant plants in your vicinity that have entered a violent state. Please be careful to avoid them." From the illustration Little Pink Mushroom. Chapter 65. In the night, the pink little mushroom was suspended in the air, burying its head in its umbrella cap, with its eyes tightly closed. It was emitting a pink halo, flickering like breathing. Xianhui was very nervous, and tried to call again, "Little Pink?" When the little mushroom came out of his pocket, he was unable to stop it for a moment, and watched it fly higher and higher. Fortunately, it was steady all the way, until it stopped in the air, and did not move. Then, there was a prompt that the alien plant had entered a violent state. The other plants guarding the base also approached one after another, and looked up. The little bamboo shoot tried to jump up, but was stopped by the leaves of the sunflower. The sunflower shook its leaves, indicating that there was no need to worry. Xianhui opened the illustration, and saw that the skill bar of the little mushroom had finally returned to normal. Variety, Little Pink Mushroom. Level, Special. Status, Good. Loyalty, 100%. Basic skill, Happy Mushroom Powder, makes any creature around you happy. Can be triggered at any time. Unlimited and no consumption. Advanced skill, Purification Mushroom Powder, clears all negative emotions of the target, regardless of the source. Rage skill, Super Mushroom Powder, within a radius of 5,000 meters. Clears all negative emotions of the target, regardless of the source. Preparation details, None purification. Super Mushroom Powder. Negative emotions? Xianhui seemed to have sensed something, and stared blankly at the pink light ball in the air. In the base on the other side, the chaos continued. In a short period of time, more than a dozen psychics were lost. They were in different states, did not listen to orders, and were in a trance. Compared with the last time, the discomfort they felt tonight was at least 10 times stronger, and there was no time to use any mitigation measures. Moreover, these people were in high spirits, constantly trying to use their psychic powers to hurt themselves or their companions. Even if they fainted, they would wake up quickly. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for was that when the accident happened, Nanting Jin was not in the base. He came late, and should not have been affected too much. Yuan Ji was very cautious, and was far away from the door. With the help of a small number of his subordinates, he was able to control the situation. He also knocked out 2 people, and was about to let his subordinates take them to the cell to lock them up. When he turned around, he heard a loud noise of the wall collapsing. Bang Nanting Jin directly threw a superpower user into a house not far away. A large amount of collapsed bricks and stones fell down, and the man's life or death was unknown. His eyes were gloomy, and the aura he exuded was extremely dangerous. Yuan Ji was even more frightened, and his expression was somewhat alert and uneasy. Even if Nanting Jin was not affected tonight, he had not recovered before. If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be stimulated to lose control even more. And once he completely lost control, no one here could last more than 5 minutes in front of him. At the same time, the plant team watched all this, not knowing what to do. Mutated plants are different from humans. They are not lost or out of control. They cannot empathize with human superpowers, nor can they understand the pain in this state. There were not many people coming to attack outside. They had stopped moving long ago. Carrot parked the modified car on the side of the road. Seeing a superpower kneeling on the ground, he actually wanted to rip his throat open with his bare hands. Carrot hurriedly stopped him, and 2 carrot thorns flew over, nailing his hands to the ground. The injury to his hand restored his consciousness, temporarily stopping his self-harming behavior. The piranha plant also tried to hold back its teeth, helping to knock out the person who looked abnormal. Chili was driving a flying vehicle in the air, hesitating whether to use a charged attack. Making these people's abilities ineffective may delay the state of being lost, but its charged attack will not last long. Only 3 minutes. 3 minutes is not enough to solve the current situation. If you need to use it, you have to find the right time. Time passed by. People kept getting injured in the base, and the smell of blood mixed with the turbid cold wind spread. More than a dozen people were seriously injured and fell to the ground. The stones of the collapsed house were controlled to rise, and knocked away 2 more people. Nanting Jin's breath was tense, and his dark eyes became darker and darker. The loss of control of a large number of superpowers almost turned into his unilateral abuse and violent suppression. He stepped forward, stepping on the broken wrist of one of the men. At this moment, it was still dark, and a faint pink light suddenly lit up from the side of the plant courtyard base. The light gradually increased, and then suddenly shook, and several light circles burst out, spreading in all directions layer by layer like a surging tide. These light circles covered a wide range, covering the entire Black Ridge Mountain base, including the location outside the gate and the wall. Everyone stopped at the same time, and their eyes regained clarity. Yuan-Ji stretched out his hand, held a little bit of fine powder in the light, and it quickly disappeared from his fingertips. For a moment, he seemed to be in a dream. His body was soaked by the gentle water flow, and any messy thoughts disappeared, and he had never been so relaxed and calm. The piranha plant raised its head and sniffed, and looked at the source of the light in surprise. It was a small mushroom. It immediately turned around and went back. Carrot and Big P also guessed it, and followed closely with the plant team. When the light covering the base completely disappeared, it was almost dawn, and a little hazy sunlight rose in the distance. There was silence for a moment, and someone got up from the ground, and said in a trance, "I am done?" Yuan-Ji looked down at his empty fingertips, and finally remembered what key point he had missed that day. After the light faded, a small mushroom fell from the sky. The little bamboo shoot climbed up the wall in one step, and then suddenly jumped, hugged the falling small mushroom, and landed steadily together. Qian Hui and the plants around him quickly surrounded him, and Qian Hui stretched out her hand and carefully took the small mushroom. In the illustration, the little mushroom's violent skill showed 0% energy, but it was in good condition and looked energetic, and excitedly hugged Qian Hui's fingertips. The little mushroom opened his eyes wide, patted his umbrella cap, and looked proud. Its ability was finally used, and it seemed that because it had been accumulated for a long time, the power was stronger when it exploded. The little mushroom rubbed Qian Hui's hand again, wanting him to praise him. All the unpleasant smells nearby disappeared, and those humans would no longer fight. Qian Hui was extremely nervous. He confirmed again and again that the little mushroom was fine before he breathed a sigh of relief. The light of the sunflower illuminated the surroundings. He touched the little mushroom's cap and said, "Well, Xifen is the best. Thanks to you." It turned out that the ability of the little mushroom could actually help human superpowers, and its death was also due to humans. Qian Hui had mixed feelings, but the little mushroom was very simple. It didn't think too much, but just felt happy. It continued to rub Qian Hui's fingertips and said it was hungry. Little bamboo shoots quickly took out the shredded meat that had been preserved in the bamboo shoot shell. Little cabbage and apple unscrewed the water bottle and poured a few drops into the tulip leaves. Qian Hui also bought a few mana recovery pills. Little mushroom held a large pill and licked it up in a few bites. Then, a game prompt popped up. "You seem to have done something unusual, which will have a huge impact on the human camp. Reward prestige value 2,000, camp value 1,000." Seeing the content of the prompt, Qian Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. So many rewards. He lowered his head, but his eyes were slightly uneasy. While feeding the little mushroom, he kept it tightly protected. The little mushroom can help humans, but it will certainly be coveted by humans. No matter what, he must protect the little mushroom, and not let any accidents happen again. At this time, the piranha and the plant team rushed back to the yard, and saw Qian Hui by the wall. The little mushroom stood in Qian Hui's palm, and waved to everyone. "Ah woo!" Soon after, a modified car drove up, and Nan Tingjin also came back. Yuan-Ji followed behind him, and the two entered the base together. The little mushroom was still chewing the biscuit crumbs. Qian Hui handed it to the piranha plant, and stood up to block the front, looking a little wary. He had a good impression of Yuan-Ji, but except for Nan Tingjin, he could not be sure that other humans could be fully trusted. It would be best if no one knew that it was the little mushroom that saved them. Yuan-Ji stopped when he saw this, and quickly said, "I just came to take a look." "Don't worry." Nan Tingjin approached alone. He changed his coat, and Qian Hui still smelled a hint of blood from him. Qian Hui suddenly became nervous. "Are you injured?" "No," Nan Tingjin whispered. "It's someone else's blood." Even though he said that, Qian Hui still took out 2 panaceas and fed them to him, and pulled him into the sunflower light. Nan Tingjin took the medicine obediently, lowered his eyes, and looked at Qian Hui quietly, and suddenly hugged him in his arms. Qian Hui didn't understand, and touched the side of his face. Are you okay? Compared to the previous few days, Nantingjin's body temperature was much more normal at this time. Little Mushroom's violent skill had a wide range, and could also clear his negative state. Nantingjin stroked Qian Hui's silver hair, and said him softly. Yuanji stayed where he was, looking at the group of plants behind Qian Hui. He hesitated, but couldn't help saying, just now, was it that pink mushroom? Before Qian Hui could react, Yuanji took the initiative to bring up what happened a few days ago. I was wondering, why did my headache suddenly go away at that time? It turned out, he said sincerely with a serious expression. Thank you. Before he came, everyone in the base had returned to normal. The symptoms of being lost were completely eliminated, and they began to deal with the aftermath and treat the wounded. Among the vehicles that attacked the door, 3 survivors were found. They all regained consciousness, and were taken away and locked in the dungeon. If it weren't for the little mushroom, the situation in the base would be difficult to control. The consequences are unimaginable. Qian Hui turned her head and looked at the little mushroom in the leaves of the man-eating plant. The little mushroom made a soft hum sound, indicating that what Yuanji said was true, and that he had indeed used mushroom powder on him that day. Qian Hui looked at Yuanji again, and became more alert. But you can't tell anyone else about this. Others only need to know that it was an alien plant that saved them. And as for which one it was, it is a secret. I understand. Yuanji smiled. But you have to give us a chance to repay you. Not only them, but also people from other bases. After knowing what Wenju did, and knowing that the alien plant can cure the symptoms of loss of the superpower, they will definitely change their position. Hearing this, Qian Hui hesitated. Repay? In the illustration, the Black Ridge Mountain base has become an independent friendly camp. But Qian Hui has not yet thought about the meaning of the existence of the friendly camp. He was silent for a long time, and Yuanji waited patiently. The little mushroom was almost full, jumped off the leaves of the piranha plant, ran to the carrot and the big pea, excitedly telling them about his performance just now. The sweet pepper beside him picked it up, praising loudly, woo woo. At the same time, Qian Hui slowly approached, and came to Yuanji. I'll give you this chance, he said, to avenge Xiaofan. At the same time, on the other side, Lettuce was awakened by several early rising plants, turned over, covered his head with a leaf, and continued to sleep. After a while, a small thorn fruit ran over in panic. Woo woo. Leader, there are zombies. The zombies nearby woke up one after another during the day, and wandered over here, following the smell. Lettuce closed his eyes, listened to the movement, and counted carefully. 1, 2, 3, 3. 1 intermediate, 2 low level. The zombies approached step by step, and Lettuce remained motionless. The small thorn fruit looked up at the tall recliner, and was at a loss for a moment. The leader seemed not to wake up, and several attacking plants took the initiative to step forward and cooperated to resist the zombies, before following Lettuce out of the woods. They had a lot of combat experience, and quickly killed 3 zombies. Lettuce listened to the noise, breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to pretend to sleep. At this time, 3 more zombies attracted by the noise appeared on the side. All of them were intermediate. Lettuce could not sit still, and stood up and threw out a leaf. It drooped its eyelids and yawned. Woo! Let's go. There are too many zombies here. It's not safe. So, after killing a few zombies, a group of plants continued on their way. It was almost noon. Lettuce stood on the zombie's head and looked forward. Through the layers of ruins, he could see a high wall in the distance. Finally, he was almost there. Lettuce turned and jumped off the ground, saying, Woo! It told the plants that it was not the leader of the plant courtyard. The group of plants were caught off guard and stood there in a daze. Without waiting for them to react, Lettuce jumped back onto the small recliner behind the zombie and laid down with his arm as a pillow. The plants looked at each other, all very confused, and habitually followed the intermediate zombie in front. Suddenly, Lettuce jumped up, looking around vigilantly. A roar was heard, and more than a dozen zombies emerged from the surrounding ruins. One of them was actually a high-level one. It flexibly climbed up the low wall in front of it, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. The high-level zombie stared at a large group of plants, with greedy eyes, and black liquid kept oozing out from between its teeth, which dripped onto the stone bricks and was instantly corroded. Chapter 66. More than a dozen mutant plants gathered together. The smell was very strong, This group of zombies might have deliberately tracked them. When they found that there was another special grade plant, the senior zombie in the lead hesitated and was alert for a moment. But appetite still prevailed, and in the few thoughts of the zombies, they would not think that the special grade plants were protecting those small plants. The senior zombie roared again. More than a dozen zombies around immediately attacked. The plants panicked, although during the days of rushing, Lettuce was not protecting them every moment. When they encountered low-level zombies, they would let them solve it themselves. But there were too many zombies in front of them, and one of them was a high-level one. The little thorn fruit was so scared that it shrank back into its shell. The rose flower threw out a few leaves with thorns in a panic, and the rubber tree used its leaves to protect the plants around it. The high-level zombie also moved. It jumped closer, deliberately avoided the lettuce, and reached out to grab the rubber tree. The special grade alien plant was extremely powerful, and the high-level zombie had a slightly higher intelligence, and did not want to provoke the lettuce for the time being. At the critical moment, several large leaves were thrown in time, and all the zombies around were wrapped up, including the high-level zombie. Lettuce. Woo-woo. Twice, telling the plants to run fast. The base is just ahead. There is no telling how many zombies there will be nearby. If it were only lettuce, it would not be afraid. However, there are a group of small plants following it. At this time, it is best to be cautious. The plants quickly run away. The rubber tree runs fast. One leaf rolls up the small thorn fruit, another leaf rolls up the rose, then carries the gardenia and lucky bamboo on its back, and runs away in a panic. Lettuce also reluctantly leaves behind its beloved little recliner, deciding to come back to get it later, following the plants. It moves swiftly and agilely, climbing up a broken wall in a few steps, turning over and landing steadily, and looking around vigilantly. Several zombies wrapped in the leaves began to attack each other, but only the advanced zombie woke up immediately. It opened its mouth and sprayed thick acid, corroding a big hole in the leaves. After successfully escaping, it sprayed several times around to rescue the remaining zombies. The leaves fell to the ground and returned to their original size, and the remaining smoke disappeared. More than a dozen zombies gradually regained consciousness. The advanced zombie roared angrily, leading the zombies to chase. Many zombies were attracted by the noise in the ruins on both sides, but Lettuce made the right choice. The plants fled all the way. If any zombie approached, he could just throw a leaf over. The leaf would slow down the zombie's movements. There was also smoke on it, so ordinary zombies could not resist it at all. The only thing that surprised Lettuce was that the corrosive liquid spit out by the advanced zombie was just right to deal with his leaf. The advanced zombie was also the fastest. It was skinny and could jump across the 3 or 4 meter wide ruins. It chased after them, using acid to help the remaining zombies trapped by the leaves. Lettuce was not panicked at all, and snorted coldly. It took out another leaf, and rubbed it while running, and blew air into it. The leaf swelled up like a ball, until it was 2 meters in diameter. Then Lettuce stopped, and lifted the leaf ball, and kicked it back. The leaf ball was huge, and the ruins behind were narrow, so the high-level zombies had no way to avoid it, and spit out a mouthful of acid, trying to resist. The moment the acid touched the leaf ball, it exploded with a bang. A large amount of green smoke poured out, almost submerging the entire ruins. The smoke was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Various noises were heard from inside, and no zombies came out. Lettuce snorted again, turned around and followed the main force. However, the smoke itself was not aggressive. It only affected the zombies' consciousness and behavior, and could not guarantee that they would all be killed. In short, we still had to be careful. Lettuce was still alert, always paying attention to the surroundings. We were getting closer and closer to the destination coordinates, and we could see the wall in the distance without having to stand on a high place. The plants were innocent and happy. They worked harder. They would be safe if they entered the base. Only the lettuce at the back was confused. Why did the wall of the base look so much like that of humans? But since they already had a base, it would be okay if it looked a little like humans. The lettuce jumped onto a rock and looked at it for a few seconds. Then it jumped down again. It didn't notice that the words Black Ridge Mountain Base were written next to the gate of the base under the wall. The plants kept moving. The sapling accidentally dropped half of the fruit in his hand. The lettuce helped pick it up. At this moment, a thin black shadow suddenly fell from the air to the side. It was a broken steel bar, like an arrow shot through the wind, precisely piercing the direction where the lettuce was. The lettuce reacted quickly and dodged to the side in time, and the steel bar brushed its back and pierced deeply into the ground. The incident happened suddenly, and the plants were frightened again and surrounded them worriedly. The lettuce turned over and climbed up, and stuffed the fruit in his hand to the sapling, and urged all the plants, "Woo! Go!" The plants were still in a daze, and the second steel bar was thrown over. Lettuce pushed the plants around him away. This time he couldn't dodge, and got a cut on his face. It shouted again, telling the plants to leave quickly. If I guessed correctly, it was the zombie king that had been in a high-risk area in the north. Lettuce had met this zombie king before, and had used smoke to make a group of its zombies kill each other. It was a feud, and a grudge. It was indeed here. Lettuce touched the wound on his face, and urged the plants to leave for the third time. The base was just ahead. The air nearby was relatively clean. There should be no other zombies. The zombie king did not show up directly. It was so cautious. It was probably afraid of something. And the zombie king's attack was obviously directed at it. If the plants followed it, it would be a burden and dangerous. Lettuce was still worried. He quickly made several small leaf balls filled with smoke and gave them to the plants. If there was any danger on the way, or if there was any problem at the base, the smoke could at least help them escape. The rubber tree listens to the lettuce the most. It rolled up its leaves and turned around to run. The rest of the plants were confused and at a loss. Seeing this, they hesitated for a moment, and followed the rubber tree one after another. The rose landed last. Woohoo! Shaking its leaves. Leader, I will go to the base to get help. The rose turned and ran away. The lettuce sighed, and saw two pieces of steel bars and a sharp stone attacking from the air. It dodged again, looking at the source of the attack, and then fled in the opposite direction. This zombie king has a high fighting power. I can't defeat him head-on. Run away first. Wait until I get rid of it, and then rush to the base. Lettuce's small figure shuttled between the ruins, and the attacks from behind continued. On the other side, the piranha followed UNG to the Black Ridge Mountain base. There were too many psychics affected this time, and many injured. Except for a few seriously injured and unconscious people who were carried away, the rest simply stayed on the spot to participate in the treatment. The park that was almost abandoned became a temporary medical center. The giant piranha appeared at this time, along with the sunflower, and a small bamboo shoot. The sunflower slid down the leaves of the piranha plant, and landed on the ground. The petals lit up with a healing warm light, almost covering the entire park. The little bamboo shoot stayed close to it. Yuan-Ji stood beside the piranha plant and looked around, when the symptoms of being lost disappeared at the same time. Did you all feel it? He paused and continued, that is the ability of the piranha plant. It saved us. The one who saved them was the piranha plant. Everyone had different expressions. Some were shocked and stunned, and some were grateful and curious. The situation was too chaotic at the time, and not many people actually noticed the exact location where the light appeared. When they woke up, the plant team had already left. Anyway, the piranha plant came to the base, which made sense. But that gentle, soft pink light was actually the ability of the piranha plant. The giant piranha plant raised its head, and its cold gaze swept over, with a strong sense of oppression. Yes, it was me, believe it or not. Everyone looked over, and then lowered their heads. No one noticed that, in the leaves near the neck of the piranha plant, there was a small pink mushroom hidden. The small mushroom pushed aside the leaves and looked out, sniffed the air gently, then shrank back with peace of mind, and was protected by the leaves again. Yuan-Ji looked at the wounded, and returned to the giant piranha plant. All right. He brought a few plants here, just to announce this to the people at the base, and wait until all the wounded recovered, then proceed with the next plan. The piranha plant nodded gently. There is a small bamboo shoot here. It can send the small mushroom back first. Suddenly, the communicator in Yuan-Ji's hand rang twice. He picked it up to check. Frowning, what? A group of alien plants? At the same time, Mimosa came to Qianhui anxiously, tugged at his clothes, and seemed to have important information to tell him. However, it couldn't make a sound, and the sunflower was not there. Not only did Qianhui not understand what it meant, but other plants also couldn't understand what Mimosa was saying with its leaves. Qianhui held Mimosa in her palm and said patiently, take your time. Which direction? Mimosa pointed with its leaves, and Qianhui asked again, is it far? Mimosa shook its leaves, indicating that it was not far, and Carrot immediately took out its thorns. It was about to use the carrot thorns to fly over to take a look. Chili quickly stepped forward, raising the communicator in her hand. Woo woo. Chili showed the communicator to Qianhui, which contained a message from Yuan-Ji. A large number of alien plants appeared at the gate of the base. At this moment, The piranha had quickly arrived at the gate of the Black Ridge Mountain base. Not long ago, the guards at the gate discovered more than a dozen alien plants, which rushed over and gathered together, not knowing what to do. Among them, there was a rubber tree, which kept kicking the gate of the base with its feet. Dong dong. The base now has a close relationship with alien plants. The guards dare not act rashly, and notify UNG immediately. The piranha plant happened to be in the base, so they hurried to see what was going on. Just as the outer door of the base slowly opened, Carrot came with several plants hanging on the thorns of the carrot. Outside the door, a group of plants were panicking. After they came here, they noticed something strange. Why did this place look so much like a human base? Did they go to the wrong place? Or is there no plant base at all? The rubber tree was still kicking the door, and several plants pulled it away, preparing to leave as soon as possible and return to the place where they'd partied with the lettuce to find out if it was still there. The plants had just taken a few steps when the door behind them opened. They smelled a strong breath, turned around, and saw a giant piranha plant and several plants gliding to the ground. Piranha plant, carrot, cabbage, Big P. Isn't this the special plant that the lettuce and they mentioned? Living together in the yard? The mood of the plants fell to the bottom. But it suddenly turned up. A rose came running, excited and anxious. Woo! The leader is in danger. Go save it. The piranha plant raised its leaves and patted its ears, suspecting that it had heard wrongly. It twitched its nose again, and faintly smelled a familiar smell on this group of plants. Carrot looked alert. Woo? Who is your leader? Rose was anxious. Woo! Qian Hui. It was the leader Qian Hui. The group of plants was silent, until Apu sounded, and Big P sneezed. It rubbed its nose, and came to the rose. Big P reached out, and picked up a ball wrapped in vegetable leaves from the rose's leaf hand. It came close to smell it, and threw it to the rose with disdain, asking, Woo! Where is your leader? In the distance, the lettuce ran all the way, getting farther and farther away from its original position. It stopped to rest, panting, and turned its head to look behind. Damn! The zombie king is chasing it closely, and the terrain here is not very good, so it has not been able to shake it off until now. But fortunately, the plants are safe. The leaf ball sent by lettuce can sense that they are not being used. They should have arrived. Call for help. Lettuce thought. What man-eating flower cabbage? It was all made up by it, and it is not certain whether it exists. What if leader Qian Hui is just a coincidence? Another sharpened stone attacked in the air, and lettuce did not care about anything else, and quickly turned around to continue to escape. As it thought, the plants had probably already arrived, so it might as well go to the base. However, just as lettuce found the direction and took a few steps, more sharp stones flew over, as if trying to stop it from going there. With its energy depleted, lettuce could smell the approaching breath of the zombie king. It thought it was not good, and rolled on the ground, barely avoiding the attack of the sharp stones. Lettuce raised its head again and saw a huge stone, which was smashing towards it. At the same time, there was a whistling sound of wind from another direction. A medium-sized nut about 4 or 5 meters high fell from the sky, and stood firmly in front of lettuce, blocking the stone. Chapter 67. Bang! The stone hit the shell of the nut, splashing a burst of cracked dust. Looking at the tall nut, lettuce couldn't believe it, staring blankly. After leaving the yard for so long, among all the plants, the only one it hadn't encountered was the nut. Although many times, it was unilateral. Encountered, when it found that the other party was fine, it turned around and quietly left. Before lettuce could react, another string of plants flew down from the sky. Carrot found the right position, wearing a helmet, and the fully armed plant team landed on the ground together. Big P jumped in first, with his hands on his waist and squinting at the lettuce. Woo! This leader. Why is he so embarrassed? Not long ago, the plants were still in shock and confusion. Carrot had just come out of the base. Qian Hui was obviously staying in the cabin, and Nanting Jin had also returned to normal. With his protection, Qian Hui was very safe. How could there be danger? Then, Big P smelled the scent on the leaf ball, and asked the rose what their leader looked like. After confirming that it was lettuce, the plants were very surprised, and even more confused. That's not right. When the flying team went out to spread wood chips, they never met lettuce. Moreover, when did it become the leader? Thousand fennel. But there was no time to delve into these. According to Rose's description, When they separated from the lettuce, they were attacked inexplicably. They were almost at their destination, and the lettuce must have been forced to leave them behind. The situation must be very critical. Carrot quickly gathered the team, and for safety reasons, he brought Mimosa with him. They rushed in the direction pointed by the rose. The Mimosa used its super perception to find the scent left by the lettuce as it fled, and finally arrived in time. The lettuce was still sitting on the ground, looking up at the big peas, and the group of plants surrounding it. Carrots, cabbage, sweet peppers, and some unknown peppers, durian, potatoes, corn, four-leaf clover, cactus, big cherries. Because he didn't know the situation, Carrot wanted to bring all the plants in the attack team with him, to ensure that his force value crushed all creatures. Especially the big cherry. It has eaten a lot of mines recently, and its charge attack is ready, and it can explode hard at any time. The lettuce is still in a daze, and it is silent, and does not answer the big pea's question. The carrot grabbed it and protected it behind him, turning his head to look. Woo? Where is the enemy? Where is he hiding? Why can't I see him? The shrunken mimosa stuck to the carrot's face, tremblingly raised its leaves, pointing in a direction. At the same time, several broken short steel bars attacked from a distance. Seeing this, the nut changed a harder shell, swayed its body with its body tilted, and blocked these sharp objects. Lettuce also said at the right time, woo! It was the Zombie King. According to the human habit, this Zombie King has a common name, called Giant Corpse. It is 4 or 5 meters tall, with a superb physique and great strength. But its senses are also very sharp. And the Giant Corpse is very smart. Remember that lettuce has the ability to release smoke, so it deliberately keeps a distance and chases it, using long-range attacks, trying to consume it. If the plant team hadn't arrived in time, lettuce would probably be in danger. Giant Corpse. Big P frowned beside him. It also knew this Zombie King. But hasn't the giant zombie always stayed in the high-risk area that has not been cleared? How could it suddenly come here? Could it be that it was because they killed the Zombie King Black Lagoon some time ago? There are very few Zombie Kings. In the past few years of the apocalypse, there have only been 4 in total, of which Black Lagoon has died, and another was killed by a human superpower before. They can summon and drive the zombie group at any time, and perhaps they have a unique way of sensing each other. Carrot's eyes were solemn. Zombie Kings are usually followed by a large number of zombies. It roughly estimated the overall strength of the current team, and hesitated whether to escape first. Just then, Mimosa shook its leaves again. Lettuce looked up and sniffed, surprised. Woo? It ran away. So timid, are you scared now? Carrot stopped the cabbage and peas that wanted to chase it, worried about a trap. It took out the carrot thorns, flew into the air alone, glided in a small circle, and landed again. It's running so fast. Mimosa can no longer sense the position of the giant zombie. It has indeed left, and there are no other zombies nearby. It is finally safe now. Lettuce just lies on its back on the ground. This journey is so tiring. It sighs in its heart, while quietly looking at the plant team again. Its dark round eyes are rolling. Chili takes out the transmitter from its small backpack, and shares the information about the giant zombie with UNG. Nut suddenly shrinks, jumps closer, and looks at Lettuce with its head tilted. Big P came over, and continued to stare at Lettuce with a subtle look. Woo? This leader. Where is your base? Do you want to be sent back? Lettuce covered the wound on the side of his face, and closed his eyes, pretending that he was very weak, and could not hear. However, P had already found the small piece of wood around his neck, and looked carefully. Cabbage also ran over worriedly. Woo! Woo! What's going on? Has Lettuce seen Chien Hui in advance? It doesn't seem right. Hearing Chien Hui's name, Lettuce immediately turned over and sat up, hesitating to speak. Woo? Is Chien Hui really here? Even if the name was written on the wood, even if he saw the plants in the yard, Lettuce still didn't dare to believe it completely. Carrot saw something from the reaction of the lettuce, snorted, and stopped the cabbage from talking for the time being. It asked the lettuce to confess first what happened to the dozen or so strange plants that came to the base, and the leader. The lettuce was silent for a while, scratched the other cheek that was not injured, and honestly told all the causes and the process. 2 minutes later, the cabbage clenched its fist. Woo! Don't stop it, I'm going to beat it. No wonder when they went out for the second time, searched the surrounding woods, and only brought back 4 plants in total. It turned out that they were all fooled by the lettuce. With the lettuce's lazy appearance, I don't know how much time it took on the road. Carrot still stopped the cabbage, and quickly comforted it. Forget it. Forget it. The result is good after all. All the plants arrived at the base safely. Although they went a little off track, they found the Black Ridge Mountain. Sweet Pepper and Big P were gloating on the side, watching the show from their squatting position. Lettuce felt a little guilty, but also said with a clear conscience, "Woo! It didn't mean to do that. It was a misunderstanding, and it had not taken a nap for several days to protect the plants along the way, and its own small recliner was also lost." Lettuce got up from the ground, patted the dust off its body, and went back to find the small recliner. Carrot quickly stopped it again. "What are you looking for? Just make a new one when you get back to the base." After figuring out what happened, they should go back. Carrot took out a spike, and the plant team lined up skillfully, ready to fly away together. The big cherry cut in line and hung on the other hand of the potato. The nut jumped into the arms of the cabbage, and the last one was the big pea. The pea turned its head and reached out to the lettuce and grinned, "Woo! Come on, leader. Let's take you home." At the base, after Carrot and the team set off, the piranha plant brought back more than 10 plants. They were excited and curious, and kept looking around. It turned out that this was the plant base. It was full of green, with tall forests and lush grasslands. The wall smelled of wood, and the cement on it was also green, with some mini cabbage light strings hanging on it. The wooden door was simple, and the door plate above was engraved with characters that plants could understand, which read Plant Courtyard. From the environment, this place has already met the expectations of the plants, and it is even more perfect than the description of lettuce. Then, they saw a young man with silver hair and red eyes, who came to greet them quickly. The piranha plant shrank in size, and the little mushroom and Mango sat on its head together. Mango introduced to the plants, "This is the leader of the base." The leader? This is the leader of the base, and the lettuce. The plants were at a loss, and still a little timid, and huddled together to look at Chien Hui carefully. Chien Hui bent down, and stretched out his hand, and said gently, "Don't be afraid, it's safe here." He was stained with a strong plant scent, which was completely different from other humans or zombies. Rose and Lychee were the first to bravely approach, and took the initiative to rub Chien Hui's hand. The other plants also approached one after another, and greeted Chien Hui in their own way. They were willing to join the base, otherwise they would not have abandoned the place where they had always lived and followed the lettuce to come here. Now, everything in front of them surprised them. The base was very large. There were several special grade exotic plants, and they were not fierce at all, and there were also many natives, who seemed to be living a good life. The cabbage and apple also brought some food, for the plants to eat at will. The only difference from expectations was that the leader had changed. The rubber tree was the most depressed at this time. It lowered its head, and kicked its right foot with its left foot, muttering to itself. The cabbage ran over quietly, ran back, pulled Chien Hui's clothes, and pointed to the distance outside the base. Chien Hui already knew that it was the lettuce that stayed with these plants before, and guessed that the rubber tree was talking about the lettuce. He stood up and walked forward, touching the broad leaves of the rubber tree. "Don't worry. The cabbage will be back soon." Even so, Chien Hui was still very worried. He handed the new plants to the logistics team including Xiao Bao Kai, and waited anxiously at the wall. The piranha plant and the little mushroom followed. And Su Yuanji also sent the sunflower and the little bamboo shoot back to the base. Finally, Chili sent a message, saying that they were rushing back at full speed. In less than 10 minutes, a long line of plants appeared on the horizon. The plants were getting closer and closer, and the lettuce at the bottom squinted and saw a familiar figure. Chien Hui waved happily, "Kai Kai." The lettuce was so excited that it shouted woo woo in the air. If it weren't for P holding it, it would have jumped down directly. After the carrot landed safely, Lettuce rushed straight to Chien Hui and threw himself into his arms. Lettuce was excited. Woo woo, of course it also saw the piranha plant, sunflower, and the little mushroom. Everyone was there, really all there. Lettuce felt like he was dreaming, and held Chien Hui's hand tightly. Chien Hui touched the wound on its face with heartache, and bought pills to feed it. Lettuce ate obediently, and said hello to the other 3 plants beside it. The little mushroom jumped into Chien Hui's arms together, and happily held Lettuce's hand. A group of new plants saw the team return, and couldn't help but approach them. Seeing the Lettuce and Chien Hui getting along, some smart ones quickly guessed the relationship between the new and old leaders. The rubber tree was still in a daze, and it made a woo sound, and called the Lettuce leader. The Lettuce stiffened and started to play dead again. The big P came closer and smiled. Woo! Leader. I'm calling you. The cabbage was still a little unhappy, pointing at the lettuce and complaining loudly. The sunflower was next to it, and Qianhui now knew everything that happened. The lettuce was still pretending to be dead, with its leaves drooping and not moving. Qianhui first pulled the cabbage over and coaxed it a few words. The cabbage then hummed and stopped arguing with the lettuce. Qianhui took the towel handed over by Xiao Baokai and wiped the dust off the lettuce's face, saying, "You are amazing to bring back so many plants." The lettuce seemed to come alive instantly, and it obediently buried itself in the towel and rubbed itself hard in the hand holding Qianhui. Finally, another plant in the yard was successfully found, and more new plants were added. Everyone was very happy. The number of members in the base has increased from 33 to 50. The task of lighting up 100 illustrated books has been completed, and a balance of 10,000 has been awarded. New tasks are refreshed immediately, and the side quests that have been empty for a long time are also released at this time. Main quest: raise the ranking of the plant camp to the 2nd place. Task reward: camp value plus 5,000, prestige value plus 10,000. Side quest: expand the base members to 100. Task reward: camp value plus 2,000, balance 50,000. Both tasks have a lot of rewards, but it doesn't look that easy to complete. Especially the main mission, the plant camp is still in 3rd place. To make the base members exceed 100, we must continue to work hard to recruit. Qianhui thought silently for a while. Sweet Pepper called him not far away. After placing a group of new plants, Carrot and Piranha took lettuce for a walk around the base. It was already noon. Yuanji brought people over, delivered a lot of carefully selected and prepared food, and the 5 fish that Carrot wanted. The fish were not big, but they were fresh and lively. Carrot was very excited, and put all the fish into the small lake to raise them. The rest of the plants came to the cabin, and set up a new table outside, and together with the plants inside, they planned to have lunch together. Lettuce had just returned, but it was not shy at all, and walked around the 2 tables, trying to choose a favorite position. It passed by Nanting Jean, and looked at him calmly. Nanting Jean leaned against the door, with his eyes fixed on Qianhui, as if he was distracted. When Qianhui came closer, he moved, and followed behind into the house. On the other side, the base next door, Yuanji delivered the things and returned to his residence, picking up the transmitter that he had deliberately left on the table. He opened it, and saw that he had indeed received several messages, all from other bases. Yuanji snorted coldly, and only replied to the Yunchuan base, and then left the transmitter alone. These bases either waited and watched, or, led by Wenju, ignored the active contact from the Black Ridge Mountain base. Or perhaps they dared not to. Until now. It has only been a short time, and it seems that everything has been overturned. But whether to accept these people's requests for help, we must ask Qianhui and the plants what they think, and how much sincerity and reward they can offer. After lunch, Qianhui did not take a nap. She stayed under the tree with the plants, listening to Lettuce telling her experiences in the past few years. Lettuce has been to the most places among all the plants. When she gets bored of staying anywhere, she just goes outside for a walk. She has seen humans fighting with each other, and also seen humans fighting with zombies. Sometimes, if she happens to see humans or zombies trying to catch plants, she will secretly trip them up. She has encountered danger several times, but she has successfully resolved them. Lettuce has special skills and is small in size, so it is easy to hide. It is not afraid of human teams or zombies. The more enemies there are, the more room it has to use its skills. It is only afraid of what happened this morning, being chased by a giant zombie all the way and almost falling. Qianhui was still in shock and hugged the lettuce in her arms. The area they are in belongs to the Safe Zone 5. Although the location of the Black Ridge Mountain base is a bit remote, it should be below the medium risk zone on the map. The sudden appearance of the giant zombie is definitely bad news. The other humans in the Safe Zone 5, the Black Ridge Mountain base, and the new plant courtyard are all here. The intention of the giant zombie is not clear at present, and it is not known how many zombies it has. Qianhui thought for a while and asked, Kai Kai, do you know where Yuzu and Mao Mao are? The lettuce nodded. Woo! I know. Chapter 68. All the plants surrounded Qianhui, and listened to Lettuce's description of his encounter with Yuzu and cattail grass. Not long ago, Lettuce came from Area 6, and when passing through a certain medium-risk area, it heard the sound of a fight. It quietly approached to check, and found that several human psychics were being attacked by an alien plant. The wheel of the human team's modified car was damaged, and they could not leave for the time being, and the alien plant that attacked them was Yuzu. They were few in number, and were obviously outmatched, but Yuzu did not do anything to them, and snatched 2 backpacks and ran away. Lettuce quickly chased after it, and saw that Yuzu had hidden in a low-risk area not far away. That low-risk area had been cleared, and there was nothing but ruins all over the ground, which was very remote and desolate. But Yuzu was a loner, and probably liked this kind of environment, which made it convenient for him to be alone. As for it stealing the human's backpack, it might be for food. After that, Lettuce went in and looked around, but he didn't find where Yuzu was hiding, and he didn't know if Yuzu deliberately didn't want to show up. Lettuce didn't care. As long as Yuzu was fine, it was fine. Although it was hiding in a low-risk area, there were many medium-risk areas, and 2 or 3 human bases nearby. Human teams often passed by, so there was no need to worry about not being able to grab food. Later, Lettuce left there. "Woo," Lettuce said confidently. It hadn't been long since then. Yuzu must still be in the same place, but it didn't have a map. It only remembered the approximate location of that area, and if it went there again, it should be able to remember it. Chili thought this was easy to do. If he didn't remember the coordinates, he could just scatter with chips everywhere over there, so that Yuzu could see them. Carrot heard this, and shook his head. Yuzu's personality was rather strange. He preferred to be alone, and wasn't very close to anyone. Even if he knew that the new courtyard had been built and Qianhui had returned, he might not be willing to show up. Durian was curious. He thought that the special grade plants knew each other before, and must have had a good relationship. For example, Carrot and Cabbage cursed at each other every day. Nuts were silent, and Pepper would become very cold when wearing a mask. But as long as they encountered any situation, they were very united. Carrot touched the head of Durian, and it made a whoop sound. Most of the plants had a good relationship. After all, they had lived together for so long. But except for the time when he was working every day, Pomelo was basically nowhere to be seen, and would deliberately hide from everyone. So, Pomelo might not be willing to come back. As for Cattail Grass, the situation might be similar to that of Pomelo. The last time Lettuce encountered Cattail Grass was more than half a month ago, at the border between Zone 6 and Zone 7. That area was a large forest, which was listed as a high-risk area with many alien plants, and was connected to another high-risk area where zombies appeared. Usually, few people set foot there. At that time, Lettuce had just caught a mid-level zombie, and found a half-broken bamboo chair in the ruins. Before leaving, he found Cattail Grass lying on a stone by the woods, basking in the sun alone. Lettuce waved at it, but Cattail Grass saw him and immediately turned around and went into the woods. After saying that, Lettuce took a few gulps of water while holding the water cup, and sighed, "Woo!" Even if Cattail Grass ignored it, it had met him once, and Cattail Grass should still be in the woods. Bell Pepper came over and patted the lettuce's hand to comfort it. "It's okay. Cattail Grass has a bad temper. When I talked to it before, it would often turn around and walk away." Cattail Grass not only ignored Lettuce and Bell Pepper, but also ignored the plants in the whole yard. Compared with Grapefruit, it also likes to stay alone. But it is not lonely. More like arrogant and cold. Hates all creatures equally, and is sometimes a little fierce. Big P once touched its tail, and it chased and beat him for 3 whole days. So the Cattail Grass may also be unwilling to come back. This time, the piranha plant also shook its head, and the little mushroom lay on its head, looking worried. Yuzu is aloof, and the Cattail Grass is proud, and the 2 plants have been separated from everyone for so long. Qianhui comforted the plants. "Let's try it first." He recalled carefully, Yuzu and Cattail Grass are indeed different from other plants. Yuzu is a little timid, and often looks depressed with her head down, but once before, Qianhui went to the forest hut to find Nantingjin, and came back a little late. He hurried back to the yard anxiously. On the way, he heard some movement in the grass by the roadside. When he got closer, he saw that it was Yuzu. Yuzu didn't say anything when she saw him, and rolled away with her hands and feet tucked in. Qianhui followed behind. Yuzu kept a distance from him until they were about to reach the yard. Several plants were worried about him, and they were waiting on the path outside the yard. They came forward to greet him as soon as possible. Qianhui turned around again. Yuzu had entered the gate without knowing when, and walked slowly to the backyard along the corner of the wall. There was also Cattail Grass. For a long time, Qianhui brought food to the wooden chair where it often slept every day. Because other plants don't want to come, for fear of accidentally provoking it again and being beaten by it. However, Qianhui felt that Cattail Grass was still very gentle, and never lost his temper with her. Once, Cattail Grass was in a good mood while basking in the sun, and took the initiative to rub him with its leaf tail. In short, no matter what the result is, you have to try hard. Now we have the location of the two plants, at least we don't have to search blindly. We can let the flying team go over to distribute wood chips first, and then see the situation. The return of a special grade alien plant can greatly enhance the combat power of the base, and when everyone gathers together, it is less likely to have accidents. Just like the lettuce this time. He was almost caught by the zombie king. Nut pursed his lips and said him, preparing to make more wood chips. Chili was flipping through the plant dictionary, planning to modify the content on the wood chips. Next to the rubber tree, Big Peanut hugged his knees and sat obediently. Originally, it planned to come quietly to eavesdrop, but was discovered by Mango, and was brought here directly. Lettuce had finished talking. Big Peanut held his breath, and his dark eyes widened slightly. The plant base, and these special exotic plants, actually have a past. No, it will stay for a few more days, to see if the yuzu and cat mentioned by Qianhui will come back. If I come back, then this plant base. Will it have all the special plants? Big Peanut counted on his fingers. And Chili next to Qianhui put away the plant dictionary, and took out a small backpack. It opened the backpack and took out a huge crystal core, which was slightly purple. This is the crystal core of the Zombie King Black Lagoon. After the battle, the ordinary crystal cores were divided, but this one was the most special. I didn't know how to distribute it for a while, so I kept it. The crystal core was stored here with Chili for too long. I went to find Lettuce in the morning and met another zombie king. And then I remembered it. Chili held the crystal core and handed it to Qianhui. The giant corpse suddenly left the original area and came here. It was probably not a coincidence. If it was because of Black Lagoon's death, then it would be best to deal with this crystal core as soon as possible. Qianhui looked at the huge crystal core in her hand. Can I smash it open? Chili nodded, and Nut volunteered to squeeze over. Several plants spread a thin towel on the grass, and Qianhui opened a wooden brick from the game blind box and put it on it. The crystal core was also placed on the wooden brick, and the soft vine helped to fix it. The nut was hammered on top for a long time, beating the crystal core into small pieces. The largest piece was about the size of a little fingernail. The smallest was the size of a sesame seed. Qianhui collected the pieces, decided to distribute them to all the plants. Each one had a share, including the group that just came in today, who were still in the probation period. So, the plants lined up, one by one took a small piece from Qianhui, and then went back to line up again, until all the pieces were taken. The new plants were very conscious, only took the smallest ones, and did not come for the third round. However, although it is small, it is the crystal core of the Zombie King. Big Peanut also received 2 pieces, and rubbed them with Qianhui's hand. Except for the special grade plants that do not need crystal cores to improve their strength. All plants in the base have 2 to 3 pieces. Apple was the luckiest. One of the pieces it received was very small, but it seemed to be the middle part of the crystal core, and the color was very rich. It ate all 3 pieces together, and they made a crunch sound when it bit them. Qianhui was just opening the illustration book, wanting to take a look at the status and loyalty of the new plants, and saw that Apple's level had soared. From the original level 12, it quickly rose to 20, then to 25, 30. Finally, Apple's level was fixed at level 35. The surrounding plants vaguely sensed its changes and turned to look at it. Apple didn't understand why, so it burped and accidentally spit out a little smoke. It burped a few more times, and the smoke it spit out became more and more. The plants looked over in shock, and the smoke could not be blown away by the wind. It all gathered together and gradually floated up into the sky, and it seemed to disappear again. In the illustration book, Apple has one more advanced skill. Maze Fog automatically identifies enemies and friends, continuously exists, can be absorbed and released freely. Carrot took out the spikes and flew high into the sky, and found that the fog spit out by the apple was still there, but it could not be seen inside the base. From the outside, a large amount of gray fog turned into ordinary clouds and mist, covering the plant courtyard, and the specific location could not be seen clearly. Carrot flew back, described the scene he saw, and combined with the skills in the illustrations, it was not difficult to guess the purpose. but the specific effect needed to come to a strange human, plant, or zombie to know. Big P touched his chin, thinking that this was not bad. It was safer. The plant team was going to start spreading wood chips again, while looking for grapefruit and cattail grass. If zombies wanted to attack the base when they were not around, the fog layer would provide an extra layer of protection. Apple was still a little confused, curled up in Qianhui's arms, and after being praised a few times, she slowly came to her senses. Seeing this, Little Cabbage quickly gave Apple a crystal core that she had not eaten in time. Apple could not refuse, so she ate it and gained 2 more levels. The little mushroom came closer to take a look and sniffed the smoke on the apple. The smoke was gray, but it smelled good. The same smoke they usually used when playing hide-and-seek. The little mushroom reached out and touched the apple, yawning. A lot of things had happened since early morning, and now that he had finally settled down, Qianhui was also a little tired. He held the apple and lettuce in his arms, and lay sideways in the grass. The sun was strong at the moment, and the sun-dried grass was thick and warm. The plants also lay down beside Qianhui one after another. Lettuce reached out and took the little mushroom over, preparing to take a nap together. Qianhui closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually became longer. The piranha plant lay nearby, and P plucked a leaf from the cabbage, and was successfully punched. It didn't care at all, and made a simple eye mask with leaves, and gently put it on Qianhui, who was already asleep. Carrot pulled the cabbage, Soft Vine, and Morning Glory aside, and asked them to help weave a small recliner for lettuce. 3 days later, a large number of new wood chips were made. Chili slightly modified the information above, writing the coordinate numbers in more detail, filling in the number of special-grade alien plants and all members of the base. In 3 days, the new plants have adapted well, and all are willing to join the base. According to their levels, abilities, they are assigned to piranhas, sunflowers, tulips, and cabbages. The new plants do not need to go out or participate in the battle for the time being, just stay in the base. The rubber tree really wants to follow the lettuce, but the lettuce has joined the flying team, and they are about to go out together to help find grapefruit and cattail grass. Lettuce had no choice but to coax the rubber tree for a few words alone, and then led it to the tulip. Qianhui was about to go to a farther place, and she planned to buy a new aircraft and a modified car, but her prestige was not enough. At this moment, Yuanji sent a message, saying that someone was coming to Yunchuan base, and wanted to meet Qianhui and the plants. The person who came was Qiyu, who had also sent a message to Nanting Jin. But after he came, he did not find the location of the plant base. Qiyu was one of the humans Qianhui trusted the most. Last time, the sky base caused a large number of superpowers to get lost, and it was he who took the initiative to remind them. After getting the consent of Qianhui and Nanting Jin, Yuanji brought Qiyu here. After passing through the thick fog, he finally saw the green grass, and at the same time a small mango rushed towards him. Yuanji approached and whispered to Qiyu, "Don't worry. It's greeting you." Qiyu obediently stood still, letting the mango punch his ankle. A moment later, the giant carnivorous plant arrived with Qianhui and Nanting Jin. There were tables and chairs at the door, and Qiyu just sat down. "Chief Qian." Before he could tell his purpose, Qianhui received a game prompt. The Yunchuan base will become an independent friendly camp. Do you agree to form a relationship? Qiyu continued, "I came here this time. You should have guessed it. We want to buy the method to treat the symptoms of being lost from you." Yuanji told him what happened that day, and directly let go of the 3 survivors who attacked the base. These 3 people felt the most directly when the device they carried was triggered. They were also in the center of the sound wave, and were strongly affected again. When the light appeared, they all had the same dream, dreaming that they were in the woods. They felt like they had turned into mushrooms. Every blade of grass around them was huge, and the moist soil was extremely nourishing. After waking up, their symptoms of being lost completely disappeared, and they learned the truth from Yuanji. After the 3 returned to their respective bases, there had already been a storm outside, but Qianhui was busy preparing to go out, and it was as quiet as being isolated from the world. Qianhui hesitated and said, "Wait a moment." He pulled the shrunken piranha plant aside, and asked quietly, "Xiaofan, do you want to help other humans?" A small pink mushroom emerged from the leaves on the piranha plant's chest. Since the news has spread, there must be more than 1 or 2 bases that want to buy the medicine. The range of the little mushroom's violent skill is very wide, but it is not so easy to use it once. It is also a bit troublesome to gather a large number of superpowers from different bases in one place. And it is easy to cause trouble. Hearing this, the little mushroom said It thought for a moment, turned its head, and said something to the piranha plant. The piranha plant opened the small backpack behind it, took out a bottle of water, and unscrewed the cap. The little mushroom came closer, groped in the umbrella cap, and finally reached into the bottle and sprinkled it. The water in the bottle immediately turned a light pink, and the little mushroom happily let out a boom. The piranha plant wrote the number 20 on the ground, which meant that this bottle of water could be used on 20 people. Qianhui's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that the effects of the little mushroom's advanced skills and violent skills were exactly the same, and both could be used. The mushroom water made by the advanced skills was used for sale. If the situation at the base was too serious, he would consider whether to go there directly. The little mushroom was still groping in the umbrella cap. Qianhui bought new water and made 5 more bottles of mushroom water in a short while. Since using the violent skill 3 days ago, its ability has been completely restored. It is no longer like before, where the mushroom powder took a long time to grow. The little mushroom did all this, which means it is willing to help other humans. It seems to be like this by nature, and it does not want to see any creature suffer such pain and torture. Qianhui touched the cap of the little mushroom. Okay, I understand. The little mushroom hugged his fingertips and kissed him, and then went back into the leaves. When Qianhui came back with 5 bottles of mushroom water, he gave Qiyu 2 bottles and chose yes in the game prompt. At the same time, 2 messages popped up. You seem to have done something extraordinary, which will have a huge impact on the human camp, and you will be rewarded with 2,000 prestige points and 1,000 camp value, already connected with Yunchuan base, which can be viewed in the illustrations. Yunchuan base has become your independent friendly camp, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 camp value and 1,000 prestige value with 3,000 more prestige points. You can buy a new aircraft. Qianhui said, 2 bottles are enough for 40 people. Qi was very excited and quickly took over. What is the price of these? In the Doomsday environment, all bases have developed such a habit, and it is basically impossible to get supplies from others for free. Qianhui thought for a moment. Take it back first, I haven't decided on the price yet. The base is now almost full of everything, and the currency used by humans is even less useful to plants. Qi was even more grateful, and thanked him repeatedly. 2 bottles of mushroom water can treat a full 40 people, which was something he had never dared to think of before he came. I promise you, Qiyu said. As long as you have any needs, Yunchuan base is willing to help at any time. Qianhui looked at him with a hesitant look. Before going out to find more base members, Yuzu and Cattail Grass, he did have one more thing he wanted to do. With the timely outbreak of Little Mushroom, when Ju's plan failed again. But it didn't mean that the matter was over. Besides, Yuanji promised to help him and avenge Little Mushroom. Before Qiyu came, Qianhui was preparing to earn prestige in another way. In the distance, Big Cherry squatted on the grass. Potato was beside it, feeding it 2 large mines, and talking to it nervously. Big Cherry made 2 whoops and patted his chest hard, indicating that it was no problem to leave it to him. Chapter 69. The leader of the Yunchuan base is old and seldom travels on weekdays. As one of the captains of the base, Qiyu is being trained as the next leader. Many important matters will be given to him to handle. This time, he also brought 3 other managers of the base with him, showing his sincerity. However, Qianhui didn't want too many strangers to come to the courtyard, and the 3 managers stayed at the Black Ridge Mountain base to wait. When Yuanji sent Qiyu back, they were very excited to learn that he had successfully brought back the antidote. Long before, Yunchuan base quietly asked everyone to stop taking Wenju's medicine and used ordinary methods to heal, but the effect was slow, and recently many superpowers began to have serious symptoms. These 2 bottles of medicine, a total of 40 people's dosage, are enough for a while. One of the managers was a little worried. Will this have side effects? At the beginning, everyone trusted Wenju too much, and at the beginning, the medicine sold by Sky Base was non-addictive, and I don't know when it was secretly tampered with. Now these 2 bottles of potion look ordinary, even very simple, like tap water, with a faint pink color. No, Qiyu assured them. I can guarantee it. He has the most contact with Qianhui, and can trust her. Now the alien plants even have a base, plus Nanting Jin beside Qianhui, whose strength is different from before. There is no need to spend all this effort. And the few people who came to attack, and were directly let go, whose symptoms were already serious enough to be on the verge of death, but they all recovered overnight, without any abnormality. In the past, when Ju's medicine could only relieve the symptoms, and it had to be taken for several days in a row before it could stabilize for a period of time. Another manager asked, which alien plant's ability is this? It should be. Qiyu hesitated. It's the piranha plant. Yuanji told him so. Qianhui did pull the piranha plant aside at that time, and then took out a few bottles of water. It's actually the piranha plant. The manager looked subtle. I remember when Ju sent people to hunt it for a while. Right? Could it be? He even suspected that the Sky Base was able to develop medicine by obtaining it from the piranha plant. Not sure. Qiyu frowned. I got a message a few days ago that when Ju had also been suffering from symptoms of being lost. And it was very serious. The Sky Base kept this matter a secret, fearing that if it got out, it would affect Wen Ju's prestige. But there have been too many incidents recently, and many people are trying to save themselves, gradually tearing off the disguise of this prophet. The person who revealed the news to Qiyu also said that Wen Ju was catching alien plants everywhere and doing those experiments, just to completely get rid of the symptoms of being lost. In that case, his behavior seemed like he didn't know the ability of the piranha plant. He probably didn't expect that a special grade alien plant that had been seriously injured before was the key to saving him. The manager asked again, I really didn't ask for a reward. And I just gave you the antidote? Qiyu was silent for a moment. No. But Leader Qianhui has a request. The three managers hurriedly asked, what is it? Qiyu continued, the alien plant team will attack the Sky Base in the near future, and we must not intervene at that time. Yunchuan Base is close to the Sky Base. Once the Sky Base is attacked, it will most likely ask them for help. Qianhui does not need the help of Yunchuan Base. Just let them stand by and watch. In the plant courtyard, all the plants are preparing intensively. After Yuanji sent Qiyu away, he returned to the courtyard, stayed with Carrot and others, discussed the battle plan through the light of sunflowers. Qianhui did not participate in these, and gave full authority to Carrot and Pepper. Nan Tingjin would not go either, and would stay with Qianhui to protect him. To raid the Sky Base, the team will be divided into 3 teams. The plant team will be responsible for the north side of the main base and the gate, the position with the strongest enemy firepower. Yuiji's people are responsible for the outer south side. And 2 streets? To stop those who try to provide support or escape. They have to be on guard against the Sky Base using devices against psychics again. So they will be a little further away. And the plant team will be the main output. There are also Potato and Cherry, who are the special operations team, who will take action at the most critical moment and destroy the pharmaceutical factory on the side of the base. Yuanji looked at Potato and Cherry and hesitated. Just 2? The Sky Base has several branches, and the main base is the largest and has the strongest defense. There are also many superpowers guarding the pharmaceutical factory. Can 2 small-sized plants really accomplish the task of destroying the factory? Potato touched the belly of the big Cherry and glared at Yuanji. Who are you looking down on? They are so powerful. Carrot waved his hand and told Yuanji not to worry. In order to avoid trouble, the plant team and the human team acted separately, each doing their own thing. There might be some obstacles in communication, so just act according to circumstances. Carrot made a few secret signals in advance. For example, if the carrot rain flew downward, it meant that everyone would attack. And if it flew backward, it meant to retreat quickly. In this raid, not all the special plants participated. The piranha plant will also stay with Qianhui, as well as the sunflower and the mushroom. Cabbage and lettuce will drive 2 aircrafts to scatter wood chips in the area where the pomelo and cattail grass appeared. The raid on the Sky Base and the search for pomelo and cattail grass will be carried out at the same time. Most of the team members selected by Carrot are good at long-range attacks. The melee attack teams such as Sweet Pepper and Bamboo Shoots will serve as mobile substitutes, and they may not take action. The most important plants in the team are nuts, peppers, and cherries. Nuts can speed up the attack on the base defense. Peppers can temporarily disable the supernatural power. And as for cherries, Carrot is mysterious and refuses to reveal it to Yuanji, with a confident look on his face. Anyway, in its plan, Yuanji's people don't actually need to help, but just to be on the safe side. It also expresses its attitude to the outside world. The Black Ridge Mountain base will completely become an enemy of the Sky Base, and let them pay the price for the 2 attacks. UNG was extremely curious, and found an opportunity to quietly stop Mango, who was passing by, and ask what the ability of the big cherry was. Mango scratched his head, his eyes confused. UNG sighed, forget it. It's okay. Go play. Mango hummed twice, hit his fingers, turned around and ran away. Not far away, Cabbage and Lettuce were also preparing. The two plants will act separately. Cabbage will go to the area where the pomelo is, and Lettuce will go to a farther place to find cattail grass. They also brought an assistant each. Cabbage brought morning glory, Lettuce brought roses, and tied thick wood chips around the aircraft. Based on the memory in his mind, Cabbage drew a map, circled the places where Yuzu might be, and then scattered them all. That area was not far from the sky base. After spreading the wood chips, Cabbage could go to help. Xianhui was not idle either. With sufficient game balance, he prepared pills and supplies for the plant team and installed the 3-barreled cannon and ground spikes he bought before in appropriate locations inside and outside the base. Anyway, buy whatever you can afford and use. Little Mushroom had 3 extra bottles of potion, and Xianhui gave 2 more to Yuanji, asking his team to take them with them in case of emergency. The departure time was set for 2 days later. After the plants finished their work, they quickly rested and recovered their strength. In the late afternoon, another person from the base came to the door, wanting to buy the antidote. Xianhui was not familiar with this person and did not want to meet him, so she asked Nan Tingjin to replace him. Nan Tingjin returned to the Black Ridge Mountain base and came back less than 20 minutes later. He handed the bottle of potion back to Xianhui. Xianhui was curious. Don't those people want it? Yes. I didn't give it to them, Nan Tingjin said briefly. I only gave them a sip. He spoke very briefly, and Xianhui could guess some of what happened from the few words. Never mind that for now. He put away the bottle and reached out to hug Nan Tingjin. I'm a little sleepy. I want to sleep for a while. Although Carrot's battle plan was perfect, Xianhui still couldn't help but feel worried these days, and didn't sleep well. Nan Tingjin responded and took Xianhui back to the cabin. But after lying down, Xianhui was sleepy, but couldn't sleep. He was worried about whether the raid would go smoothly, and whether Yuzu and Cattail Grass would be unwilling to come back. You must not remember it either. Xianhui buried herself in Nan Tingjin's arms and whispered to him. I showed you the tail needle that Cat replaced before. Nan Tingjin stroked his silver hair, but said, I remember. Xianhui was stunned, and immediately raised her head. He looked dazed. Do you remember? Nan Tingjin said, I remember some. It was that day when the little mushroom exploded with an energy attack. After being exposed to the light, Nan Tingjin's symptoms of being lost disappeared, and some memories were restored, including every day after that. Fragments of memory continued to appear one after another. However, these memories were not many, and they did not seem to be very coherent. Xianhui was very surprised, and asked several questions in a row. Sure enough, Nan Tingjin knew some of them, but he had no impression of most of them. But he was already recovering. Maybe after a while, he would be able to remember everything. Xianhui asked nervously again, Do you remember what happened before in the courtyard? This part was forgotten by him, and the previous dream about the past only appeared once. Yes, Nan Tingjin whispered. You are right. I pursued you, but you didn't agree. Xianhui hugged him. You didn't believe me before. Before she finished speaking, Xianhui was suddenly kissed. Nan Tingjin continued, I asked 3 times, and you refused 3 times. You said I had a bad personality, was arbitrary and unreasonable, and it was impossible for me to be with you. He spoke calmly. His voice was low and slow. He suppressed his emotions, and kissed Xianhui intermittently. Xianhui couldn't push him away. She became more nervous for no reason, and her ears began to turn red. Nan Tingjin seemed to be accusing himself. Why he didn't like him at that time, and said those words to provoke him. Xianhui hesitated. Did you remember it wrong? He took the initiative to kiss Nan Tingjin, and said half coaxingly, I definitely like you. The memory disappeared, but the feeling was still there. Nan Tingjin said and kissed Xianhui's forehead. Go to sleep. Knowing that he had recovered his memory, Xianhui's worries were alleviated. He talked to Nan Tingjin again, and gradually fell asleep. At 4 a.m., the plant team was ready to go, and was about to rush to the sky base. The UNG people had left long ago, and the plant team would use the remaining 3 aircraft to go together, which would be several times faster. The cabbage and lettuce also set off. Before leaving, Lettuce prepared a few leaf balls filled with smoke, and carefully stored them in a thick bag. Maybe they could be used. After everything was ready, Qianhui watched several aircraft take off one after another. The 3 aircraft were almost overloaded. In addition to the pilot, each transparent cover was also filled with 2 or 3 plants, and the rest were either lying on the tail or hanging below. The plants waved to Qianhui one after another. Big Cherry excitedly exclaimed, accidentally swallowed a mouthful of cool air, and coughed twice. Qianhui also waved, watching all the aircraft gradually move away from sight. The piranha buried its head in his palm and rubbed it, telling him not to worry. The sky base is in the safe zone 4, which is a half-day drive from here. The plant team will arrive in more than an hour if they fly there. Qianhui was worried. She opened the illustration book and kept refreshing it to confirm the safety of the plants. An hour later, the team from the Black Ridge Mountain base arrived at the destination first. Yuanji also came. He asked everyone to temporarily stop at a hidden location farther away, waiting for the arrival of the plant team. In the team, most people did not know that the plants had flying vehicles. A subordinate asked worriedly, when will they set off? Will they arrive on time? Don't worry. Yuanji showed the same look as Carrot. Just wait. Finally, 20 minutes later, in the dim sky in the distance, a bright light suddenly appeared silently. It was a light strip made of cabbage, illuminating the layers of radish rain. The direction of the radish rain was the sky base. Yuanji gave an order in the real-time communication. Let's go! Several modified cars immediately took action and drove to the distant base. At the same time, inside the base, when the radish rain approached, the alarm of the base sounded immediately, and the translucent defense shield and the glowing energy grid were raised at the same time. The guard urgently notified everyone. Abnormality found. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of radish rain hit the defense shield, and the sound of continuous explosions echoed over the base. Then, there was a loud bang. Beside the wall, even without telescopes, people on the observation deck could see a giant nut hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The giant nut then jumped flexibly and slammed into the base wall. The guard shouted heartbreakingly, Level 10 alert! Level 10 alert! 3 aircraft appeared quietly, and the plant teams landed one after another, launching an attack on the base. The pilots in the aircraft were not idle either. The cactus and pitaya plants were equipped with missile heads, and the originally small spikes and black seeds instantly increased by hundreds of times. The human team on the other side also arrived in time. Yuanji took the time to look up and let out a hiss. Fortunately, they were not the ones who were beaten. The alien plant's attack was very fierce. The south of the base was attacked by human superpowers. But the last plan failed. When Zhu guessed that there would be such a day, and reinforced the base's defense system in advance, they didn't expect that the alien plant could fly into the air. They were in a panic at first. The defense shield was almost broken, but it barely held up after being repaired by several superpowers, and tried to fight back. Nut was not panicked at all. He flexibly turned around outside the wall, and bumped into it from time to time. Under Carrot's instructions, the plant team hid in a safe place, trying not to get hurt, while throwing attacks whenever they could. The 2 aircraft rose to high altitude, and were covered by clouds. Some psychics activated dark clouds and lightning, but were directly pierced by the missiles of the cactus. At the same time, another aircraft quietly came to the side of the base. Big Cherry hung under the aircraft, and kept looking around. Soon after, Carrot shouted, Woo! Under the cover of Nut. Pepper, wearing a helmet, came to the bottom of the wall at some point. Very close. It received Carrot's order, and immediately launched a stored energy attack. A sound wave suddenly exploded. Although the range was limited, it still affected several psychics inside the wall. They were responsible for reinforcing the shield. Their psychic powers were forced to fail, and the light of the shield and the energy grid was weakened. At the same time, a large number of long-range attacks broke out, accompanied by another collision with Nut. Big P sat in the aircraft and spit green peas into the launch slot frantically, almost forming a green line in the air. A few minutes later, the defense shield and energy grid were successfully destroyed. The people in the base panicked and immediately activated the second backup grid and accelerated the repair of the defense shield. Fortunately, the base was well prepared. Only 2 minutes later, the backup grid was lit up, and the defense shield covered the entire base again. At this time, a rain of radishes appeared from the horizon. But it was heading outside. Yuan-ji saw it and frowned slightly. Retreat? Although he was confused, he still led the team as soon as possible and stayed away from the sky base. Inside the base, the guard heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The third backup power grid is still charging. It will just last a little longer. These plants? That's all. Before the word capable was uttered, a red shadow fell from the sky above the factory on the side, taking advantage of the brief gap when the base's defense was breached, and came in unimpeded. Big Cherry closed her eyes and shouted awe. On the other side, Cabbage had scattered all the wood chips and hurried to the direction of the sky base to see how it was going. After the aircraft moved away, a thin leaf hand stretched out from the gap between two stones in the ruins below. The hand picked up a piece of wood on the ground, and then whoosh, it quickly retracted. Chapter 70. It was dark under the ruins of stones, and only a little light came through the cracks. There was a half-walled corner inside, which formed a simple little room, and the floor was covered with thick pomelo leaves. A plump pomelo sat in the middle, and reached out to feel around on the wood. It was too dark in the room, and it was impossible to see the characters on the wood, but the pomelo didn't want to go out, so it felt around for a long time, and finally read the information from the uneven wood. Exclusive base. Plant courtyard. 50 plant members, 9 special grade exotic plants. The leader is Qianhui. Qianhui. 9 special grade exotic plants. Yuzu picked up the leaves on the ground and counted them. Not enough. Including this one, there is still one missing. In that case, isn't it the last one? Yuzu's eyes lit up a little, and he carefully touched the place where the coordinates were engraved. Ah. So far. Yuzu silently put down the wood chip. The short branches above his head began to grow leaves continuously. The leaves would fall off when they matured. It reached out to catch a bunch of pomelo leaves, turned its head, and looked at the narrow exit of the room. Do you want to go? But it's too far. You have to walk for several days. It's a mess outside. Why not travel at night, hide during the day? But it's hard to see the road at night. What if you go the wrong way? The pomelo hesitated, and laid down with the leaves in his arms, deciding to sleep first. It just closed its eyes, and suddenly heard a loud explosion. Bang. The pomelo opened his eyes immediately, holding his breath and listening carefully, and his pair of dark round eyes opened wide. The noise sounded quite loud, but it seemed to be far away from here. After a while, everything was quiet, and Yuzu felt relieved and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. At the same time, in the direction of the sky base, when the base was attacked, the pharmaceutical factory immediately stopped all work and arranged for some psychics to go outside to assist. The combat power of the guards near the factory was greatly reduced, but a team was still left. As long as the base was not captured, the factory was basically safe. When the defense shield and the first energy grid were shattered, the team outside the factory instinctively became alert. The factory is located on the left side of the base. It was expanded later, and looks like an extra area on the map. In the past, some superpowers tried to break into the base to steal medicine, and would attack the factory. However, this time, the attackers were alien plants, and the defense shield and power grid soon lit up again, and the team's tense mood relaxed again. The guard at the front gate reported the situation in the real-time communication, asking everyone to hold on. The defense level of the main base is incomparable to other branch bases. The alien plant had easily broken through the northern branch before, and wanted to attack the main base again. Even with the Black Ridge Mountain team, it would not be so easy. However, before the real-time communication was finished, awe sounded from the sky above the factory. Everyone in the outer team was caught off guard. When they looked up, they saw a big red cherry falling. Several people reacted very quickly, waving their hands to release their superpowers, trying to injure the big cherry before it fell to the ground. But at this moment, it was too late. In an instant, a strong white light covered everything around, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Bang, the explosion sounded, and the ground was shaking. It was as if a powerful nuclear bomb had landed in front of the factory door on the side of the base. Yuan-ji was leading the team to evacuate, and everyone was startled by the movement and turned to look. The location of the explosion was relatively biased, not in the center of the base, but it seemed as if there was an invisible wall of air blocking it on the left. The wind, waves, and dust swept in from the side, quickly covering the entire base. The base defense system was destroyed in an instant, and the thick fog rushed straight into the sky. Everyone in the Black Ridge Mountain base was almost dumbfounded. Yuan Ji in front slowly took a breath. It turned out, it was an explosive alien plant that could control the range. Thinking back to the cute and silly look of Big Cherry, Yuan Ji felt a subtle and complicated mood. Until now, they actually knew very little about alien plants. Looking at this scene, who would have thought that Big Cherry was just a high-level alien plant, and almost single-handedly captured the sky base? At this time, Yuan Ji saw a new rain of radishes. This time they were heading forward, indicating that it was safe, and they could continue to attack. The explosion almost destroyed the entire base. But the base was large and had many buildings, so there might be survivors. Yuan Ji ordered again, "Go and have a look." The plant team also turned around and headed back, with the giant nut rushing in front and easily hitting a wall. The explosion had stopped. The pharmaceutical factory was completely destroyed. The smoke had dissipated a little, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. A flying machine landed from the sky. The transparent cover opened, and Potato hurried out from it. It came to the bottom of the pit, and just like last time, it found the weak Cherry. Cherry was so tired that she couldn't even lift her hands, but she was still excited and grinned. Potato stuffed 2 mines into its mouth, picked it up, and took it away. But Cherry had no strength left, and couldn't grab the hook of the aircraft. It was not small, and it was far away, so it was not easy to sit in the co-pilot. Potato worked hard for a while, and still forced Cherry in, but the cover of the cockpit was stuck and couldn't be closed. It doesn't matter if it can't be closed. The aircraft can still be started, and the Big Cherry will not fall out. Potato will lift the aircraft. Their group's mission has been successfully completed, and they can go back to rest. Below, the wall was breached, and the fully armed plant team entered one after another. Cabbage followed closely behind Nuts. It had just arrived after spreading the wood chips, and it caught up. There was a mutant at the edge of the wall who was seriously injured. He struggled to get up, and was knocked unconscious by Cabbage's punch. The giant nut first rolled around everywhere. The huge base has become half a ruin. Even if some people survived, they were seriously injured and were easily dealt with by the plant team. Yuan Ji's team entered from the other side, joined up with the plants, and then searched together. The goal was clear, to find Wenju, even if it was his body. Some solid buildings on the right did not collapse. There might be people hiding inside. Yuan Ji kicked open a door. The 4-leaf clover next to him turned his head and cut the other door in half. However, the 2 teams searched the entire base, checked every corpse, and did not see Wenju. Finally, Sweet Pepper and Chili found a basement in a hidden place. The basement was connected to a long passage, and Yuan Ji's subordinates took more than 10 minutes to reach the end. When they came out of the passage, they saw a ruined area far away from the base, and there were no people around. Wenju was very cautious, and it was very likely that he had been escorted away when the alien plant appeared. Yuan Ji said, "It's a pity." Even he didn't know that the plant team had hidden the Big Cherry. The raid was incredibly successful, but they failed to catch Wenju. Carrot on the side looked at the long and dark underground passage and snorted coldly. "I should have brought the mimosa with me. But this operation was risky, and the plants that didn't fight didn't come. It doesn't matter. They can escape this time, but they may not be able to escape next time. No matter how many branches the sky base has, they will all be broken." Moreover, Wenju's pharmaceutical factory was destroyed, and there was nothing left inside, so it was impossible to use those medicines to harm others, except for a small omission. This raid was very successful, and the harvest was great. Then, both teams carried out the final cleanup work. Yuan Ji's subordinates were the most active, and they almost searched the base and took away everything that could be used. For example, the intact guns and ammunition in the warehouse, and some mechanical devices that could be repaired. In contrast, the plants were not interested and only moved 2 bags of dry food to the modified car. On the way back, the aircraft in the high altitude deliberately slowed down, escorted the team from the Black Ridge Mountain below to leave the vicinity, entered a safe area, and then flew away quickly. On the other side, a few minutes after the Big Cherry exploded, Qian Hui received a game prompt. "The 17th faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 10,000. The ranking of the plant faction has been raised to 2nd. The main task has been completed, and the reward has been issued to the account Qian. We almost thought she had seen it wrong. He quickly opened the camp rankings and saw that the plant camp had indeed become the second. However, the human camp's ranking had not dropped, and it was tied for second. The main mission was completed, and 5,000 camp points and 10,000 prestige points were awarded. The reward for winning the camp conflict was also 10,000. Xianhui was surprised and happy, and carefully read the illustrations again to confirm the status of the plants. Chili also sent a message immediately, informing that the mission was successfully completed and that they were on their way back. In more than an hour, the team will be able to return to the base, and Cabbage will also be in the team. Although it did not find the trace of Yuzu, it scattered wood chips in several nearby areas. As long as Yuzu did not leave, it would definitely be able to see it. Now the only thing left is... Qianhui moved her eyes and looked at the illustration of lettuce. Lettuce went farther, and it had to come back behind the team at the earliest. I don't know if it is going well. Qianhui closed the game interface, lowered her head, and touched the little mushroom that came out of her pocket, and sat on the grass and waited patiently. In the distance, Lettuce was flying a flying machine, flying over a dense forest. The transparent cover was open, and rose next to him threw out wood chips. This was where Lettuce saw cattail grass last time. To be on the safe side, the flying machine circled around and scattered it everywhere outside and inside the forest. After doing all this, Lettuce stopped the flying machine in the air and looked down. It thought about going in to look for it. This forest was a high-risk area, and there must be other plants living in it. Scattering wood chips is not only for finding cattail grass, but also for the continued expansion of the base. It is not easy to come out, and it would be better to bring a few back by the way. Just squeeze in the cockpit. Lettuce and Rose have a discussion, and are about to lower the aircraft. Let it enter the woods alone, and Rose is waiting in the aircraft. At this moment, something suddenly flew out from the woods below. The aircraft is not in a high position at the moment, and it was hit by the thing. There was a pop sound, but it did not cause any impact. Rose quickly looked down, and saw that what hit the aircraft was the wood chips just scattered. Lettuce made a puzzled woo sound, and then saw more wood chips thrown from all over the woods, hitting the aircraft in the air. Chapter 71. A piece of wood is fine. A bunch of wood was thrown at him, and it looked fierce. Lettuce quickly stabilized the aircraft and rose up, avoiding the attack of wood chips. What happened? Lettuce asked Rose to wait for him outside the woods, while opening the transparent cover of the aircraft, and jumped directly down. It took out a leaf in midair, rolled it into a ball in blue air, and quickly made a leaf ball. The leaf ball buffered the speed of falling, and Lettuce ran a few steps on the treetops, and his figure went into the woods. Rose was worried, but she turned the aircraft around obediently, and headed for the ruins outside the woods. In the woods, Lettuce landed steadily, and looked around cautiously. It originally thought that the wood chips were thrown by cattail grass, but the smell around here was very mixed, and there was definitely more than one plant. The surroundings were quiet, and most of the wood chips that had been scattered were thrown away, and some were scattered in the weeds. Lettuce took a cautious step, and suddenly, there was a rustling sound, coming from all directions. A daisy suddenly jumped out of the bush, holding a sharpened thorn in its hand, and a mint beside it. Then, more plants appeared one after another, including ivy, sunflowers, baby's breath, azaleas. More than a dozen plants surrounded the lettuce, most of which were flowers, and looked colorful at first glance. The plants were alert, as if they were ready to attack at any time. And it was the invader. The lettuce scratched its face, wanting to introduce itself first. At this time, another familiar shadow appeared in the distance. Lettuce's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand quickly. Woo! The figure slowly approached. It was a strange-looking cattail grass. Its round body was wrapped by many leaves, like a green ball the size of a palm, wearing a wide pink headscarf, with two pointed leaves sticking out from the top. There were a few more leaves below, which were short arms and legs, and a fluffy pink tail was raised behind it. Seeing the cattail grass, the surrounding plants all retreated a little. Lettuce had a vague bad premonition, and greeted the cattail grass again. Woo! It wanted to explain the purpose of coming here, but the cattail grass ignored it, and buried its head in picking up a piece of wood on the ground. Cattail looked at the characters on the wood chip, and threw it to Lettuce. Lettuce caught the wood chip and asked carefully, Woo? It guessed correctly. Cattail was still in the woods, and it found him very smoothly. But, Cattail had seen the content on the wood chip and didn't want to go back with it. Cattail shook its tail, indicating its refusal. Woo! Lettuce felt a little disappointed, but didn't give up and wanted to persuade him again. The current plant courtyard is completely different from before. It is a real base, and it is dedicated to mutant plants. Cattail Grass said. This is also a base. There are many members, and they all obey his orders. It flicked its tail, and the Phalaenopsis orchid beside it trotted forward, raised a broad leaf, and gently fanned it. The lettuce was silent for a while. It was obvious that the cattail grass was enjoying a good life here. Many plants usually like to live alone, and do not allow other plants to intrude into their territory. But cattail grass is a little different. It doesn't need companions, but it does need subordinates. Lettuce can almost imagine how it beat the plants in the entire forest into submission, and subdued them all. If only we could take the plants around us back with us, it would be great. Lettuce still didn't give up, and continued to persuade. The piranha plant nuts were all in the base, and Qianhui was back. I had only just met Qianhui not long ago, and he had been constantly looking for the plants that had once been in the courtyard, and he really hoped that cattail grass could go back. Hearing this, cattail grass was quiet for a moment, snorted, and swung its tail behind it. Lettuce waited anxiously, and cattail grass spoke again coldly. It thought about it, and said it would talk about it in a few days. Lettuce heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't refuse directly, it meant there was a chance. And she could understand that Cattail hadn't seen everyone for so long. And now she had a new place to live and companions. If she suddenly showed up and asked her to go back, it would not be realistic for her to agree immediately. Lettuce nodded and put the wood in her hand back down. There were coordinates engraved on the wood. Cattail could come anytime, and she would come to check it out every once in a while. There were aircrafts in the base, so it was very convenient to travel. Cattail shook its tail, indicating that it understood. It turned around to leave, without letting the lettuce stay any longer. The lettuce left tactfully, saying goodbye to the cattail grass, and waving to all the plants around it. It turned back every 3 steps, and walked toward the outside of the woods. After leaving the woods, Rose Flower was waiting not far away, and quickly landed the aircraft. It picked up the wood chips thrown out of the woods, so that it could be scattered elsewhere on the way. The lettuce praised it for doing a good job, and sat in the cockpit but sighed. Rose Flower looked at the woods, and guessed a little. Soon, lettuce regained some spirit. It had prepared for such a result, but it was a big progress to find cattail grass successfully. Lettuce flew into the sky with the aircraft, took a last look at the woods, and slowly left. In the woods, little Daisy picked up the wood chips on the ground, curiously tilted her head. When the wood chips were scattered into the woods, they were very confused, and when they saw cattail grass throwing the wood chips out, they hurriedly followed suit. The plant base, is it bigger than their place? Little Daisy came to cattail grass, wanting to ask the boss if he would take them with him. Woo! Cattail grass looked at the wood chips in little Daisy's hand, and shook its tail. Humph. Think about it again, I don't really want to go. Little Daisy didn't ask any more questions, threw the wood chip aside, and followed cattail grass. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Usually, cattail grass would still be sleeping at this time. It was awakened by the noise of the aircraft and wood chips. Cattail grass went deep into the woods, jumped onto the soft bed built above the bushes, stepped on it, and lay down. The plants all left quietly, not daring to appear and disturb the boss's rest. However, cattail grass lay for a while, but couldn't fall asleep. Its tail was swinging from time to time. Half an hour later, the cattail grass cried woo-woo. A white hydrangea poked its head out from the bushes to the side and responded. Not long after, the hydrangea came with a bowl made of leaves and placed it under the bushes. There were some freshly picked wild fruits in the bowl of leaves. The cattail grass jumped down and ate slowly. After finishing breakfast, it laid down again, with its furry tail hanging down by the small bed. The hydrangea came closer, holding a small piece of iron, and carefully repaired the small fork on its tail. After the repair was completed, hydrangea put away the iron sheet, and cattail suddenly turned over. It stared at the hydrangea for a while, and its tail moved quickly, shwa shwa, and cut off part of the hydrangea's petals. Cattail looked at it carefully again, and shook its tail with satisfaction. At this moment, the petals of the white hydrangea were almost cut off in half, and there were some strange forks at the bottom, and the shape looked similar to human hair. Hydrangea touched herself, and walked away holding the bowl of leaves. although it has become ugly again. It's okay. It's just a few petals that have fallen off. As long as the boss likes it, it's fine. The woods are quiet, and the warm sunlight gradually shines down. Cattail Grass stretched lazily, jumped off the small bed, and prepared to go to the lake to bask in the sun. It suddenly stopped halfway, changed direction, and came to the warehouse on the other side of the woods. On the grass, several broken walls formed a tent, and many items were piled inside, all of which were the spoils accumulated by cattail grass and plants. Cattail thought there was too much dust, so he called on Iris to help him search the warehouse. Iris searched for a long time, and finally found what Cattail wanted: a solar transmitter, a thick map, which were all found from a human superpower before, or maybe stolen by chance. Iris spread the map on the ground, and Cattail came closer to take a look. The map was large, and had very detailed markings, according to the coordinates on the wood chip. Cattail found the location of the Black Ridge Mountain base. There was a string of numbers underneath, which was the communication channel number, but I didn't know who it belonged to. The transmitter had been put away for a long time, and it was not sure if it could still be used, so Cattail Grass threw it to a sunny place to dry. Iris saw it, and couldn't help asking curiously, what was that thing for? Cattail Grass replied, "Woo." Iris was surprised, and it never knew that the boss could use human words. So amazing. Cattail Grass raised his head, and shook his tail gently, and turned around to go to the lake. Before 9 o'clock in the morning, the plant team and Lettuce returned to the base one after another. Potato and Cherry were the first to come back. Along the way, Potato was feeding Cherry with mines. Cherry had recovered a little, and went to sleep. Thanks to it, the raid mission was completed perfectly, and the sky base was easily captured. Only Nuts suffered a little skin injury, and the rest of the plants were safe and sound. Although everyone knew that it was because of the surprise attack, the sky base had captured Cherry before, but they didn't know its skills. Wenju didn't know if he would escape to other branch bases. If there is another raid, they will definitely take precautions in advance. But these are not what they need to worry about now. The main base of the sky base has become a ruin, and the pharmaceutical factory has been destroyed. It is a huge blow to them. Qian Hui praised the plants one by one, and used the large amount of prestige points awarded to buy a modified car and 3 aircraft. There is progress on cabbage and lettuce. The wood chips have been scattered, and the grapefruit should be able to see it, and the cattail grass is still under consideration. Qian Hui picked up the lettuce, and comforted him. It's okay, as long as the cat is okay. He hid his disappointment, thinking that it's okay if the cattail grass doesn't want to come back. There are many plants around it, and it's safe to stay in the woods over there. As for the pomelo, raw vegetables will go check it out again in the next 2 days, trying to find the pomelo. Having woken up too early in the morning, and being highly nervous all the time, the plants are tired but excited, following Carrot to bathe and play in the lake. Peanut and several plants are also nearby, listening to Corn's vivid description of the battle process. The huge nuts, the radish rain that released the secret code, and the most important Big Cherry. Peanut's blood boiled when he heard it, and he wanted to recommend himself to join the plant team on the spot, and participate in the battle in the future. But it hesitated to speak, and still couldn't say it, looking at the 2 weapon pendants on Yumi's neck with envy. At the same time, on the other side, a modified car without any signs was parked in a remote place. The subordinate turned around and asked, "Sir, where are you going?" To the left is a branch of the base, and to the right is another base. The leader and Wenju are very good friends, and he must be willing to take them in temporarily. In the back seat, Wenju closed his eyes. "Whatever you want. It doesn't matter where you go." The main base and the pharmaceutical factory were destroyed. The medicine that can relieve the symptoms of being lost. They didn't even put some stocks elsewhere in advance. He was indeed careless this time. If he had not made the decision to leave immediately, he would probably have become a corpse now. The modified car started to drive. Wenju opened his eyes, and stared at the scene outside the car window. A hint of repressed emotion appeared in his eyes. As long as it was related to Nan Tingjin and Qian Hui, his ability seemed to be blocked, and he could not detect any information. Otherwise, how could the main base be destroyed so easily? But Wenju also understood that even if he knew it in advance and made sufficient preparations, he might still not be able to resist the attack of the alien plants. Those plants have become stronger again, and possess even greater power that cannot be underestimated. In the end of the world, strength is the key to ending everything. Wenju lowered his eyes, and looked at a box at his feet. In the box was another kind of potion, which could greatly enhance human superpowers in a short period of time and burst out a stored energy attack similar to that of alien plants. This was what Wenju asked the factory to rush to make some time ago. There were quite a few of them, but he didn't expect them to be used so soon. Through some channels, Wenju also knew the current situation of those alien plants. They actually have a base just over the Black Ridge Mountain, and there is a plant among them which seems to have the ability to cure the state of being lost, but the details are still unclear. Whether it is true or not, we will know when we catch the plant. The modified car drove quietly all the way, turned a few corners, and shuttled through the empty ruins. The news that the sky base was attacked soon spread everywhere. Chiyu did not disappoint Qian Hui's trust, and they did receive the call for help from the sky base as soon as possible, but they pretended not to see it. He also arranged several teams to guard nearby, and did not allow other bases to go and check if they heard the noise. In this way, many people also knew that Yinchuan base chose to stand on the side of the alien plants. In the face of many doubts, the person in charge generously admitted that they had received help from the alien plants, and all the superpowers in the base had recovered, including many recent situations and news. More and more people gradually learned about it. There was also a person sent by another base who came to Black Ridge Mountain after Chiyu, and also wanted to buy the antidote. But because he still had doubts about his attitude, he was beaten by Nanting Jin. In the end, the medicine was not bought, but there was a superpower in the team with serious symptoms. Nanting Jin forced him to drink a mouthful of the powder water in the bottle. The superpower recovered on the spot, and after returning, no side effects were found. So, the team from the base came again, and this time their attitude changed 180 degrees, nodding and bowing to Yuanji and his subordinates, and they almost knelt down to beg. The captain in charge was very sensible, and brought a lot of supplies, including food, weapons, and a large box of stored crystal cores. Yuanji looked at the number of crystal cores, raised his hand, and asked someone to move them away, and sent them to the plant courtyard. Only crystal cores are needed by the plants at present. Qianhui mentioned this to Yuanji yesterday. In the past 2 days, more and more bases have contacted Yuanji on their own initiative. Little Mushroom prepared 5 more bottles of potion, and temporarily gave them to Yuanji for safekeeping. Yuanji asked the captain about the situation of their base, and gave the dosage of 1 bottle. At the same time, Qianhui in the courtyard received a game prompt. The Lake City base will become an independent friendly camp. Do you agree to become a friend? Already become a friend. Lake City base, which can be viewed in the illustration. Lake City base has become your independent friendly camp, with a bonus camp value of 3,000 and a prestige value of 1,000. Qianhui opened the illustration. And next to the newly lit friendly camp, there is another one called Chaojiang base, which was visited yesterday. Chaojiang base is on good terms with Yunchuan base, and is also familiar with Chiyu. The communication is very smooth. He took away a bottle and a half a potion and promised to deliver 2 boxes of crystal cores tomorrow. The progress in this regard is very smooth. Qianhui can get camp value and prestige value without doing anything. Camp value can be converted into balance, so there is no need to go out to hunt zombies in the short term. But recently, Qianhui still plans to go out. He told Shengkai that he wanted to go find Yuzu together the day after tomorrow. Shengkai was trying to sit on the recliner made by Xiao Baokai, and suddenly stood up. Woo woo! It shook its head violently, indicating that it was not possible. It was too dangerous outside. Wenju had disappeared, and the zombie king was nowhere to be found. The base had the highest defense, and there were people from the Black Ridge Mountain nearby. Qianhui was safest here. But, Qianhui hesitated. I also want to find Yuzi. It was not that he did not trust Shengkai, but Yuzi might not be brought back if she was out in the open. Qianhui felt that if she went to find him herself, she might have a better chance. Shengkai also hesitated, and glanced at Nanting Jin beside Qianhui. With Nanting Jin's protection, it's not impossible. They can drive 2 modified cars, and go to the surrounding areas to find more plants. Lettuce nodded and prepared to ask Carrot for his opinion. In the afternoon, in the desolate ruins of the city, Yuzu was covered with yuzu leaves, camouflaged to cover her breath, and pushed away a stone blocking the exit of the room. She just poked her head out, but found it was raining, and immediately retracted it. Oh! Why is it raining? Then the aircraft that scattered with chips before will definitely not appear. Yuzu hesitated for a while. shook off the leaves on her body, and went back to sleep. Forget it. Wait until the rain stops. Maybe she will really come to pick her up. Yuzu was looking forward to it, shaking her head, and lying down with a sigh. Chapter 72. This rain was acid rain, and it continued until dark. After the rain stopped, the wet ruins exuded an unpleasant smell. Fortunately, the rain did not seep into the room. Yuzu stuffed the surroundings with pomelo leaves, almost wrapping herself in them. It stood up and turned around a few times to move around, feeling hungry, so it reached out and groped for a small bag of dry food from the pile of leaves. The dry food was stolen from the passing humans last time. This area was very desolate, and there was no food to be found, but humans often passed by. After chewing off half of the hard dry food, Yuzu wrapped the rest and stuffed it back into the pile of leaves. The dry food tasted just fine, but it was devoid of moisture. Yuzu thought about leaving here and living in a place like the woods. But although the environment in the woods was better, there were more plants and more competition. Unlike here, plants would not come, and there were very few zombies, but food could be snatched often. Yuzu sat on the pile of leaves, and took out a piece of wood from the corner, and touched the characters on it. Plant base. 50 plant members. So many. So many. So many. This is also one of the reasons why Yuzu hesitated, and did not go to the base immediately. When I was in the small courtyard before, there were many plants, and now there are even more. With so many plants, Qianhui and the plants don't know if they still need it, or if they remember it. Yuzu thought silently for a while, put down the wood chip, picked up her own leaves, folded them into various shapes, to pass the time. The head of the piranha plant is very big, the carrot is very thin, the cabbage is very fat, the peas are very round, the bell pepper. The bell pepper is also very round. The mushroom is the smallest, so it is enough to tear off a little of the tip of the leaf. The fennel is more difficult to break, and Yuzu tried for a long time, and barely tied the leaves into a small doll. It picked up another leaf, tore it a few times, and threw it aside. This is Nanting Jean. After everything was done, Yuzu yawned and wanted to sleep again. It placed leaves of various shapes around it, and laid down with its head tilted. The night passed quickly, and it was almost 10 o'clock the next morning when Yuzu pushed open the stone at the exit of the room. It looked around, threw away all the extra pomelo leaves, and exhaled suddenly. The pomelo leaves were immediately blown away by the wind and scattered all over the ruins. However, there happened to be 2 low-level zombies wandering nearby, and they smelled the fresh scent of the pomelo leaves. The 2 zombies immediately pounced over here. Pomelo heard the noise, and quickly blocked the door with stones again. It was not afraid, nor was it unable to fight, but simply did not want to fight. It was just a low-level zombie, not very intelligent, and left on its own after a while. Sure enough, not long after, the 2 low-level zombies did not see the target, and chased the pomelo leaves blown by the wind, gradually moving away from the vicinity. Pomelo did not want to go out yet, worried that the zombies would come back again. It took out the half piece of dry food that it had not finished eating last night, and continued to touch around the room. Oops. There was only this piece of food left. Now it had to go out. Pomelo frowned, and took a bite of dry food. In the base, after the unanimous agreement of several plants, Qianhui was finally allowed to go out. Now it is different from the past. With the base, Qianhui is the leader of the base, and he is more important than any other plant. In addition, he is weak, and only has the characteristics of a zombie. But he is actually just an ordinary human being, and needs protection at any time. The accompanying team members must also be carefully selected, and some of them need to stay to guard the base. Carrot stood on a tree by the lake and looked around. The newcomers will definitely not work, because their loyalty is not enough. Recently, humans have sent a lot of crystal cores, and a few smart ones must be left to train the new members. Little Mushroom also wanted to go, but was rejected by Qianhui and Carrot, and the piranha plant also disagreed. It is still safer in the base, with a protective shield and maze fog. Qianhui bought 4 more 3-barrel cannons, and placed them around the base. Any plant can use them. Even if we take a step back, there is a Black Ridge Mountain base next to it. Now the ability of the little mushroom is very important to human superpowers, although it is a man-eating plant to the outside world. Anyway, the people in the Black Ridge Mountain base are also the bodyguards of the courtyard. The little mushroom said and left unhappily. In a blink of an eye, He played with the new little thorn fruit again, leaving his unhappiness behind. Finally, carrot picked peas, cabbage, lettuce, corn, durian, cactus, plus himself and mimosa. A total of 17 plants formed the travel team. Sunflowers will not go. Piranha will stay to protect the mushrooms. Nuts will guard the 2 bases. And bell peppers will go with chili peppers to take care of the new plants. Potatoes will not go this time either. Cherry has not recovered yet, and needs to be fed at any time. As Qian Hui's boyfriend, Nanting Jin will definitely go. He is also the only human superpower in the team. Carrot was originally worried that it might be bad for the leaders of the 2 bases to go out together. But UNG had already gotten used to it. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. He came to give Carrot fish. Last time, he gave Carrot 5 fish. But 3 of them died in a few days. Carrot was unhappy. But he enjoyed eating the fish. With UNG around, Carrot felt relieved. He whined a few times, pointed to a group of weak plants playing in the distance, and signaled UNG to protect them well, in the direction pointed by Carrot. The piranha plant was also there, guarding the little mushroom. UNG understood. I understand. On the other side, Peanut found Qian Hui basking in the sun under a tree. Nanting Jin sat next to him, and lettuce and cabbage were also there. Peanut was very nervous, and now he was afraid to retreat. He turned his head and tried to escape, but was stopped by Qian Hui. Peanut? Peanut had to muster up his courage and came to Qian Hui. He pulled Qian Hui's sleeve. Woohoo and talked, with a look of expectation. Sunflower is not here. Qian Hui does not understand what Peanut is saying. Lettuce on the side points at the modified car at the door, and then points outside. Qian Hui understands now. Big Peanut also wants to go out with him. Why? Qian Hui asked. Want to go out and play? Or? Big Peanut immediately straightened his back, clenched his fist and waved, woo! It can also protect Qian Hui. Fight with the plant team. Qian Hui was amused by the appearance of Big Peanut, reached out to hug it and touch its head, and opened the illustration book by the way. Variety, red peanuts. Level, advanced. Status, good. Loyalty, 70%. Basic skills, peanut fist, 50% critical hit rate, / peanuts, 70% critical hit rate. Advanced skills, giant peanuts, 85% critical hit rate. Frenzy skills, unknown. War preparation details, unlocked at 80% loyalty. Surprisingly, it is a plant that is good at both close combat and ranged attacks. It is quite powerful. It has not been long since the Big Peanut entered the base. Sometimes it seems to be more introverted and silent, but at some point, its loyalty has slowly risen to 70%. Qian Hui thought about it, and directly agreed, I can take you with me, but you have to be obedient and don't run around. Big Peanut nodded excitedly, and saw Qian Hui take out a few pills from his pocket, and a bottle of evolution water. Pills are used to increase skill points. Big Peanut was even more excited, and he kept wooing incoherently for a long time before eating all of them. The evolution water took effect immediately, and Big Peanut's advanced skills had an additional column. Giant peanuts with shells, which had an extra layer of damage when it exploded. Big Peanut grinned foolishly, hugged Qian Hui's wrist, and rubbed it for a long time, and almost got into his arms. Woo! Qian Hui asked, do you like it here? Big Peanut was different from other new plants. It was forcibly tied back. In the first 2 days, Xiao Baokai secretly told Qian Hui that Big Peanut seemed to want to leave. As a result, it has not left until now. Big Peanut nodded vigorously. Woo woo. Qian Hui touched its head again. I like you too. This will be your home from now on. Big Peanut tilted its head and rubbed Qian Hui's palm, and stayed in his arms for a long time before running to the other side to play. Lettuce and Cabbage were sitting under a tree nearby, talking, and Little Cabbage was there too. Little Cabbage sat on the ground and looked around. Then Lettuce took out a leaf, tore off 2 pieces, and rolled them into a small ball, and put it on Little Cabbage's hand. The leaves of lettuce are quite special. Unlike the leaves of ordinary plants, they can stay fresh for a long time after being taken off, and they are also stained with the smoke of lettuce. The mini boxing gloves made of its leaves are much more powerful. This is also a gift specially given to Xiao Baokai. The small recliner made by it, which is very popular with lettuce. Xiao Baokai was very excited. He raised his hands and looked again and again, turning his head to find a target that he could experiment with the effect. Qian Hui looked at its back as it ran away quickly, and was suddenly hugged by Nan Tingjin beside him. Nan Tingjin let Qian Hui sit on his lap, lowered his head, and took his hand, gently massaging his joints. This was Nan Tingjin's favorite thing to do after he began to gradually recover his memory, even though Qian Hui no longer needed it. He was still focused and serious, every day, as if he wanted to make up for the years that had been separated. Qian Hui did not refuse, and leaned obediently in his arms. The time to go out to look for Pomelo, which was tomorrow morning, he opened the mall and bought some items, and put them in the game backpack. Unsure when he can come back, the plants left behind at the base also need supplies. Qian Hui was flipping through the items in the game backpack, and heard Nan Tingjin whispered, "Do you like it very much?" This sentence was incoherent. Qian Hui was stunned for a moment, before reacting. It should be what he said to the Huashan just now, that sentence of liking it. It's a plant. Qian Hui was a little helpless. It's just an ordinary liking. He stretched out his arms to hug Nan Tingjin, and leaned in for a kiss. I don't know if it's because Nan Tingjin remembered what happened before, but his memory was incoherent. And he always remembered that Qian Hui had rejected him. He seemed to be a little worried, and he showed it clearly. Nan Tingjin remained silent, until Qian Hui kissed him several times. And then he asked, "Do you like me?" Qian Hui nodded, "Yes." "How much do you like me?" Similar conversations. More than once. Qian Hui answered skillfully, "I like you very much. I only like you." He rubbed the side of Nan Tingjin's face, and whispered, "Kiss me." The plants around him all went elsewhere. Qian Hui was pressed on the back of the neck and kissed Nan Tingjin, and finally coaxed him. The next day, the travel team packed up early to go to the area where Yuzu was. Yuanji's subordinates helped to draw up a route map. Qian Hui could also visit the nearby woods to find new plants willing to join the base. A total of 2 modified cars were driven away, with Clover and Cactus as the drivers. The seats of the modified cars could be adjusted in height at will, so Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin could sit in them without any problem. In the trunk of one of the cars, there was also a spare aircraft. Big Peanut was the last member to join. It hurried over with a new backpack and climbed onto the back seat. From the outside, the modified car was not much different from those in the ordinary base. The glass was one way, as long as the window was not opened. No one would know that the person holding the steering wheel was a plant. Yuanji watched Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin get into the car and drove away from the base gate. He sighed silently, feeling melancholy. Although it was almost the same when Nan Tingjin was not at the base before. But now the leaders of the 2 bases were out. And Carrot was not there either. As the second in command, he had an extra responsibility on his shoulders. Other things were fine. But the most important thing was the little mushroom, which also stayed in the base. It was a key protected object. Yuanji cheered up and prepared to take a look at where the little mushroom was. If necessary, he could stay temporarily. He took 2 subordinates with him and walked around the inner side of the wall for half a circle. He saw the little mushroom playing with the rubber tree. The rubber tree bent its branches and made a leaf into a big swing. The little mushroom sat on it and swayed, looking very happy. Around it, there were carnivorous plants, peppers, bamboo shoots, mangoes. Several plants were there. Yuanji looked for a while and left silently. He was just about to return to the base when a subordinate came over and handed him a transmitter. Yuanji took it and asked, "What's wrong?" Not long after, Yuanji returned and found Pepper, and handed the transmitter to her. "I don't know who sent it," he said. "Can you take a look?" This transmitter belonged to the previous leader of the base, and was almost abandoned later and placed in the guard room at the door. Just this morning, the communicator suddenly received a strange message. Plant base? Some characters after hashtag. Yuanji remembered seeing similar ones on some wood chips. He felt something was wrong, so he came to ask Chili, who was the most knowledgeable person in the base. Chili was also confused. Some human symbols looked a bit like plant characters. It looked in the plant dictionary for a long time. The latter half of the message could barely be translated into 2 words expressing goodwill. It took the communicator, looked at the channel number on it, and wanted to make a real-time call. But the display distance was far, and it only supported sending short messages. Chili thought about it, and sent a who message. Seeing this, Yuanji gave it the transmitter. "If there is any situation, contact me at any time." Chili nodded, took the transmitter, and left with the thick dictionary. Half an hour later, the message was replied. Human? I'm a plant. Chili's eyes widened. It didn't expect that besides itself, there was another plant that could read human words and use a transmitter. It was nervous and excited, and ran to call Bell Pepper. The two plants thought together for a long time, and replied, "Me too. It's Pepper." They decided that they could be more honest when necessary. They were just sending messages to each other, so they just didn't need to reveal key information. Besides, the other party could find the Black Ridge Mountain base and knew some plant characters. It must be a very powerful plant, probably because of the previous communication channels. The other party's reply speed was much faster this time. What pepper? Sweet? Spicy? Who are you? On the other end of the transmitter, Cattail Grass stared at the lit screen. What's sweet and spicy? The transmitter found in the warehouse will work after being exposed to the sun. Cattail Grass was just trying it out. In fact, he didn't expect it to be so smooth. And the other side is actually a plant? It deliberately sent some characters, and the reply didn't look like it was written by a human. Could it be that the plant base is called the Black Ridge Mountain Base? That's not right. That map has existed for a long time. Or, the plants have occupied the base. Cattail Grass flicked its tail, feeling that this guess was reasonable. It did not reply to the inquiry in the communication, but sent another sentence. How is the base? A few minutes later, the communicator in Chili's hand lit up. The other party refused to reveal what kind of plant it was, but seemed willing to join. The two peppers were excited for a while, and replied cautiously, "It's okay." This time, the other party did not reply for a long time. Chili was a little impatient, and sent another message. "Come." Considering it. "Okay, chat often." Chili was not discouraged, considering it meant that there was this intention, and there was no rush. It found a small backpack, put the transmitter in it, prepared to carry it with it, and send a greeting whenever it was free. On the other side, Cattail Grass stopped replying and threw the transmitter away. It seems that the plant base over there is well done. Then what should I do there? It is no longer the small courtyard of the past, and I don't need to fight zombies every day. Or I can beat up all the plants over there, which is a bit interesting. Cattail Grass walked around with its tail shaking, and made a woo sound. The white hydrangea with a new hairstyle was called over, holding a bowl of leaves and delivering freshly washed fruits. At the same time, Yuzu was also struggling. It stood at a cleared street intersection, covered with yuzu leaves, and it was impossible to tell what kind of plant it was. And its smell was also covered, from yesterday afternoon to dark, and then from this morning to now. There was not a single human car. Without a human team passing by, there would be no food to grab. Yuzu lowered her head and ate the last bite of dry food. Chapter 73. What Yuzu didn't know was that the human teams that had passed by here before were almost all going to the sky base, or coming back from there. And Yuzu only robbed some food each time, and ran away very quickly after the rob, and would not actively hurt anyone. The robbed humans could not catch up with it, nor could they find where it was. It also used leaves as a camouflage, and its breath was covered, so it was impossible to tell that it was a special grade alien plant. In addition, due to its skills, it was even impossible to determine that it was the same plant, which was constantly robbing nearby. As time went by, the human teams passing by didn't care much about it. But just a few days ago, the sky base was attacked, and it was almost in ruins, and when Ju was nowhere to be found. Due to the interference of the Yunchuan base, many teams couldn't even go to the ruins to take a look, and were stopped at a further position. Yuzu had no idea about this, and sat on a low stone behind the ruins, and waited patiently for a while. The pomelo leaves hanging on it slowly fell off, and new ones grew from the top of its head. Yuzu lowered his head, and blew a breath, blowing away the old leaves. The weather was good. Yuzu squinted, and looked at the sky through the gaps between the leaves. It was rare to bask in the warm sun. She almost forgot about food. But soon, her stomach rumbled. The small bite of dry food just now was not enough to satisfy her hunger. At this moment, a mid-level zombie wandered nearby, making a hee sound. Yuzu became nervous. Without turning her head, she retracted her hands and feet, and her round body slid down the low stone, and quickly rolled along the ruins. The zombies heard the noise, and immediately chased after it. But they couldn't catch up at all, and only fell on a few pomelo leaves on the ground. The pomelo rolled away, and finally stopped when it felt that it was almost done, and hid nervously behind a broken wall. All the leaves on its body rolled away. and now they grew again and covered its body. After several minutes, the pomelo thought it was safe, but heard the hee sound again. It was so scared that it thought the intermediate zombie was so powerful that it could catch up, and couldn't help but stick its head out to take a look. In the distance, a mid-level zombie was moving forward on the gravel under his feet. It turned out to be another. This zombie seemed to have been transformed only a few months ago. His clothes were still intact. He was wearing a thick coat and had a dirty bag hanging on his back. Backpack. Yuzu's eyes lit up. He pushed aside the leaves that blocked his view and looked carefully. It was indeed a human backpack. It was barely intact on the outside. It looked bulging. So it must be filled with something. Maybe he could find food inside. Some dry food could be stored for a long time. Yuzu stared at the backpack until the zombie saw it, roaring and rushing forward. It curled up its arms and legs and rolled flexibly, avoiding the zombie's attack. The leaves on its body grew out, and Yuzu circled around the zombie's feet, quietly kicked it several times, and then hit it hard. As a special-grade alien plant, Yuzu's strength is still quite strong. The zombie was knocked to the ground, with multiple fractures in its legs and arms. Yuzu shook off the leaves on its body that were stained with zombie blood, tremblingly reached out to pull away the backpack, and turned around to escape. The backpack was quite heavy and smelled a bit bad. Yuzu stopped running not far. It put down the backpack, used the pomelo leaves as gloves, and carefully opened it. As expected, there was a lot of food inside, packed in different bags, but all of them were spoiled. Yuzu was very distressed, and threw out the spoiled ones bit by bit. Finally, at the bottom of the backpack, he found 2 bags of dry food. The dry food was not much, and it felt hard, like stone. Yuzu opened it happily and lowered his head to smell it. It's not bad. It can still be eaten. Yuzu took the dry food and prepared to return to her residence. When she raised her head, she met a pair of eyes. It was a very thin little bitter gourd, staring at her with wide eyes. She was so focused on finding food just now that she didn't notice when the little bitter gourd approached. It looked a little timid, but it didn't run away. It mustered up the courage to stand still and looked at the backpack behind her. The little bitter gourd probably came to look for food nearby, thinking that the bag thrown out of the backpack was not wanted by Yuzu. I really don't want it. But can't it smell that it's all spoiled? Yuzu left without paying attention to the little bitter melon. The leaves hanging by its feet slid across the ground, making a rustling sound. It walked slowly on purpose, turning its head halfway. The little bitter melon had come to the backpack, picked up a food bag on the ground, and was about to bite it. Yuzu subconsciously shouted, "Woo!" The little bitter melon was frightened and touched the food in his hand, not knowing what to do. This won't work. Eating spoiled food will definitely make you feel uncomfortable. Yuzu ran over quickly and kicked over the rubble next to him. The falling rocks buried the backpack and a pile of food bags. The little bitter melon dodged slowly, looking dazed, sniffing. Yuzu whined twice, saying that it was bad and couldn't be eaten. The little bitter melon looked up and said nothing, as if he didn't understand. Yuzu suddenly realized that even if he knew it was bad, the little bitter melon might still eat it. If he couldn't even find food for himself, the plants nearby would be even more pitiful. It hesitated, threw one of the 2 bags of dry food it had just found to the little bitter melon. After giving the food, Yuzu walked away again, quickly leaving the surroundings. The road was quiet. Yuzu slowed down, unpacked the dry food, took a small bite. It tasted terrible, but it filled my stomach. Yuzu took another small bite, kept the rest, and walked slowly in the sun. Without the passing human team, and without the zombies, this area was very quiet, as if it was isolated from the world. Yuzu was thinking about whether to open the roof of the room and expose it to the sun after returning. Suddenly, there was a faint noise not far behind him. Yuzu turned around and saw that it was the little bitter gourd. The little bitter gourd was panting with dry food in his arms. When he saw Yuzu, his eyes lit up. Yuzu ignored it and continued to walk. After a while, he turned around and saw that the little bitter gourd was still there. Oh no! How did it catch up with me? Yuzu hurriedly retracted his hands and feet and rolled away. Little bitter melon chased after him quickly, but saw that the figure of the pomelo disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only pomelo leaves all over the ground. It picked up a leaf carefully and held it, trying to find the past along the scattered traces of leaves. On the other side, 2 modified cars were driving fast on the abandoned street. There was no sign on the exterior of the modified car, and the windows were one way, so the people inside could not be seen. However, sitting in the driver's seat was a 4-leaf clover, and next to him was Durian, who was responsible for taking over the shift. In the back seat, Carrot was looking out the window, and next to him were Qian Hui and Nan Ting Jin. Mimosa was attached to Carrot's forehead, and it would look around from time to time. Peas and lettuces were also in the car, and there was also Peanut. Peanut was a little reserved at first, and sat obediently with his small backpack, and dared only to look out slightly. But it must have been excited all night, and it fell asleep without knowing when it fell down and closed its eyes. Qian Hui was looking at the transmitter, and Chili sent him a message, saying that there were powerful plants, but they did not come to the base. Although Chili could read, there were too many human words, and many of them were learned by itself later, and the messages sent sometimes could not fully express the meaning. Qian Hui tried to guess, thinking that Chili meant to ask them to bring back some new plants. He said okay, and asked the plants at the base if the bell pepper and eggplant had a good breakfast. Yes, I'm Tian. Seeing the reply, Qian Hui smiled and sent another message. Okay. Tian is very good. You can have 2 snacks. Yes. Eat. The modified car was still moving forward. Qian Hui wanted to find Yuzu as soon as possible, so he decided to rush to the destination as soon as possible. I brought Mimosa with me this time. We'll see if anything happens on the way. Carrot rolled down the window a little and sniffed the smell outside. The cabbage behind him reached out and tugged at the leaves on top of his head. Woo! The cabbage said that the carrot blocked its sight, and it couldn't see the scenery outside. Carrot didn't even turn his head, and told it to stop making noise. There were only ruins outside. Where was the scenery? The cabbage clenched its fist, and wanted to punch it. Suddenly, the carrot became alert. The mimosa on its forehead moved, and it raised the rightmost leaf to point forward. This was the secret signal set before departure. The leaves on the left represent plants. The leaves on the right represent zombies. And the leaves in the middle represent humans. The mimosa can give a warning, which means that the number of zombies will not be less than 5. Carrot made a whoosh sound, notifying the team to get ready, and patted the sleeping Peanut. Peanut sat up with a swoosh, clenched his fists, and looked around. It was just some zombies blocking the road. Not a big problem, and it would be fine as soon as possible. Clover gripped the steering wheel tightly, and after seeing several zombies not far away, he parked the car on the side of the road. A car behind also stopped, and as soon as the door opened, the plant squad jumped out and attacked the small group of zombies in front. Big Peanut was excited, rushed to the front of the team, and knocked down a mid-level zombie with one punch. The other 2 zombies rushed in front of it, and it opened its mouth again and spit out 3 huge peanuts. Big P and Carrot, who was left in the car, saw it and were quite surprised. Usually in the base, Peanut looks honest and speaks in a dull way, but he is so good at fighting. Peanut really wants to show off and stretch his muscles. He turns around and knocks down another zombie, looking a bit like a cabbage. On the side, Cabbage also nodded in approval in his heart. After returning, Peanut can officially join the attack team. Soon, 7 or 8 zombies were quickly solved, and Durian was responsible for digging the crystal core. Durian installed the crystal core, kicked the zombie's body aside, and ran back to get in the car. The 2 modified cars continued to drive, and disappeared at the end of the street. More than 10 minutes later, another car also arrived here, and stopped in front of the dead group of corpses. This car also had no signs. 2 people got off the car and returned after checking the bodies of several zombies. The person in the driver's seat took a communicator, reported a coordinate, and said to the person on the other side, "It's in the southeast of District 5. Their destination is not yet determined." "Okay," said the person on the other end of the communicator. "Stay as far away as possible. Be careful not to be discovered. The number of alien plants gathered together is increasing, and the main base has suffered heavy damage. They must be extremely cautious now, in case there are any special abilities among the alien plants." Understood. The communication was cut off, and the man put away the transmitter and drove away. There were 5 other people in the car, all from Jianhai Base, who had always been on the best terms with Sky Base. On the night when Sky Base was attacked, when Ju and several subordinates fled to Jianhai Base, and only some of the leader's confidants knew about it. Long before that, Jianhai Base sent people to keep an eye on Black Ridge Mountain. And they also found the 2 cars that went out at the first time. No matter how many alien plants were in the car, whether Qianhui and Nantingjin were inside, it would be much easier to attack the 2 cars than to attack the base. Once they know the destination of the alien plants, they will arrange for support. By the way, they can also try the effect of the medicine given by Wenju, whether it is really as magical as he said. In the 6-member team, one of the team members has the ability to strengthen his eyes, and can see the slight traces left on the road through the car window. In this way, even if the car in front is far away, it can be tracked. He is highly focused, staring at the outside, and guiding the vehicle forward at any time. The sun sets and rises again, and in the desolate ruins, a stone moves slightly. The stone was moved away, and Yuzi poked out half of his head. Looking outside, the dry food he found yesterday was really not much, and he was soft-hearted for a moment, and gave half to the little bitter melon. Later, the little bitter melon actually came here, but he didn't find Yuzi hiding, and it seemed to leave again. The dry food was too little, and it could only last for 3 days at most. And yesterday, he didn't see a car passing by, which made Yuzi feel a sense of crisis. He had to be more diligent, and couldn't eat all the food before looking for it. Yuzi sighed deeply, and walked out of the room with a sad face, and decided to squat at the intersection again. It had just taken a few steps when it heard a slightly surprised voice. Woo! Yuzi had a bad feeling and turned around to see that it was indeed Little Bitter Melon. Little Bitter Melon was holding a few pieces of pomelo leaves in his arms, and must have finished his dry food. He trotted over. When he got closer, he did not move forward and stood at a distance. Yuzi was in a complicated mood and did not know what to say. He made a fierce woo sound to warn Little Bitter Melon not to follow him, and then he quickly ran away. However, when he thought of the 2 zombies he encountered yesterday, Yuzi's pace gradually slowed down. But I can't eat enough. Will I share all the food I find with the Little Bitter Melon? Yuzi suddenly thought of the piece of wood with the plant base engraved on it. It stopped and thought seriously. Give the wood to the Little Bitter Melon and let it go by itself. Or, Yuzi shook his head and decided to squat at the intersection first and find new food. Maybe after a while, the Little Bitter Melon will leave directly and stop following it. 10 minutes later, Yuzi, covered with pomelo leaves, squatted on the side of the road and sighed with his head down. Not far away, the Little Bitter Melon hid behind a piece of ruins and looked over quietly. Not only did it not leave, it also followed. Forget it. Yuzi pretended not to see it and waited patiently. After an unknown amount of time, the sun gradually rose. The drowsy Yuzi on the roadside suddenly felt something and immediately widened his eyes. It reached out and touched the road surface, and felt a faint vibration. A car is coming. Yuzi quickly hid back, staring at the direction of the vibration. Seeing the action of Yuzi, the Little Bitter Melon also hid back. Soon, 2 modified cars drove over. The modified cars looked relatively new, and there were no signs on the body, indicating that they did not want outsiders to know their identities. Yuzu had some experience, and such cars were generally more dangerous. In the past, it would have turned around and left, choosing another team. But now was different. If this team left, it might not be able to wait for the next team. Yuzu was fully prepared, and more Yuzu leaves appeared on his head, completely covering him. It listened to the movement of the wheels. For some reason, the 2 cars came to this intersection and slowed down a lot. No matter. Yuzu closed her eyes, curled her hands and feet, rolled forward skillfully, and lay in the middle of the road. She held a leaf tightly in her hand. If the team did not choose to get off the car to check, but drove away directly, she would use the tip of the leaf to blow up the wheel. Yuzu used this trick every time, and every time it was covered with leaves, it was hard to tell what kind of plant it was, which was very curious. But then, it heard a familiar subtle movement. Yuzi thought to himself that it was not good. It was bad. In the middle of the road, a Little Bitter Melon followed Yuzi's example and lay down, closing its eyes and pretending to be dead. The air was very quiet, and the modified car stopped. Yuzi couldn't get up at this time, and could only hope that the people in the car would come to her first and ignore the Little Bitter Melon. There were too many leaves covering her face, which also affected Yuzi's sense of smell. Then, she heard some footsteps again, but it seemed a little strange. A familiar breath slowly approached, and when Yuzi reacted, it was too late. The leaves on his face were blown off, and a lettuce looked down at him. Woo! Yuzu was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly turned over and stood up. Behind the lettuce, there were several plants, familiar and strange. The door of the modified car was open, and the boy with silver hair and red eyes got out of the car. Seeing him, he shouted in surprise, "Yuzu! I have formed a bond with a special mutant plant Round Yuzu. The loyalty of Round Yuzu has been greatly improved, reaching 100%. Yuzu held her breath, and felt like she was dreaming. Is this true? Did they come to pick it up? Or did Qianhui and the plants just happen to pass by, and they were almost robbed by it? Yuzu was at a loss. Subconsciously closed her eyes, curled up her hands and feet, and buried her head, gula gula, and rolled away, trying to find a place to hide. Chapter 74. Seeing the pomelo running away, Qianhui was stunned for a moment. The plants watched the pomelo roll into the ruins on the roadside, leaving only pomelo leaves all over the ground. The little bitter gourd next to it climbed up, looked at the lettuce and the plants behind timidly and curiously, turned its head and chased in the direction where the pomelo left. Carrot sighed, shook his head, woo! With the guidance of the mimosa, it went smoothly. The atmosphere in this area was very clean, without too much interference. Although, I don't know why Yuzu is lying in the middle of the road, and where that little bitter gourd came from. But Yuzu ran away as soon as he saw everyone. With such a reaction, it probably won't be willing to go back. The cabbage was also very disappointed. P scratched his head and looked at Qianhui. Qianhui understood the mood of the plants and walked forward. Don't worry, let's go find it. Yuzu did run away, but the game illustration has been lit up. Like all the plants in the yard, its loyalty has directly increased to 100%. Qianhui felt that this meant that Yuzu must have feelings for him and the plants. Carrot handed the mimosa to Qianhui, and it stuck to Qianhui's fingertips, and the raised leaves continued to guide the direction. The two modified cars stopped on the roadside temporarily, guarded by some plants. Carrot and lettuce followed Qianhui and Nanting Jean, and entered the ruins together. This low-risk area was indeed very desolate, with only fragments of ruins and debris piled on the ground, which could be seen far away at a glance. Cabbage walked in front, kicking away the large stones along the way. Lettuce and big peas jumped to a higher position to observe, and Carrot followed behind, looking around, following the direction indicated by the mimosa. They first met the little bitter melon. The little bitter melon seemed to be looking for pomelo, holding a few pomelo leaves in its arms, and looking around. Seeing Qianhui and the plants appear, it quickly hid behind a stone. P suddenly jumped onto the stone. Looked down, woo! The little bitter melon opened its eyes wide, frightened and motionless. Daodu? Qianhui shouted. The big pea scratched its head and jumped away. The cabbage hurriedly passed by, and dropped a bag of dried meat next to the stone. Smelling the aroma of the dried meat, the little bitter melon's eyes widened, and he dropped the pomelo leaf in his arms, and picked up the dried meat. He lowered his head to smell it, tore open the package and took several big bites. When he raised his head again, Qianhui and the plants had walked a distance away. The little bitter melon was thoughtful and prepared to follow. He ran a few steps, turned back, picked up a piece of pomelo leaf on the ground, held it together with the dried meat, and ran again. The little bitter melon was thin and small, but he was quite smart. He caught up with Qianhui and the plants, but did not approach them immediately, but quietly followed behind. Cabbage and peas found it, but did not stop it. After walking for about 10 minutes, the leaves of the mimosa drooped. Qianhui followed his gaze, and saw a few stones on the ground, which were stacked together, a little higher than the other ruins. He asked the plants and Nanting Jean to wait there first, and walked forward slowly, leaning down and squatting. You? Qianhui tried to shout, but the pile of stones did not respond. He lowered his voice and said to himself, You. We came here specifically to find you. In the room, Yuzu, buried in a pile of leaves, slowly opened his eyes. Some time ago, Lettuce saw you here, and then told me. Did you see the wood chips that Xiaowan brought? We have a new courtyard, and everyone is here. The courtyard is very big now. You can live anywhere you want. Qianhui continued. We all miss you very much. He waited patiently, and after a while, a stone fell down at the bottom of the pile, revealing a gap. Yuzi, covered with leaves, slowly came out, and looked at Qianhui anxiously. So, are they really here to pick me up? Yuzi was excited, but was too embarrassed to show it too obviously. At that time, It was just thinking to itself, in fact. If Qianhui and the plants didn't come, it would probably go to the address on the wood chip to take a look. But it's not sure when it will arrive. Yuzi? Qianhui was delighted, trying to reach out and slowly hug Yuzi into his arms. He brushed away the leaves on Yuzi's face and asked, "Will you go back with us?" Yuzi was silent, and after a moment, she made a muffled woo sound. Qianhui smiled and touched its head. Good. After such a long separation, Yuzi still looked the same as before. Not talkative. Always hiding in solitude. It was a little bit like a nut, but more dull than a nut. But after coming here, Qianhui changed. At first, he had to be taught by Nanting to speak and write. His thinking was slow and dull, and he got along with the plants by instinct. Now, Qianhui is more and more like a human. His mind is more delicate, and he can vaguely perceive the emotions that Yuzi tried to hide. He held Yuzi in his arms, and did not return to the plants for the time being, whispering, "You were lying on the road just now. Were you waiting for me too?" Yuzi was too embarrassed to say yes, nor was she too embarrassed to say no, and the leaves growing on her head covered her eyes again. Qianhui stopped asking, took out a bag of dried meat from her pocket, and handed it to Yuzi. The thick leaves moved, slowly stretched out a hand, took the handed dried meat, and quickly retracted it. Yuzi had been hungry for a long time, and was about to eat something quietly while hiding in the leaves, but suddenly thought of the bitter melon. Is the little bitter melon still at the intersection? Just then, Qianhui and the plants came. Why not take it to the yard as well? Thinking of this, Yuzi took the initiative to tear off several leaves, revealing half of his face. It hesitated, reached out to grab Qianhui's sleeve. "Woo! What's wrong?" Qianhui turned around and returned with Yuzi. Seeing that he succeeded, several plants immediately surrounded him. Nantingjin stood behind without moving. At this time, the little bitter melon saw Yuzi in Qianhui's arms, and hurried over. "Woo!" Lettuce said curiously. "Woo? Yuzi, is this your friend?" Most plants can roughly understand each other's words. The question about lettuce, little bitter melon also heard it, holding the dried meat and pomelo leaves in his arms, nodding excitedly. Pomelo shook his head quickly, shaking off several leaves on his body. "Woo! I don't know it." Big P stared at the two plants back and forth. The question about lettuce was denied by Pomelo, but little bitter melon didn't seem to care. Still looking happy, raised the dried meat in his hand and shook it. Cabbage opened Carrot's backpack at the right time, took out a piece of wood from it, and handed it to little bitter melon. It hummed a few times, looked expectantly, and asked little bitter melon if he wanted to go to the plant base. Little bitter melon took the wood chip and looked at it, and was not surprised. It looked at Pomelo, nodded, and pointed to the side. "Woo!" Little bitter melon counted with his fingers. "Woo! 1, 2, 3. Little bitter melon told Cabbage that there were several plants in that direction. It turned out that Cabbage had spread wood chips around the area that day, and little bitter melon had seen it a long time ago. Not only that, it happened to meet Yuzu, and accepted the dry food Yuzu gave it. When it got close, it smelled the faint scent of special plants on Yuzu. Little bitter melon thought that Yuzu was from that plant base. Although the process was wrong, the results seemed to be similar. Cabbage gestured for a long time, and told Qianhui the information about little bitter melon. Qianhui tried to understand and guessed, and basically understood the meaning, and nodded. "Okay. Let's go and take a look. This is also one of the purposes of going out. And the area is too desolate. If there are plants living there, the situation must not be very good." So, the little bitter melon quickly ate half a bag of dried meat, and led the way. It was much braver now, and it was talking while walking. The Big P came closer, and listened carefully. The little bitter melon said that it and a group of plants lived nearby. This area was poor in resources, and the human safety zone was not far away. It was not suitable for mutant plants. But because of this, there were few zombies here, and human teams often passed by. Those humans would sometimes find a place to rest nearby, and occasionally leave some food scraps after leaving. For example, dry food that has been stored for too long and is too hard to swallow, and bread that is a little sour. The plants rely on these to barely survive. They also know that they can find more food in the woods, but they don't know how long it will take to get there. If they leave this area, they are likely to encounter zombies. However, since the explosion of the largest base some time ago, there have been very few human teams coming here. When Big P heard this, he felt a little guilty. He scratched his head, and didn't dare to say that they were the ones who blew up the base. At the same time, the fork in the road. The tracking team turned a corner of the ruins, and saw two modified cars parked quietly on the side of the road. They originally thought that the alien plants would go to the woods or something like that, and never expected them to stop in this area, and were caught off guard. But now it was too late to turn around, and the other side might have seen them. The captain thought, just pass by, don't act rashly. Fortunately, this road can lead to several bases, and in the past 2 days, the Yunchuan base has not been intercepted in the surrounding area, but no one dared to go to the old side of the sky base to check. They could pretend to be a team passing by here by chance and leave as if nothing had happened. They didn't know who was driving the car, and they probably wouldn't recognize them. The team members all subconsciously thought that there must be someone from the Black Ridge Mountain base in the modified car. After the captain gave the order, the rest of them immediately packed up, and the one in the back seat laid down and pretended to sleep. The car's speed gradually increased, and the captain sent out the coordinates at the moment, getting closer and closer to the modified car in front. At the same time, the plants hiding in the car were also nervous. Qianhui and Carrot were not there. They didn't know who the people were. If they started fighting, Peanut was ready to make a move, clenching his fists, and ready to rush out at any time. Luckily, the car passed them, and left directly without stopping. The plants breathed a sigh of relief and lay down to wait. But the clover felt a little strange. Seeing a strange car, are those people not curious at all? It silently remembered this, turned out the whetstone in its backpack, and sharpened the edge of the blade. On the other side, the little bitter melon walked forward for a long time. The pomelo was quite heavy. Qianhui could hardly hold it, and put it down. More than 10 minutes later, the little bitter melon climbed up a big rock and shouted loudly to the ruins in front of him. Woo! A moment later, 6 or 7 plants suddenly jumped out of the ruins that were originally quiet and empty. They were alert and vigilant. Several of them held stones or thin iron rods in their hands as weapons for self-defense. The cabbage looked closely and saw 1 bitter melon, 2 bitter melons. All little bitter melons. Chapter 75. A group of small bitter melons slowly gathered together. Cabbage counted carefully. There were 8 of them. Including the small bitter melon that led the way, there were 9 in total. 9 bitter melons. Even the well-informed lettuce was shocked. There were usually no more than 3 mutant plants of the same species, and they were not necessarily born together. Lettuce had been wandering around for so long, and had only encountered 2 winter melons and 2 small pine trees. Carrot on the side stared with wide eyes, and said nothing. So many bitter melons. Let Durian see them later. The little bitter melons are all about the same size, about the height of a palm, similar in color, with thin leaves on their hands and feet, and a leaf on their heads. Their expressions and movements are also very similar. They hold their weapons tightly, and stare at Qianhui and the plants, including Nantingjin in the back. The little bitter melon without a weapon immediately picked up a stone from the ground, with a look of vigilance mixed with a hint of fear and timidity. So many special-grade alien plants. Are they from the base on the wood chip? But why are there 2 more? Until the little bitter melon leading the way. Woo! A few times, explained the whole story. It took out the half-eaten package of dried meat, and shared it with other bitter melons. Seeing the dried meat, the little bitter melons dropped their weapons, and ran over eagerly. The cabbage was afraid that they would not be full, so it quickly took out several more packages of food, including dry food and other things. The little bitter melons were not polite, and took them away. They gathered together, and the little bitter melon that led the way was also there. 1 bitter melon took 2 bites of the food, and then passed it to another one to take 2 bites. They passed it around like this. These little bitter melons were starving, and they probably had never eaten any decent food before. They buried their heads and ate all the food that the cabbage gave them in one breath. After filling their stomachs, they burped together, and the sounds came one after another. Then, the little bitter melon that had led the way came over with 8 companions, and introduced them to Qianhui and the plants. It pointed at each one, and wooed several times. This is the big melon. This is the second melon. The little bitter melon calls itself the 7th melon. And they are brothers who grew up together. The little bitter melon also said that they live here, and go out to find food every day, and come back on time. Only yesterday it accidentally met Yuzu, and did not go back at night. And the other bitter melons were waiting for it, and everyone happened to be there. The little bitter melon pointed at the pomelo hiding behind Qianhui's heels, and said loudly, Woo woo. Thanks to the help of Pomelo, it was able to successfully find more special plants on the wood chips. Now they can go to the plant base. Pomelo did not move. Pretending not to hear, Qianhui walked forward, squatted down, and reached out to touch the head of the little bitter melon who was leading the way. He could roughly guess what the little bitter melon was saying, and asked, "Are you all willing to go back to the base with me?" The 9 little bitter melons nodded together, without any hesitation, although they don't know what the plant base looks like. It's been a long time since they've had a full meal. The little bitter melon in the lead hummed softly, and took Qianhui's fingertips. They are not very strong, and they don't have much wealth. They hope the base won't despise them. As long as they can join the base, they can do anything, even hard labor. Qianhui didn't understand what the little bitter melon said, and touched its head. "Don't be afraid. It's safe in the base." The big P took the opportunity to come over and sniff the smell of the little bitter melons. It looked puzzled, and came closer to sniff carefully. How come even the smell was the same? The big P tried to woo and asked where the second melon was. A small bitter melon quickly raised its hand, and the big P continued to ask. After asking around, it still couldn't remember. The cabbage pushed it away, indicating that it would tell it after returning. Not every small bitter melon looks exactly the same, and you can remember it after you get familiar with it. So, on the way back, the team suddenly grew larger. The small bitter melons were very well behaved, following quietly, and occasionally 2 or 3 of them would gather together to whisper. Cabbage asked them, "There should be no other plants around here. Maybe there were some before, but after the sky base was bombed, most of them fled to other places." Big Peas kept looking around the little bitter melons, trying to find the difference from the leaves above their heads. Carrots also looked at the little bitter melons from time to time, somewhat absent-mindedly. Durian has been looking forward to finding more of its kind, although it has not mentioned it since everyone played with it with camouflage potion last time. But Carrots know that it must still be thinking about it. When Durian sees this group of little bitter melons, he will probably be sad again. Carrot sighed, thinking about how to comfort him later. Qianhui held Yuzu in his arms, and walked slowly in front. At first, Yuzu walked beside the cabbage, but somehow, he slowly fell to the back. Qianhui simply picked it up, walked for a while, and then put it down to rest. He talked to Yuzu, telling it that the mushrooms and nuts were also in the base, and now only the cattail grass had not returned. Yuzu said nothing, clutching Qianhui's sleeves. It turns out that it is not the last one. The cattail grass. The leaves on top of Yuzu's head shook and fell automatically. On the way, Qianhui wanted Nan Tingjin to help hold Yuzi. However, as soon as Nan Tingjin approached, Yuzi jumped down with a start, walked quickly beside Carrot, and finally stopped dawdling. Qianhui held Nan Tingjin's hand and explained in a low voice, "It is a little timid." Nan Tingjin did not care, and responded lightly. The team walked forward for nearly 20 minutes, and finally walked out of the ruins, and came to the intersection where the modified car was parked. The plants in the car were waiting anxiously, looking forward to it. Peanut even made up his mind secretly that he would learn how to use the transmitter with Chili after returning to the base. Through the car window, a familiar figure was seen from afar. Clover was the first to call out. The plants were overjoyed and immediately opened the car door or jumped out of the window and ran to greet him. Durian was among them. It waved to Carrot, but suddenly stopped. On the roadside, Qianhui led the plants out of the ruins. There was a plant next to Cabbage, covered with leaves, and it was hard to tell what it looked like. It should be the pomelo that escaped earlier. On the side, there was a group of green, small bitter melons. All of them were small bitter melons. Durian was stunned, rubbing his eyes vigorously to make sure he was not hallucinating. He counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. What? Durian was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. Carrot saw its dazed look from afar and ran over immediately. It wanted to block Durian's sight, but it was not fat enough. So it simply reached out and covered Durian's eyes. "Woo," Carrot said earnestly, and patted Durian's head with his other hand. "It's okay, just a group of bitter melons. I'll definitely find more durians in the future, and Qianhui has camouflage potion." Durian was silent for a while, pulled Carrot's hand down, and continued to stare at the group of approaching bitter melons. Its gaze was like a substance, and was noticed by the 2 bitter melons closest to it. The 2 bitter melons didn't understand, and squeezed closer to their companions. Carrot was worried, but Durian seemed to be much calmer than it thought. Durian watched a group of bitter melons come to the modified car, and was led to jump in one by one. Carrot wanted to drag it away, to another car, but it ran away first. Carrot had no choice but to follow, and Big P also followed them, and the three plants followed like bodyguards, and got into the back seat of the modified car. There was no room in the back seat now, and Qian Hui saw this, and asked Cabbage to go quickly, to take care of the little bitter melons, and to pay more attention to the situation of Durian. He took pomelo and lettuce, and went to another car with Nanting Jean. Cabbage nodded, and quietly clenched his fist as he walked. Many plants in the base know about the obsession of the durian. If it loses control of its emotions and scares the new plants, wouldn't it be better to knock it out first? However, when the cabbage got on the car, it found that the durian looked normal and sat quietly on the side. After deciding to join the base, the little bitter melons became bolder. Some of them touched the seats carefully. Some looked around the car excitedly, and some came forward to look at the four-leaf clover on the driver's seat. When the modified car was about to start, Cactus turned his head and asked them to sit down. The little bitter melons responded together, lined up in 3 neat rows, and squeezed into one seat. Next to them was the durian, which turned its head and greeted in a friendly way, "Woo!" Seeing this, the carrot and the cabbage both breathed a sigh of relief. The 9 little bitter melons raised their heads at the same time, looking at the durian. One of them, "Woo!" sounded, and the rest followed suit. After a while, the 2 modified cars left the intersection. There was a map spread out next to the cactus, which had successfully picked up the pomelo, and the next location was the nearest forest, to see if they could find more plants. In another car, Qian Hui was using Nantingjin's transmitter to send a message to Qi Lajiao, telling the plants at the base that everything was going well. Small courtyard. That's fine too. Tian is sleeping. Be good. Okay. Qian Hui replied. We'll be back soon. On the other side of the transmitter, Qi Lajiao finished chatting with Qian Hui, and took out another transmitter. Tian Jia was taking a nap, and Qi Lajiao tried to hold it in for a long time, and carefully sent a message. Good afternoon. Do you want to come over? This sentence was already Qi Lajiao's limit, with complete words and clear expression. After sending the message, it waited for half an hour, almost falling asleep, before the screen of the communicator finally lit up. Chili quickly picked it up and took a look. Chili was at a loss, thinking about the meaning of this symbol. A moment later, the second message came. What are you in a hurry for? Where's your boss? The boss refers to the leader, right? Chili hesitated, not wanting to casually reveal the whereabouts of the base leader, and only replied with one word, busy. Qian Hui was indeed busy, and Chili originally planned to wait for him to come back before handing him the communicator. Humph. What does this mean? Chili sighed, thought for a moment, and took the initiative to send another message. It's not safe. We need to find mutant plants. Chili didn't know some words, so he used symbols instead, which translated to mean, it's not safe outside. We need to find more mutant plants. And the base can provide shelter for all plants, so they will no longer be captured by zombies or humans. Chili said this to explain why the leader was busy, and also to explain that the base welcomes the other party's arrival, to show his sincerity. On the other side, Cattail suddenly turned over and sat up. It stared at the content in the communication. Its dark eyes widened. What? Is there danger outside the base? Cattail jumped off the small bed and walked around on the grass. I haven't even gone there yet. Can I trust those stupid plants in the yard? Cattail walked back and forth several times, jumped back on the small bed, and turned on the communicator. Okay. Let's chat often. This time, it used the words chat often instead, wanting the plants on the other side to report information to it at all times. Chili didn't know what Cattail Grass was thinking, and simply thought that this mysterious plant was finally moved. It was happy for a while, and replied, okay. The modified car drove away, leaving the nearby area. Yuzu sat in a corner in a daze, ignoring the scrutiny of all the plants around. Big Peanut sat next to it, suppressing his excitement. This was the rumored Yuzu. But unfortunately the leaves covering Yuzu were too thick, and it peeked out several times, but couldn't see what it looked like. It's really unusual. Mysterious. Big Peanut took out a piece of candy snack from his backpack again. This snack was given by Potato to calm him down on the day he first entered the base. But Big Peanut doesn't like to eat such sweets, so he has kept it until now. And the packaging is intact. It made a whoosh sound, and handed the snack to the grapefruit next to it. The pile of grapefruit leaves was quiet for a while, and then moved slightly, and a thin hand stretched out from it. The hand took the snack, and then quickly retracted. At the same time, the other car was also in harmony. From the start till now, Durian has become familiar with the bitter melons. They not only introduced themselves to each other, but also chatted. Big P quietly moved over and heard Durian talking about 3 melons and 4 melons. It was really curious and couldn't help asking, "Woo? Can you tell which one of them is which?" Durian nodded, as if it was a matter of course. Big P didn't believe it, pointed at one of them, and asked which melon it was. Durian said without hesitation, "Woo. 6. The little bitter melon raised his hand, indicating that he was the 6th melon. P pointed to the one next to him, Durian, "Woo. 9. Another little bitter melon also raised his hand and nodded. P was not giving up, and tried more than 10 times in a row. Durian answered all of them correctly. It was shocked, and even suspected that Durian had made some marks on the little bitter melons. Durian was even more puzzled, and looked puzzled. How could he not tell them apart? They all looked different. Chapter 76. The back seat was quiet for a while. P's eyes widened, and he stared at the 9 little bitter melons. All of them? Different? Cabbage and carrots also came over, and looked at them together with P. Such a scene made the 9 little bitter melons a little nervous, and they sat there with their legs folded, not daring to move. At first glance, their expressions and movements were exactly the same, almost like copy and paste. But if you look closely, you will find that the patterns on the bitter melon shells are different, and some are slightly larger, or the shape of the leaves on top is different. The 9 little bitter melons are indeed different. But it is not easy to remember them all in a short time, and know who they are at a glance. Carrot tried, and could barely remember 2 or 3. He forgot more as soon as he turned his head. The other plants in the car gradually gathered around, and played the game of remembering the little bitter melons. Yan now frowned and thought hard, whispering to the dragon fruit next to him, pointing to one of the little bitter melons, "Woo! You are the 2nd melon." The little bitter melon shook its head quickly. "Woo! Woo! No! No! I am the 3rd melon." Pumpkin and watermelon sat on the other side, and successfully recognized the number of a little bitter melon, saying that they are also melons. But one is a watermelon, and the other is a pumpkin. The little bitter melon exclaimed in surprise, and looked at them. After playing for a while, even the most dizzy cabbage could distinguish 3 or 4 little bitter melons. But the Big P couldn't remember any of them. The carrot laughed at it, saying that its eyesight was really bad. No wonder it was a road idiot. The Big P glared at it fiercely, saying, "What's wrong with being a road idiot?" The sweet pepper is also a road idiot. When they returned to the base, the sweet pepper saw these little bitter melons, and it was sure that it couldn't remember them either. The durian looked like, "Your eyesight is not very good," and took out 2 bites of the biscuits in the backpack. In fact, it didn't know why it could remember, as if it was a natural talent. Durian sighed quietly, hiding the faint disappointment in its eyes. Big P was still distinguishing the small bitter melon, becoming more and more irritable. It held its head and bared its teeth, slumped down on the chair for a while, and suddenly sat up, buried in its small backpack. Finally, Big P found a pen used by humans to write. It took it from someone's table when it was wandering around the Black Ridge Mountain base. It thought it was fun, so it brought it back. Big P pulled off the pen cap and drew on his hand, leaving a black mark. It chuckled a few times, and came to the 9 little bitter melons to mark them. The 9 little bitter melons had no objection, as it was indeed convenient to get familiar with them. According to P's suggestion, they lined up in order from the big melon to the 9th melon. The road outside was not completely flat, and the modified car was not very stable. Big P carefully drew a 1 on the big melon's forehead. The next 2 are 2 and 3. When it comes to the 4th melon, Big P scratches his head and asks Carrot how to write the word for. Carrot glances at it, grabs the pen and pushes P away, and continues writing. It has studied the translation of the plant dictionary with Pepper before, and has memorized some simple words, and successfully wrote the next 4 to 9. Now it can distinguish them. The little bitter melons touch their foreheads and happily return to their chairs. Carrot returns the pen to Big P and slowly walks to the side of Durian. It reached out and touched the durian, with a slightly worried look in its eyes. The calmer the durian was, the more worried the carrot was. Facing so many small bitter melons, it was impossible that it had no ideas at all. The durian looked at the carrot, and curled its lips. It lowered its head and whispered, "Woo woo." Of course. It was envious. Among most plant species, including it, only one could evolve consciousness, and the higher the level, the less similar it was. If it was low level, maybe there would still be a little hope. After so long, the durian had long since given up hope. In addition to envy, durian was also happy for the little bitter melons. It was incredible and lucky to have so many brothers of the same kind. However, it had no brothers of the same kind. But now it had many companions, and was no longer as lonely as before. Durian sniffed, took Carrot's hand, and wanted to lean on it. Carrot pushed it away in disdain, saying that its thorns were too prickly. Durian sat down obediently. "Woo. When we get back to the base, can we let it take care of these 9 little bitter melons?" Although durian and bitter melon look completely different, but it likes these little bitter melons very much. Being with the little bitter melons can make up for the loss of having no brothers of the same kind. Carrot nodded and agreed directly. Durian was even happier, already imagining the scene of himself leading a group of little bitter melons. "I just don't know what skills the little bitter melons have. They are not high level probably. But it doesn't matter, I can make weapons for them." And asked Qian Hui to buy some armor. In another car, Qian Hui opened the game illustration, and was also looking at the information of the little bitter melons. Variety: bitter melon family, 9 members. Level: low level. Status: good. Loyalty: 50%. Basic skills: can digest 200 g of harmful substances within 3 hours. Advanced skills: immune to all poisons, last for 30 minutes. Rage skills: unknown. Preparation details: unlocked at 80% loyalty. 9 little bitter melons, all in one illustration, only one name. Most of the skills are exactly the same. Looking at the description of the skills, no wonder they can stay in the previous place for so long, only picking up food discarded by humans. However, this harmful substance may not only be spoiled food. The violent skill column says unknown. Qian Hui didn't care, because it was difficult for low-level plants to evolve their own energy-storing attacks. He turned his head, and saw Peanut sitting next to Yuzu. And then opened Yuzu's illustration information. Variety: round Yuzu. Grade: special. Status: good. Loyalty: 100%. Basic skills: breath concealment, use leaves to cover. Hide your own breath. Advanced skills: Yuzu bowling, rolling attack. The higher the target object, the stronger the attack power. Leaf needle, up to 50 instant shots. 90% critical hit rate. Must penetrate within 0.3 meters of thickness. Violent skills: rebound shock wave, within a radius of 100 meters. 100% hit rate. Preparation details: none. Qian Hui looked through it curiously. And with the 2 advanced skills, Yuzu actually had 4 completely different skills. It can hide its breath, can attack in close combat or from a distance, and the rebound shock wave in the violent skill. Qian Hui did not understand what it meant. Could it be like the piranha plant, suitable for use when there are too many enemies around? Qian Hui closed the game interface and shouted Yu. A bunch of pomelo leaves moved, and slowly moved towards Qian Hui. Corn took the initiative to move aside and sat with the eggplant and pomegranate opposite. After the pomelo moved closer, many leaves on its body fell off, revealing half of its face, and looking at Qian Hui. Qian Hui reached out and held it, touched its head, and asked, "Are you still hungry?" He was really curious and wanted to ask what the effect of Yuzi's violent skill was. But he didn't say it. As a special grade alien plant, especially an offensive alien plant, its strength must be very high. Yuzi had just been found, so there was no need to worry about other things for the time being. Yuzi sat in Qian Hui's arms for a while, and then said as if he was a little embarrassed to admit it. Seeing Qian Hui take out several bags of food from his coat pocket, Yuzi reached out to take them, wanting to go to the corner to eat alone. Qian Hui did not stop him, and let Yuzi move away as she had come, and returned to the corner at the edge of the seat, and ate quietly. The 2 modified cars drove all the way, and after more than half an hour, they first arrived at a smaller forest. It was noon, and the team decided to take a break in the forest and continue their journey in the afternoon. The modified car could not go deep into the forest, and it could only park at the edge, blocked by a few sparse trees. Luo Bo checked the car doors and windows, and then asked Yang Tao to drive the aircraft out of the trunk. And the two cars were left here alone. The plants got off the car one after another. Durian led 9 identical little bitter melons, and asked them to follow him closely. The little bitter melons nodded together, picked up branches or stones from the ground and held them in their hands, and surrounded Durian while looking around. Are there any plants here? Xianhui also looked around, and walked slowly inside with Nanting Jin. Cabbage smelled it carefully, and was not sure. It also sprinkled with chips on this piece. If there are plants willing to join the base, they should appear on their own initiative when they smell the scent of special grade exotic plants. Mimosa returned to Carrot's forehead, and the leaves shook. Hesitantly raised 3 leaves. Carrot saw it from the corner of his eye, and looked over. The 3 leaves were raised together, indicating that Mimosa's perception was disturbed, and it was not sure what was over there. Carrot took out a sharp thorn, and walked in front with Big P, heading in that direction, with Qianhui and the plants following closely behind. Yang now drove the aircraft alone, flying low above the woods. Yuzu slowly, suddenly raised his head, and found that Big Peanut had come to him. It was a little nervous, and quietly moved to the side. After walking for several minutes, the team came to the depths of the woods, and a small lake appeared in front of them. The leaves of the mimosa fell down, which meant that this lake was the destination. If there is a lake, there is likely to be aquatic plants. Carrot's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited and ran to the shore to look around. It has always wanted to bring some aquatic plants back. Aquatic plants can live in the artificial lake of the base, and maybe they can help raise its fish. Carrot got closer to look, almost burying his face in the water, searching carefully in the water. The lake water was very clear, but it was quiet inside, as if there were no plants. The mimosa didn't move either. I don't know if it was disturbed by the lake water, or if the plants inside were hidden deep. Big P followed Carrot to get closer to look, and threw some food in. There was an open grassland by the lake, and Qianhui and the other plants had already found a place to sit. Yantao landed the aircraft at the edge, and Watermelon and Pumpkin helped to share the food. Durian took away a lot of food, and Sue returned it. The little bitter melons had eaten before, so they were not very hungry. One of the little bitter melons said that each of them would only need 1 more biscuit. Durian shared the biscuits with them, and sat aside. While eating lunch, it would secretly look at the little bitter melons from time to time. That's great. Otherwise, it would change its name to bitter melon. It could be ranked in front of the big melons, and called the giant melon, because it is the tallest and largest. The durian looked down at itself again, dyeing the shell green. Maybe it looks like bitter melon. It thought silently for a while, and then thought it was okay not to dye it. The pepper and sweet pepper look completely different, and they are very close. By the lake, the Big P left, and the lettuce came over to give the carrot some food. There was still no movement in the water, and the carrot called several times. It didn't give up, and found the wood chips that had been scattered before nearby, and threw them hard into the center of the lake. The mimosa went to the fennel, and was rolling up a small piece of biscuit crumbs, and the leaves suddenly shook. It immediately became alert, and then hesitated. On the way out, Mimosa used her skills almost every moment, not missing any information. Just now, it sensed the human breath. It thought a human was approaching. But then, the breath retreated, as if it just happened to pass through the sensing range. Mimosa hesitated, and decided to pay more attention, and saw Carrot and Clover running over in a hurry. There was no need to hurry now, because Clover had already told Carrot about the abnormality he had noticed before. A car passed by them quickly, looking suspicious. Carrot asked, was there any logo printed on the car? Clover shook his head. Carrot's eyes became serious. Generally, vehicles leaving human bases will have logos, indicating which base they are from. No logo, meaning that they don't want their identities to be discovered. In the distance on the other side, a modified car was parked. The captain put away the transmitter, and said to the rest of the team, Teams 3 and 4 are on the way. According to the direction, the alien plants seemed to be ready to go back, although the number was still uncertain. But since they took the initiative to leave Blackridge Mountain, we can't give up the opportunity, even if we catch 1 or 2. The captain lowered his head and looked at the bottles of potions at hand. It is said that this thing can greatly enhance the strength of the psychic, achieving an effect similar to the energy accumulating attack of alien plants. If it is really that useful. After they deal with those outside, the group waiting in the base can also set off immediately with Wenju's potion. It will be very easy to capture the 2 bases in Black Ridge Mountain. In the woods, Carrot came to Qianhui first, pulling his sleeve and saying woo woo. Qianhui didn't know what happened, but the plants around him understood it first. Mimosa immediately raised its leaves and pointed in the direction it had sensed before. The plants were immediately alert and quickly finished the remaining lunch. If the team was being followed, the person on the other side must not be a good person, and it is very likely to be related to the sky base. Big P snorted coldly and took out his weapon muzzle. It just so happened that they didn't encounter many zombies along the way. These humans came to them on their own initiative, and they could also earn some prestige for Qianhui. Big Peanut rubbed his hands, ready to fight. It was time to show off again. It could beat zombies. And of course, it could beat humans. Durian took off a few thorns from its body and gave them to the little bitter melons, just in case they could be used. The little bitter melons looked alert, holding the thorns and surrounding Durian. Not far away, the body of the pomelo froze, and it tried to shrink back. Who was it going to fight? It was a little scared. At this time, Mimosa placed its sensing target at the far end. No one noticed that the center of the lake moved slightly, and half of a white head emerged, looking around secretly. Chapter 77. The plants gathered together, discussing one after another. Carrots and Big Peas both felt that they had to strike first. Lettuce said it could go outside first. Big Peanuts immediately raised their hands, indicating that they wanted to join in. Durian carefully instructed the 9 little bitter melons to follow Qianhui and Nan Tingjin closely, and not to run around. Pomelo was relatively silent, hiding behind Qianhui, with only a few pomelo leaves showing. Sunflower was not there. Qianhui could not understand what the plants were saying, but could guess from their reactions and eyes. Those people, are they far away? He asked Mimosa. The leaves of Mimosa rolled up, indicating uncertainty, and that more information had not yet been obtained. Seeing this, Qianhui looked a little uneasy. Could the human team secretly following them be Wenju's people? The last time the sky base was attacked, Wenju escaped and his whereabouts were unknown. The rest of the sky base branches were being watched by Yuanji and Chiyu's people, but nothing unusual was found. Or maybe Wenju had a backup plan and contacted other unfamiliar bases. Yuanji once compiled a list of people who were friendly with the sky base, but because of the special status of the sky base in the past, there were many bases on the list. Just like in the game's illustrations, as long as they did not form a bond with Qianhui and become an independent friendly camp of plants, they were all enemies. Moreover, the human team that was tracking should be very cautious and made full preparations. They had been out for more than a day and only realized it now. And that was on the premise of bringing Mimosa with them. If there was no Mimosa, who knows what would happen? Seeing Qianhui worried, Cabbage came over and hugged his hand, whimpering as if to comfort him. It wanted to tell Qianhui, don't worry too much. They can deal with those people. There are several special grade alien plants in the team, plus the pomelo they just found. Their combat power is even higher. They also have 2 cars and a flying vehicle. They are not afraid of any number of people. They have already realized that there may be danger. It is not a sudden incident. The team has made plans in advance. There is no problem at all. Cabbage said a lot one after another, regardless of whether Qianhui understood or not. Tilted his head and rubbed his hand. Qianhui patted its head. Okay. Yuzu also heard it from behind. It looked around quietly and nervously grasped a leaf with both hands. It turned out that it was going to fight too. Okay, I was ready to go back to the yard, and it really had to participate. But humans are scary. It looks hard to deal with. Every time it squatted on the roadside for food, it would run away as soon as it got it, for fear of being caught up by those humans. Then, Yuzu comforted herself. Carrots and peas are so powerful, maybe they won't need it at all. It was like this when they were in the courtyard before. It always squatted in the last 1 or 2 rows, and fell down before the zombies could get close. Carrot also came to Qianhui and said would tell him not to worry. It had arranged for Cactus to follow it, and they would fly the aircraft together to a farther place to see if they could find anything. If they found those people, Carrot snorted in his heart. Maybe he could take this opportunity to find out where Wenju was hiding and completely solve this biggest trouble. Carrot pointed to the aircraft parked in the grass. Qianhui roughly understood what he meant and nodded. Be careful. Without further ado, Carrot immediately took the cactus and set off. The aircraft rose from the grass. A gust of wind blew past, and the white head in the middle of the lake whoosh dived in, creating waves. Qianhui, and the plants watched the aircraft leave. He returned to Nantingjin and asked, "Is there any situation at the base?" "Not yet." Nantingjin handed him the communicator in his hand. "Everything is normal." Qianhui took the communicator, which contained several replies from Yuan Ji. "If the traveling team is followed, some of the alien plants are not here, and Nantingjin is not here either, and the enemy may attack the base. Yuan Ji has been prepared for this. Patrols and defenses are strengthened everywhere, and mushroom water is also available. In contrast, the outer side of the plant base is covered by the maze fog, which will be safer." Qianhui held the communicator in his hand, and felt a little regretful, thinking that he did not make a good plan. He lowered his head. "I should have waited a little longer." But he was really worried about Yuzi. If he did not come this time, with only a few plants, Yuzi would probably not go back. Nantingjin reached out and hugged Qianhui, gently stroking his silver hair. "Don't be afraid, this is a good opportunity. If we wait a little longer, the other side might not be so impatient, but at this moment, he was still accidentally exposed in front of the team." Qianhui nodded, leaned in Nantingjin's arms, looked up at him. "How about you? Are you feeling better?" In the past 2 days, Nantingjin became a little silent. I don't know if it was because his memory recovery stopped, or because he was away from home, and didn't want to mention the two of them. Nantingjin didn't say anything. He stared at Qianhui for a while, then leaned in and kissed his cheek, with quite a bit of force. Qianhui's cheek immediately flushed. He skillfully put his arms around Nantingjin, and took the initiative to kiss him, while vaguely calling, "Xiao Jin." He looked intimate and dependent. Nantingjin tightened his arms, and responded softly. Then, Qianhui picked up the transmitter again, and sent a message to La Jiao, asking about the situation in the base. After a long while, La Jiao replied, "Safe. Tian is busy." "What is Tian busy with?" "New ones. Fighting." Chili explained reluctantly, and hurried to check. The newly added plants were all left in the base. Just now, a strawberry and an aloe started fighting, and Tianjiu went to mediate. On the grass not far away, the strawberry and the aloe were fighting, and many plants gathered around to watch. The strawberry was lower in rank than the aloe, and smaller in size, but it was agile and flexible, and it grabbed the 2 leaves of the aloe and started to chew them. The leaves of the aloe vera were tangled together. It struggled hard, and the other 2 leaves twitched everywhere, trying to knock the strawberry off its body. Among the plants watching, the cabbage was anxious and waved loudly, but the 2 plants turned a deaf ear. Mango was also shouting, cheering them excitedly. The pepper had just arrived at the battlefield. It scratched its head, and didn't know what to do. Qianhui went out. The piranha played with the mushroom all day, and the nuts might have gone to bask in the sun. The bamboo shoots and sunflowers were not nearby. In the past, when there were plants fighting in the yard, they were just allowed to fight. There was always one who gave up. Otherwise, they will each be beaten up, and they will be sure to behave. But these new plants have only been in the base for a short time, so we should use a gentler method. As for the reason for the fight between the 2, it seems that they got carried away while playing, and they are both stubborn. Pepper thought for a while, put on the hood, and flashed to the side of the strawberry and aloe. He first untied the tangled leaves of the aloe, pinched the tip of the strawberry to let it loose, and then picked up the 2 plants and placed them 1 meter away. Sweet Pepper moved very quickly, and it took less than half a minute to do all this. When it stood with its hands on its hips, it looked at the 2 plants that were forced to separate with satisfaction. Strawberries and aloe vera were also stunned. 3 seconds later, the 2 plants rushed towards each other and fought again. Sweet Pepper. It remained patient and separated the 2 plants for the 2nd time. Then the 3rd time. The 4th time. By the 5th time, Sweet Pepper could no longer bear it and threw 2 punches. Strawberries and aloe vera fell to the ground and fainted. Xiao Baokai hurried forward to check, opened his mouth and fed a pill, and asked the soft vine and morning glory to help drag them away. Sweet Pepper stared, looked around. Woo! Who else dared to disobey? The surrounding plants were obedient, and Mango was also quiet for a rare time, turning his head and quietly running away. Seeing this scene, Chili Pepper breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to Qianhui. Okay. It was carrying a small bag on its back, and the sound of the transmitter receiving information happened to be heard inside. Chili Pepper quickly opened the small bag and took out another old transmitter. What's the situation now? Chili hesitated. looking at the chat with Qian Hui on another transmitter. What a coincidence. Qian Hui and this mysterious alien plant were both asking about the situation of the base. Moreover, it had just finished chatting with this mysterious alien plant in the morning. And the other party suddenly changed its attitude and took the initiative to send a message. Chili thought about it, thinking that the other party was asking about the size of the base. It replied, 50. There was this information written on the wood chip that was thrown out. Chili was afraid that the other party would not believe it. So he emphasized the word real. It thought for a moment, and continued to reply, lively, busy. The two words lively were one of the most complicated parts of the text that Chili knew. It wanted to express that everyone in the base was doing well, happy and fulfilled. And even if there were some minor frictions, it was not a big problem. On the other side, Cattail Grass was looking at a few messages, thinking a little. 50 plants? Lively and busy. What does it mean? With so many plants, they are still busy dealing with dangers outside the base? Then among these 50 plants, at least half of them are small trash. Cattail Grass began to walk around on the grass again, its tail wagging constantly. After turning for a while, it paused, raised its head, and let out a woo. Not long after, more than 20 plants appeared from all directions and rushed to the side of the cattail grass. The white hydrangea ran the fastest, carefully arranging the edge of the cattail grass's scarf. Woo? Boss, what's the matter? The cattail grass didn't say anything, and looked at these little brothers one by one. It was thinking in its mind, this one is not bad at fighting. This one is not bad. This one is just SOSO. Then the cattail grass turned around and pulled out a piece of wood from under the leaves of the bush. It looked at the coordinates above, swung its tail, and sat upright in front. Cattail Grass raised its head and looked around. Woo! Go pack up. Maybe we need to prepare to move. But Cattail Grass didn't plan to tell the lettuce yet that it would go there. It thought that after it went there, it would observe first, and if there was any danger, it would come back quietly if nothing happened. Otherwise, it would seem that it wanted to go back, but it didn't. It simply didn't want that group of stupid people to get beaten, and it would be embarrassing to tell others. Just treat it as a trip. I am tired of staying in this forest all the time. And Cattail Grass flicked its tail and snorted in its heart. It wants to see who dares to bully its former little brother. At this time, between the ruins far away from the forest, a car was parked in a more hidden place. There were 3 other cars nearby, which approached from the side one after another, and joined the car. After the 2 sides approached, several people got out of the car, talking to each other, while looking in the direction of the forest from time to time. In the sky, Carrot opened the transparent cover of the aircraft. With a piece of mimosa on its face, it looked through the telescope and took in everything below. As expected, these humans must be following them. The aircraft was far from the ground, and its breath was difficult to capture. And those humans did not have the perception of mimosa, and knew nothing about the spying from above. Carrot continued to observe for a while. Several cars stopped in place without moving, as if they were still waiting for something. There are only 4 vehicles, and at most 20 psychics. Now humans have long known the strength of the alien plant team, and this number is definitely not enough. That is, waiting for more companions to arrive. Carrot put away the telescope, wrote down the coordinates here, and asked Cactus to go back. Wait. It will bring the attack team to raid in a while. The aircraft left quietly, and the psychics below did not notice it at all. One of them held a small medicine bottle in his hand, and hesitantly said, "Does this thing have side effects? It will consume a lot of energy, and you need to rest longer," said another person next to him. "There are no other side effects." The leader said so. The factory in the sky base was destroyed, and this medicine is used less and less, which is very precious. When Ju originally asked them to use it when they went out this time, but the base couldn't wait and arranged for several psychics to test the medicine. It is said that the effect of the medicine is very good. After taking the medicine, the psychics burst out with energy attacks, and their combat power increased by at least 3 to 5 times. The leader of the base was very happy, although Ju had some complaints about it, thinking that his medicine was wasted. But in short, the team at the base is already preparing to take down the 2 bases in Black Ridge Mountain in one fell swoop. Then our operation will also go smoothly. Right? The companion breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know how many alien plants there are, as long as the one that blew up the sky base is not there. At the same time, Qian Hui bought spare pills from the game and checked the status of each plant. Among the plants in the team, only Mimosa and the little bitter melons did not participate in the battle. Nanting Jin would stay by Qian Hui's side. They would stay in the back seat of the modified car together. When the plant driver in front used the launcher to attack, Nanting Jin could also help. Not far away, Durian was still comforting the little bitter melons, telling them not to worry. After getting rid of those bad guys, they could return to the base. The little bitter melons sat in 3 rows and nodded together. At this time, there was a little movement in the bushes on the side, and Yuzu, who was closest, opened his eyes. Through the gaps between the leaves, it saw a strange plant approaching stealthily. It was a small lotus root, standing upright and about as tall as an adult's arm. Its head and body were 3 sections of lotus root with the same thickness. Its hands and feet were also lotus root sections, which were several times thinner than its body. It was snow white, except for some green and black patterns on its right arm, which looked flashy. The flower-armed small lotus root came to the front of the pomelo quietly. It didn't smell the scent of pomelo and thought it was just a pile of ordinary pomelo leaves. While Qian Hui and the plants were not paying attention, the small lotus root picked up half a pack of biscuits on the ground and turned around and ran away. The pomelo in the leaf witnessed all this and opened its mouth slowly. That is mine. Chapter 78. Yuzu struggled alone for a while and slowly moved to the back. In fact, it was nothing that the cookies were stolen, but the important thing was that a strange plant appeared and sneaked away, and he had to tell Qian Hui and everyone. Yuzu moved to Qian Hui's side and reached out to grab his sleeve. Qian Hui looked down and said, "What's wrong?" Yuzu pointed in the direction where the little lotus root had escaped and made a few woo sounds and gestured a few times, trying to tell Qian Hui what the little lotus root looked like. Other plants were collecting the remaining food on the other side, and Qian Hui tried to listen and guessed. You want to go over there and take a look?" Yuzu shook his head quickly and gestured a few more times. Just at this time, the aircraft landed. Carrot and Cactus returned. Hearing Qian Hui say that Yuzu seemed to have discovered something, a group of plants quickly surrounded them. Many plants looked at him together. Yuzu nervously said, "Woo." Carrot widened his eyes. "Woo. Are there really aquatic plants here? Wait, your cookies were stolen. Who is so brave? Where did it run to?" Although it has been so long since we last saw each other, Yuzu is a special grade alien plant after all, and dared to steal its food. Carrot immediately thought that the plant was not easy to mess with. No wonder it hid and didn't show up, so it wanted to steal something. Big P also rolled up his arms, ready to meet the other side. Pomelo explained nervously, "Woo." Carrot understood what it meant, but still looked serious. The whereabouts of humans have been discovered. The team must prepare for battle in advance, and there must be no mistakes at this time. And since we are here, let's take the aquatic plant back together. Carrot looked around with a little excitement and asked Mimosa to look for it nearby. Soon, the leaves of the mimosa lifted up, and Carrot followed the direction, followed closely by a large group of plants. Peanut clenched his fists, filled with righteous indignation. How dare they steal our Pomelo's food? Qian Hui was worried, and also stood up to take a look. Pomelo was a little at a loss, and looked anxiously at the remaining durian and 9 small bitter melons, and Nanting Jin, who was sitting next to the tree, and after hesitating for a moment, he followed Qian Hui. With the guidance of the mimosa, Carrot came to the lake not far away, and saw the weeds behind a stone swaying slightly. It clenched the radish thorn in its hand, and rushed forward. Woo! The little lotus root secretly picked up the biscuit, and was chewing it hard, noticing anything unusual. It was frightened by the sudden appearance of the carrot, and the biscuit in its hand fell, and its back was pressed against the stone, and it raised its head with a look of fear. The big P also came over, and looked at the strange plant with the carrot. It was lotus root, not big, and it smelled like an intermediate, or advanced. The third head poked its head out, and the lettuce saw one of the little lotus root's arms, and curiously made a woo sound. It looks like a pattern or a piece of water grass that has been glued on. This lotus root is white and clean. Why are there marks on its arm? It looks like it is not easy to mess with. 3 special alien plants came around, and the little lotus root was so scared that it could not move. It has been living in this forest. A few days ago, it saw the content on the wood chip, but it did not take it seriously, thinking it was a trap set by humans. However, today, a large group of alien plants really came to the forest and threw a piece of wood into the lake. The little lotus root still did not move. It wanted to get closer and observe carefully. But it smelled the fragrance of food and could not help itself. The location of this forest is not very good. There is only one plant, the little lotus root, living in it. It is usually safe to hide in the water and does not worry about food. But there were no biscuits or anything like that in the woods. It smelled so good. After a while, more plants approached. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, the little lotus root was so nervous that his mind went blank. It closed its eyes and breathed rapidly. Its right arm with pattern suddenly expanded several times, becoming thicker than its body, and clenched its fist and swung it towards Carrot's face. Carrot was looking at the little lotus root, thinking about taking it back and putting it in the artificial lake. Although it hoped to find a water hyacinth or lotus the most, a lotus root would also work. Seeing the arms and fists that expanded instantly, Carrot was stunned for a moment, and didn't have time to dodge. At the critical moment, the carrot was torn apart, and a green glove blocked the attack of the little lotus root. The little lotus root still had its eyes closed, and most of its body was pressed against the stone without moving. Only its swollen right arm was flexible, and it attacked again. It was quite strong, but it was still not enough in front of the cabbage. The two plants punched back and forth until Qian Hui's footsteps sounded. The cabbage retracted its hand and took a half step back. The little lotus root was also tired, and its right arm hung down to support the ground, and it opened its eyes carefully. Is it lotus root? So cute. Qian Hui looked at the little lotus root's special arms curiously, resisting the urge to touch it, trying to greet it. Hello? Yuzu also came over. Its leaves became much less, revealing its round body. The little lotus root saw it, and understood it all at once, looking at Yuzu timidly. Don't be afraid. Qian Hui picked up the biscuits scattered on the ground, and took out a new pack for it. We won't hurt you. The new illustration lit up, and he used his prestige to buy the strategy of the little lotus root. White lotus root, advanced mutant plant. Strategy purchased. Great potential, timid, but the right arm with patterns always seems to have its own ideas, often out of the control of the body. Simple and active personality, likes crispy and fragrant food, likes to grow flowers. Seeing the description in the strategy, Qian Hui took out the second pack of biscuits and handed them to the little lotus root. The little lotus root was still in shock, but now he was flattered and pointed at himself in disbelief. Qian Hui nodded. It's for you. The little lotus root looked at the other plants around, and the grapefruit whose biscuits were stolen in front of him, and they all seemed to be quite friendly. Carrot also put away the thorns in his hand, and asked the big pea to stay away. The little lotus root swallowed his saliva. His right arm recovered, and he reached out to catch the biscuit. Then, Carrot took the plants away, and continued to discuss the battle plan, leaving only Qian Hui and the little lotus root by the lake. Yuzu fell last, looking back every 3 steps. The breath of the plants dissipated, and the little lotus root relaxed a lot. While chewing the biscuit, he quietly looked at Qian Hui. The information on the wood chip. Did you see it? Qian Hui asked. Do you want to go to our plant base? The little lotus root looked small, but it had a big appetite. In a short while, it ate only half of the biscuit. Qian Hui thought. It's a bit like a potato. It hesitated, and uttered a whoosh, as if to say, I'll think about it. Qian Hui nodded, pretending to be casual, and took out a pack of biscuits from her pocket and held it in her hand. Little lotus root's eyes lit up slightly, and he burped and slowly moved closer. Seeing this, Qian Hui continued, we have a lake in our base, which is bigger than this one. We raise fish in the lake, and we can also raise flowers. We can eat this every day. Little lotus root was still hesitating, and was too embarrassed to take Qian Hui's food. But his right hand suddenly moved by itself, becoming a whole circle bigger, and grabbed the biscuits in Qian Hui's hand. For a moment, Qian Hui and Xiao Liana were both stunned. Xiao Liana was very embarrassed, and he lowered his head and stammered. It's okay. It's for you. I still have a lot. Qian Hui couldn't help laughing, and touched Xiao Liana's head. Come back with me. If you don't like the base, I'll let Luobo send you back. The humans who were following them have not been dealt with yet, so it is not suitable to bring new plants. But since there are already 9 little bitter melons, and Xiao Liana is a high-level one, its strength should not be low. At this point, the biscuits were taken, and little lotus root could not refuse, so he nodded gently. Soon after, Qian Hui returned to the tree, followed by a little lotus root with flower arms. Nan Tingjin was used to this. and only glanced at Little Lotus Root, and then looked away. Little Lotus Root was very shy, especially when he looked at Yuzi. His eyes were a little guilty. It was temporarily arranged to stay with the 9 little bitter melons, and stayed by Qian Hui's side. Seeing 9 identical little bitter melons, Little Lotus Root was also extremely shocked. The little bitter melons were holding the thorns given by the durian, and were much more lively. The little bitter melon with 2 written on its forehead took the initiative to ask if the Little Lotus Root was going to the plant base as well. The Little Lotus Root nodded, and another little bitter melon said, "The plants seem to be going to fight with humans in a while. But don't worry. They are very powerful. Not far away." The plant team basically discussed the preparations and plans for the battle. The only aircraft will be driven by carrots and big peas, and their long-range attack power is the strongest. The shells of the 2 modified cars are solid. Give it to the cactus, star fruit, and a few plants. Cabbage, clover is good at close combat. We'll see what happens later. Lettuce's smoke has a general effect on humans, also serves as a backup member. Lettuce touched the leaves on his head. Twice, thinking about where to catch some zombies later. As for the grapefruit, it can also attack remotely. Carrot hesitated for a moment. Let it stay in the car with the cactus. Use the launcher of the modified car. To be honest, although I have been separated from the grapefruit for a long time, I knew it for a long time in the past. Carrot still doesn't know much about the skills and strength of the grapefruit, even if it is a special grade alien plant. There will be some that are good at it, and some that are not. Carrot asked Yuzu kindly, "How about this arrangement?" Yuzu was silent for a while, nodded gently, indicating that it was okay. Carrot nodded with relief, waved his hand, and said, "Woo, get ready to go." Without further ado, the team planned to raid directly, before more human companions arrived, to strike first. After everything was ready, Qian Hui took the Little Lotus Root and 9 little bitter melons, and entered the back seat of the modified car with Nanting-Jin. 2 modified cars left the woods one after another, and the flying vehicles in the sky followed closely. On the other side, for cars stopped in a secluded place, the 2 leading captains were talking, and the other one looked at the communicator in his hand from time to time. "Why haven't you come yet? This is the only way to return. There seems to be no movement in the woods, but they are hiding here, and there is a risk of being discovered at any time. It is best to act as soon as possible. The medicine is also ready, and we just need to wait for everyone to be in place, and then take it together. Several cars are full of people." Suddenly, one of the psychics with excellent hearing raised his head, and seemed to have discovered something. The next moment, a large amount of radishes with electromagnetic gun effects fell. "Oh no! We've been discovered." As soon as the captain on the outside finished speaking, another series of super large peas fell. The ground suddenly rang with layers of explosions. Several people outside hid in the car, and the team members quickly used their superpowers to open the protective net. Then, more long-range attacks appeared from the side. 2 modified cars drove quickly, one in front and one behind. One kept approaching, and the other stopped at a farther distance. Nothing could be seen through the dark windows. The appearance of these 2 modified cars looked ordinary at first glance. There were actually weapon slots similar to cannon barrels on the front and sides of the car, and a large number of long-range attacks were being fired from the weapon slots. A group of people were busy resisting, trying to drive away, but they noticed a new abnormality. The ground was shaking slightly, and the ruins and debris around were slowly rising. The captain saw this and his face changed. Nanting-Jin was also here. He made a quick decision, took out the potion on his body and drank it, and the rest of the team did the same. The 4 teams will arrive soon. After taking the potion, they may have a chance of winning. At least they should be able to escape successfully. The team member in charge of defense also drank it quickly. His face turned red. The light circle on the periphery suddenly increased several times. The protective net, that was originally shaky, actually blocked all attacks again. Seeing this scene, the confidence of everyone doubled. At this time, in a modified car not far away, Yuzu buried his head and stuffed a bunch of leaves into the weapon slot. It was silent, and now it became serious, while keeping a close eye on the situation ahead. At the same time, Carrot discovered the suddenly strengthened protective net. What's going on? Chapter 79. The flying machine was the fastest. Carrot and Big P arrived nearby first. They saw the modified cars below. They were still the same 4. No new teams appeared. It had a rough estimate of the combat power of these humans. It was not like they had never fought with human superpowers before. Carrot was also confident. They came to attack quickly. The opponent had no time to react. In addition, there were not many people. They might not even be able to survive the first wave of powerful attacks. However, seeing that several cars were blocked by the offensive and could not leave for a while, the translucent protective net was shaky, but it suddenly became much stronger. In the co-pilot seat of the aircraft, Big P gnashed his teeth, put on a weapon muzzle, and spit out green peas like the time he attacked the sky base. The plant team below was not idle either. The leaves that Yuzu stuffed into the weapon slot condensed into needles, instantly piercing the protective net. But its leaf needles could only penetrate one layer, and could not attack the humans in the net. Then several layers of new nets that rose instantly blocked the remaining leaf needles. Finding that he could not help much, Yuzu was a little anxious. The leaves above his head kept coming out, and he continued to stuff them into the weapon slot. The same was true for the cactus and dragon fruit next to him. In the car behind were several large peanuts and pumpkins and corn. Qian Hui was holding 9 small bitter melons and lotus roots in her arms, sitting next to Nanting Jean. The little bitter melons and lotus roots had never seen such a scene before, and they huddled together quietly, not daring to move. The little lotus root looked anxious, trying to hold down his right arm, which was about to move. The window beside Nanting Jean opened a crack, and a wisp of wind seeped in from outside. Through the window glass, he looked forward. In the protective net opposite, several psychics got out of the car. They all belonged to the physical system. At this moment, many muscles in their bodies swelled. They tightly grasped the iron bar beside the car door to prevent the modified car from being overturned directly. There was another person with a similar ability to Nanting Jean, who could control dead objects such as stones. He stood in the center and forcibly closed the cracks in the ground. The wind in the net seemed to become still, and the invisible airflow stabilized everything around. The other team had not arrived yet. They had to ensure that the modified car was not damaged otherwise. If they were defeated, they would not even have a chance to escape. As it turned out, the potion they drank was indeed useful. The protective net became indestructible, and the control from Nanting Jean was temporarily resisted. But the potion is not omnipotent. The burst of energy accumulating attacks will always end, and we must find an opportunity to fight quickly. At this time, the counterattack was just around the corner. Carrot was checking the situation below, preparing to split the carrot thorns when the protective net was broken, but saw a large cloud gathering quickly around the aircraft. Not good. It's a thunder-related ability. A large number of carrot thorns immediately appeared, flying straight into the dark clouds, trying to disperse the clouds like before. However, the dark clouds gathered too quickly, and they were numerous and thick, and only a small part of them was weakened. The remaining clouds rumbled, and several lightning bolts struck instantly. Carrot hurriedly drove the aircraft to avoid them. Fortunately, the aircraft rose very high, and the people below could not see the specific direction, and did not hit the aircraft. But there were still a few lightning bolts, heading towards the plant team below. Carrot's eyes became more and more solemn. This time, the plant team was well prepared, but Nut was not there, and the defense would be somewhat worse with only the support of the fortune tree. The shield of the fortune tree stopped the lightning in time. In a blink of an eye, more long-range attacks came from the opposite side. For a while, the two sides were evenly matched and stalemated. Corn was a little anxious, and quietly slipped to the front, bursting out a charged attack, and spitting out a large ball of jelly. The protective net that had almost turned pure white was corroded by half, revealing several gaps. Yuzu finally waited for the opportunity, and the leaf needle in the weapon slot was fired in time, flying into the gap. The gap was quickly filled, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. But the offensive did slow down a little. Carrot was relieved, looking up anxiously into the distance. A green shadow finally appeared among the ruins. Lettuce jumped between the high rocks, followed by a large group of zombies. There were more than 30 zombies, all of whom were confused by the smoke and only obeyed Lettuce's instructions and rushed to the direction of the human team. Lettuce rolled out a few leaf balls, filled them with smoke, and threw one into the zombie group from time to time to prevent the zombies from escaping control. The human team hiding in the protective net also noticed the approach of the zombies, and several people looked very ugly. What's wrong with these zombies? Only attacking us? Don't worry. Hold on for a while, the captain said calmly. Support is coming soon. The time for charging the attack is short, so to be on the safe side, Their people haven't used up the full effect of the potion yet, there is still a chance. Besides, Nantingen is here, will the person who is rumored to be able to dry the alien plants be here too? He turned his head, and asked the remaining team members to get ready. On Qianhui's side, Xiao Liana had already hidden under the seat alone. I don't know if he was afraid or something. He hugged the little bitter melons tightly in his arms, and looked forward anxiously. Qianhui never participated in the battle of the plant team. But this time even he felt that the situation seemed different. There were only 4 cars. In the past, a human team of this size should have been quickly dealt with under the premise of a surprise attack. He frowned slightly, and looked at the aircraft in the sky. Carrot would arrange every battle plan in detail, and would definitely leave a backup plan so that he could escape in time. On the outside, after bringing a large number of zombies nearby, Lettuce quietly returned to the modified car and stayed with Cabbage. Cabbage and Clover kept waiting, but they still couldn't find a chance to attack. The humans just hid in the protective net and didn't come out at all. Clover took the whetstone and ruthlessly sharpened the edge of the leaf. Lettuce also sighed. It's a pity that there weren't enough zombies nearby, otherwise it would have to show these people what it meant to be attacked from both sides. Suddenly, the 3 plants heard the movement behind them. Cabbage turned his head suddenly, and saw several new modified cars appear, which seemed to be the support of the human team. It immediately looked up at the aircraft in the sky. Not sure if Carrot had noticed this. The enemy was very tenacious at the moment, and the reinforcements arrived at this time, which was not good news. Cabbage happened to be unable to wait, and said "Woo" to Clover, and rushed forward first. It jumped to the top of the ruins in a few steps, and its 2 arms extended like springs, and its gloves directly hit the car in the front. The opponent seemed to be caught off guard, and the modified car was forced to stop, and the cars behind were also forced to stop. Lettuce then threw a huge leaf ball, and the thick fog when it exploded enveloped the entire abandoned street. But humans are not zombies after all, and they realized that the thick fog was poisonous, and they all took out pills they could detoxify and clear their minds and swallowed them. Lettuce threw another one in the opposite direction, and summoned the remaining zombies here, trapping the newly appeared human team. Clover did not move for the time being. Cabbage, clang clang, swung his fist, and hit it every time, and the sound of car windows and iron products breaking and bending could be heard in the thick fog. The reinforcements seemed to be delayed. However, at this moment, including the carrots in the aircraft, all the plants sensed something was wrong. The white protective net faded a layer, and the attack from inside suddenly stopped. The human teams on both sides were quiet. The green fog on the other side had not dissipated, and the zombies were still moving, but they seemed to be blocked somewhere and could not move forward. Lettuce wanted to go over and take a look, but was stopped by Cabbage. Cabbage was alert, retracted his fist, and returned to the modified car with Lettuce and Clover. Compared to before, the surroundings seemed too quiet, as if something was brewing. Nantingjian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lowered the window beside him. At the same time, the control ruins in the protective net rose into the air, and the windows of several modified cars on the opposite side broke, and the shells collapsed. The ground shook again, more obviously than before. The captain was very calm and asked everyone to get out of the car. The psychic responsible for resisting the control was exhausted and was about to faint. The protective net was under continuous attack and became more and more transparent, and it was about to collapse. The captain lowered his head and looked at the transmitter in his hand. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened. It was only 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the originally scorching sun was completely covered. More dark clouds gathered together, like an airtight black cloth. In the aircraft, Carrot and Big P looked at each other. This situation is indeed wrong. We have to activate the escape plan. Carrot immediately split into a wave of spikes, heading towards the direction of the woods. This is a signal for evacuation. Cactus and Starfruit in the 2 cars saw it, and turned the steering wheel immediately. In the sky, peas burst out with a charged attack. Huge amounts of peas fell down, as the first wave of cover. Lettuce burst out soon after. Thick green smoke spread throughout the ruins, blocking the view from the opposite side. After it spit out the smoke, it got into the car with the Cabbage Clover. The ruins in front of the car were manipulated to move away, making a clear path. Attacks fired from the weapon slots continued. The plant team had a tacit understanding, prepared to rush out and throw these people off. Although they were a little reluctant to leave like this, but nuts and piranha plants were gone, the team was not complete. The situation was different now. Leaving first was the safest choice. At this time, the human superpowers on both sides also began to act. There were 3 teams in total, and everyone drank the potion, followed the captain's instructions, and exploded at the same time. This explosion was similar to the energy storage attack of the alien plant, which could increase the strength by 3 to 5 times in a short period of time. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts struck. The sky covered by dark clouds was as bright as day, and the street ground was inexplicably cracked, accompanied by the hurricane that swept over. 2-meter-high flames spread rapidly among the ruins. Bang! Bang! A few times, several boulders hit the roof of the car. Nantingjin held Qian Hui in his arms, and the boulders on the roof bounced off instantly, without causing much damage. Under his control, more boulders gathered outside the 2 cars, forming a circle of protection. However, the wall of fire was still approaching, and the hurricane kept blowing, slowing down the speed of the modified car. And then, another superpower exploded on the opposite side. More dark clouds pressed down, like a conscious hand, trying to squeeze the car where Nantingjin was. However, just before it touched the car window, the dark cloud was forced to solidify. Seeing this, the plant team dared not stop attacking. The defensibility of the fortune tree was limited. Fortunately, there was Nantingjin. Otherwise, it was found that the dark cloud was stagnant. Another hurricane came, and the approaching wall of fire rose again. In another car, Yuzu clenched her leaves in her hands. Feeling uneasy, she turned her head to look at everyone, mustered up the courage to open the car door, and rolled out. Peanut saw this and cried out in surprise. But he didn't have time to stop it. The wind outside was strong, mixed with gravel and sand, which blew away the leaves on Yuzu's body, cutting her body like a tiny blade. Yuzu grabbed a piece of protruding stone on the ground and tried to stabilize her body. She kept repeating in her heart, It must work. Since coming to this world, Yuzu has not used her own energy attack, and is not sure how powerful it is. But now, she must try it. Yuzu buried her head, curled herself up into a ball, and held her breath. There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them. From the illustration round Yuzu, the next second, a light green light wave emanated from Yuzu's body. It closed its eyes, raised its head and shouted, Woo! Rebound. The light wave spread outward, and the dark clouds and lightning, the flame wall and the hurricane around it, instantly began to retreat. All attacks were blocked and rebounded to the original owner. Chapter 80. The dark clouds suddenly dispersed, and the sky was bright. The abandoned streets were silent, and all the noise disappeared without a trace. The stones protecting the modified car were slowly removed, and Qian Hui raised her head from Nantingjin's arms, with a confused and uneasy look. Then, some faint movements came from the direction of the human teams on both sides, but no further attacks were launched. The plants were confused and nervous, and didn't know what was going on. The situation was critical just now. The lightning and fire wall that was already very close disappeared in an instant, and the protective net on the opposite side was completely shattered. The cactus on the driver's seat looked over, and saw several humans lying on the ground. It tried to throw a few missiles, but they exploded in the ruins. There was no sign of counterattack from the other side. Carrot in the sky saw it most clearly, and hurriedly landed the aircraft. There was clearly a shock wave that suddenly erupted, which blocked all the attacks. And lying in the center of the shock wave was Yuzu. Peanut in the other car also reacted immediately, and rushed out of the car door. Yuzu lay on the ground quietly, and Big Peanut called it softly, and then carefully reached out to help it up. Seeing that Yuzu's eyes were closed, and there was no reaction at all, the shell felt hot to the touch, and Big Peanut was nervous and panicked. Woo! There were still some small wounds on Yuzu's body, which should have been caused by the wind blades and gravel when it forced to get out of the car in the hurricane. The other plants in the car surrounded it one after another, and the sound of the car door opening was heard from the back. Yuzu? Qian Hui stepped forward anxiously, and took Yuzu from Big Peanut's hand. The aircraft landed nearby, and Carrot also ran over quickly. Qian Hui checked on Yuzu's condition, took out a few pills, and gently stuffed them into its mouth, confirming that it just fainted because of the excessive consumption of the violent attack just now. He breathed a sigh of relief, and gently wiped the dust off Yuzu's body with his sleeve. Okay. It should be fine. The small wounds on Yuzu's body healed quickly, and its body temperature began to drop. But it still did not wake up. Qian Hui hugged it, feeling both distressed and very scared. Carrot on the side had a serious look in his eyes. and looked around. The sudden increase in the strength of the human team, and the critical outbreak of Yuzu, were not what he expected. This time he was careless, and they were prepared. And an accident almost happened. If Mimosa hadn't noticed it in time, and was attacked by these humans, the consequences might be even more serious. It happened that Nuts and Piranha were not there, but Yuzu and Nantingjin's move, force control, delayed a large number of attacks. Carrot quickly scanned the area and found that the plants were not seriously injured, and the two modified cars were basically intact. It made a whoosh sound, and asked some plants to stay behind temporarily. It led the remaining plants with Cabbage to check the situation in the direction of the human teams on both sides. As soon as it approached the ruins, Carrot immediately smelled a strong smell of blood. Several modified cars of humans were almost scrapped, and several people fell to the ground with unknown lives and deaths. Only 2 or 3 were still breathing. They were seriously injured, and their faces were horrified. They still tried to escape, but they were blocked by Clover before they could run 2 steps. At this time, there was a familiar sound of footsteps approaching. Carrot turned his head and saw that it was Nantingjin. He cast a cold gaze at them, and the stone beside him shook slightly, since these people were still alive. Nantingjin, as the only human superpower in the team, was the most suitable person to interrogate them. Carrot considerately moved 2 steps aside to make way for him. Nantingjin stepped forward, and the hanging sharp stone touched the throat of a superpower. He glanced at them and asked in a cold voice, "What did you do?" All the previous attacks were definitely not the strength of ordinary superpowers. The man trembled, his expression terrified. I. He took out an empty potion bottle from his body and told all the team's plans, including which base they came from, when Wenju escaped, and what effect the potion given to them would have. Up to this point, their team's progress was actually very smooth, even if they were accidentally discovered by the plants. Support arrived in time. The potion given by Wenju played a key role. According to the plan and instructions, all of them took the potion and exploded at the same time. The attacks that were enhanced several times were superimposed together, reaching a nearly terrifying strength. Even if Nantingjin's move was not expected, the number of alien plants was not large, and they had a high chance of winning. At least, they could return to the base safely. However, the accident happened suddenly, and the cognition of the aliens on the ground was shocked. They couldn't figure out which step went wrong. Their thoughts were gradually confused, and they didn't dare to tell a lie. "I don't know." He was still very frightened. His eyes gradually became dull, and he accidentally revealed that the base was preparing to attack Black Ridge Mountain. Carrot was very angry. He stepped forward and kicked the man. He found a transmitter from him, but found that it was damaged and could not be opened. Lettuce looked around. The bodies lying on the ground died in different conditions. Some seemed to be burnt by fire, and some had broken bones. Seeing this, he had a rough guess about the ability of grapefruit, and the potions used by humans are equivalent to turning all the superpowers into alien plants with violent skills. One of the reasons why the special alien plants are powerful is the violent skill, which is difficult for many ordinary plants to evolve. And the same is true for humans. No wonder he looks so powerful. But he deserves what he is now. Lettuce shook his head, turned around and left first, planning to go see if Yuzu woke up. Cabbage was on the other side with a few plants, and the situation was similar to this side. After asking for the information he wanted, Nantingjin raised his hand, and a few pieces of gravel flew by. The remaining people fell to the ground one after another, and were solved neatly. Carrot rummaged around and found a box in an overturned car. There were 2 intact medicine bottles left in it, which he put away for the time being. When Nantingjin turned back, Qianhui and the remaining plants entered the car. He leaned his head against the window, hugged the unconscious Yuzi and stared blankly, as if he had not recovered yet. Nantingjin sat in, stretched out his hand, and gently embraced Qianhui in his arms. "Are you scared?" he comforted. "It's been solved. Don't be afraid." Qianhui nodded gently. He was really very scared. If it was just a little bit off, or if there was any other negligence, his tense nerves could not relax. Qianhui took out 2 panaceas and fed them to Nantingjin. Nantingjin was not injured, but doing so seemed to make him feel a little more at ease. Qianhui did not forget to ask, "What's going on with those people?" Nantingjin was silent for a moment, and told him the information he got. "I have contacted Yuan Ji." He stroked Qianhui's back with his palm. We will go back immediately. Qian Hui buried herself in Nantingjin's arms. And after a long time? She replied, yes. In front of him was the game interface. And just now, a new message popped up in the game. Trigger the hidden task. Successfully completed to get a plot point explanation. Hidden task. Find the human who made the mysterious potion 0/1. Task reward. The mystery of time plot point explanation. The human who made the potion is Wenju. Qian Hui raised her head. You said, where is Wenju? Jianhai base. Nantingjin paused. He can't hide for long. He lowered his head and kissed Qian Hui's hair, tightened his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Unless I die. Nantingjin said softly. No one can hurt you. Qian Hui looked nervous. You can't say such things. Nantingjin lowered his eyes and said nothing, touched Qian Hui's cheek. The plants outside quickly cleaned up. The carrot split into a large number of carrot thorns with electromagnetic guns, blowing all traces. Now everything is basically clear. But it is still unknown when Wenju and the Jianhai base will take action. When they find that they can't contact the team here, they may not know what happened. And they will definitely be alert. The plants each took the prepared pills to restore their physical strength as soon as possible. There is also grapefruit. Carrot looked at the modified car where Qian Hui was. In addition to grapefruit, Bigby consumed the most. It was exhausted and almost hung on the cabbage. The cabbage was disgusted and stuffed medicine into its mouth. Bigby also looked at the modified car and made 2 whoops. This Yuzu, with such a powerful skill, why didn't he hide it earlier? Thinking of those hateful humans just now, Bigby gnashed his teeth, wishing that Yuzu would recover to full health right now and lead them to kill all the remaining people in that base. Carrot patted it lightly. Woo! Yuzu hasn't woken up yet. And Yuzu's violent skill, it seems, doesn't last long. It's not omnipotent. And a detailed plan must be made. After this experience, they must not act rashly. After confirming that all the plants in the team had recovered a lot of spirit, Carrot urged everyone to get in the car and prepare to return to the base immediately. The shells of the 2 modified cars were also simply cleaned, so it was hard to tell that they had just experienced a battle. Cactus and Clover were still the drivers, and the 2 cars drove away quietly one after the other. Qian Hui looked at the scene passing by outside the window, until he left the nearby area, and finally relaxed a little. He took out the communicator, wanted to send a message to Chili, but was afraid that the plants in the base would worry. After thinking about it, Qian Hui just said that she was on her way back. But even if Qian Hui didn't say it, Yuanji knew about the situation. He came here in person to remind the plants to be careful recently, and to pay attention to any abnormalities. When the plants heard that Qian Hui and the team were attacked outside, they were very anxious. The piranha covered the small mushroom with its leaves and left quickly. Pepper was running around, wanting to pick Qian Hui up immediately. But knowing that he couldn't go out casually, Pepper nodded to Yuanji, indicating that he understood. It was also extremely worried. It wanted to send a message to Qian Hui, asking if he and the team's plants were injured. However, the more anxious it was, the more blank Chili's mind became. It couldn't think of how to write many words. It sent a real-time communication request to Qian Hui again, but it showed that the other party's signal was not very good at the moment. Coincidentally, another transmitter in the backpack also rang, and Chili took it out to check. How busy are you? Chili pouted, lowered his head, and replied with 2 symbols sad and crying. 2 seconds later, the screen suddenly lit up with a real-time communication request. In the past few days, Chili had been in frequent contact with the other party, and the positions of both parties were relatively fixed, so the signal connection was good. Chili was stunned for a while, and subconsciously answered the call. Then, a pretended indifferent voice sounded in the transmitter. Woo? Chapter 81. When sending a message to Chili, Cattail was waiting for the plants in the forest to pack up. It, and this group of plant brothers, lived in the forest for a long time, and usually stored a lot of supplies. There were various dried edible fruits and vegetables, leaf tea that Cattail liked, weapons made of stones and iron products, and so on. There were more sundries in the warehouse, most of which were picked up from outside, and brought back because they might be useful. Azalea did not listen to the advice, and insisted on taking a tattered tennis ball with her, and stuffed it into a homemade cloth bag. White Hydrangea was packing Cattail Grass's luggage, neatly folding 7 or 8 identical scarves. Sad? Crying? Looking at the 2 symbols sent on the screen, Cattail grass was stunned for a moment. Symbols are simple emotions, and in the language of plants, they also express bad, sad meanings. Cattail grass did not think twice. Click. Press the real-time communication button. With its tail erect, it anxiously circled the transmitter on the ground for a circle and a half, and the real-time communication was connected. Cattail grass looked down, staring at the lit screen. Woo! What's going on? It thought. Wasn't it fine this morning? Although it was busy, it still had time to ask itself whether to go to the base. How come it was just a short while ago? It seemed like something bad had happened. It was quiet on the other side of the transmitter, and it could vaguely hear some noises from farther away. Cattail grass put its ear close to it, and the sound was a little familiar. Like, Bell Pepper? Bell Pepper shouted woo-woo, and seemed very anxious, running around with messy footsteps. Cattail grass's heart sank. Sweet Pepper was so panicked. Could someone have been in trouble? After a while, a strange voice came from the other side, cautiously and carefully. Woo? Hello? Pepper nervously took the communicator and walked quickly to a quieter place. Sweet Pepper's movement could no longer be heard. Cattail grass remained patient and asked again. Pepper hesitated and did not answer for a while. It could feel that the attitude of the other side suddenly changed, and it was very concerned about the situation at the base. But after chatting for a few times, he didn't say he was sure to come. Chili thought for a while, and said vaguely, it just got some news, and couldn't control its emotions, and was very sorry. Woo! What news? Noticing Chili's slight hesitation, Cattail grass snorted. Woo! What's there to be afraid of? It knows the location of the base. It's a plant, not a human or a zombie. Tell it the situation, maybe it can come to help. Otherwise, call a special grade alien plant to come. Pepper looked up. Carrots and the others hadn't come back yet. Sweet Pepper was going crazy. Piranha coaxed the mushroom away. Nuts were probably basking in the sun on the mountain again. Sunflowers were nearby, but they couldn't speak, and the light couldn't reach the other end of the transmitter. Pepper sighed silently. Woo! It thought about it again, and felt that what the other party said made sense. Now that it heard the voice, we were all plants, so we could be more honest. So, Pepper told Cattail grass about the attack on the leader. As it spoke, it sent another message to Qianhui, asking about the situation outside. I'm fine. No one is hurt. Seeing Qianhui's reply, Chili felt relieved. In order to show that the base was strong and capable of protecting the plants, it also told Cattail grass that the crisis was temporarily resolved and the leader was about to return. The other end of the transmitter was quiet, and Cattail grass sat on the ground, with its tail shaking behind it. So that's how it is. Its dark eyes narrowed, and it made a few whoo sounds. The people who attacked your leader were humans? Which base? Chili also told the truth, including the information revealed by Yuanji when he came. There was a base called Jianghai Base, where the humans that the plants hated the most hid and did bad things. Cattail grass silently took note and sneered. Jianghai Base. Right. Although Chili had relaxed a lot at this moment. Qianhui was attacked when she went out, and it should be fine. But the anxiety and worry in her tone were still there. The situation must have been very dangerous at that time. Cattail grass circled around the transmitter, and said woo to indicate that it understood, and flicked its tail to cut off the communication signal. Before Chili could react with the transmitter in hand, Sweet Pepper hurried over. It flashed to Chili's side, and just heard the last woo of Cattail grass. It curiously asked who it was. The voice was strange, but it seemed a little familiar. Sweet Pepper thought for a moment, and couldn't remember. Chili told it that it was the mysterious plant that had been contacted in the past 2 days. Sweet Pepper nodded and didn't care. It took Chili to go to the mountain to find nuts. Chili didn't care about the real intention of the mysterious plant. Maybe the other party felt that the base was not safe, and didn't want to come. The most important thing now is to inform everyone to be prepared. Once the base is really attacked, some of the newly added plants will also start to participate in the battle. The two plants left together, and went into the dense forest. On the other side, Cattail grass threw away the transmitter. It raised its hand, and Gypsophila and Rose opened a map on the ground. The map was the one used before, which recorded the specific locations of many bases, and most of them were large-scale bases that would not move easily. Cattail grass stepped on the map, buried his head and searched carefully, and found the words Jianghai Base somewhere. confirming that it is on the map. Cattail Grass stepped back a few steps, let a few plants put the map away, take it with you as a backup. Now I don't know the specific situation. I still have to go to the Black Ridge Mountain base first. If there is a chance, it will go and destroy this Jianhai base directly. The white hydrangea on the side hurriedly brought the luggage bag over. Cattail Grass took a look and was disgusted. Why are there so many messy things in it? It lowered its head and picked and chose only some food that is easy to store. Other plants should not bring too much things. It's not a trip. White hydrangea came closer, curiously asked, "Woo? Boss, how are we going to get there? Will the plants that came last time be picked up by a small plane?" Cattail Grass flicked its tail and patted it gently. It doesn't need a small plane to pick it up, and the plant base must be busy, and it would be inappropriate to take time out to pick them up. Then, Cattail Grass looked out of the woods, its tail swaying behind it, and squinting its eyes and thought, "This forest is a high-risk area, and outside are ruins." It remembered that a little further ahead, there is a medium-risk area, which connects to several directions, and humans often pass by. Cattail Grass turned his head again, urging his brothers to pack up quickly. They couldn't wait any longer. They had to leave today. When it was about to get dark, a modified car drove in Area 7. It was almost night, and the zombies would find a place to sleep. The people in the car relaxed a little, and drove past the sign marked Medium Risk Area 11. There were not many people in this team. Only 4 psychics, who were out delivering letters to the surrounding bases. They were ready to go back after completing their mission. They deliberately chose the nighttime to travel, so they would hardly encounter zombies, and there seemed to be no alien plants nearby that liked to hurt people. As they got closer to the base, the person in the driver's seat was chatting with his companions. Suddenly, the speed of the modified car slowed down, as if it had accidentally driven into a quagmire, or crashed into a ball of cotton. Before they could react, a figure approached quickly in the moonlight, and with a bang, the side window shattered. Cattail stepped on the steering wheel flexibly, and its furry tail swung. The 4 people in the car did not move, and a sharp tail needle hung in front of their pupils, which would pierce their eyes if they were not careful. They dared not breathe, and felt as if their bodies were stuck in a quagmire, and became sluggish and dull. After a moment, they watched more plants appear, and surrounded the entire car. One of the roses quickly got in through the window, with a transmitter in its hand, and raised it to the driver's seat. The screen of the transmitter lit up, and it said, "Go here." There was also a string of numbers at the back, which were the specific coordinates. At the same time, the 2 modified vehicles of the plant team were also on the way, and were expected to arrive at the base in the second half of the night. The plants responsible for driving the vehicle took turns with each other to ensure adequate rest and energy. The sky gradually darkened, and dinner was also eaten in the car. Yuzi had not woken up yet, lying on her back on the seat covered with clothes. The little bitter melons and lotus roots sat obediently opposite, and Durian helped to take care of them temporarily. Xianhui fed Yuzi a few more pills, and took out a towel to cover it. Yuzi closed his eyes, breathing slowly and long, and the leaves on his head were slowly growing, and then fell to the ground one by one. Big Peanut moved closer and quietly picked up a piece. 9 little bitter melons saw it, and lined up to pick up a piece each. Xianhui did not stop them, and touched their heads one by one. It was safe along the way. The previous attack was a close call. The plants had recovered their energy, and gradually relaxed. Yuzu was not seriously injured either. He was probably just exhausted. He just needed to wait a little longer. Xianhui opened the game interface, looked at the illustrations for a few times and closed it. He had triggered a hidden task inexplicably before, and the notification of winning the faction conflict was also sent, which rewarded him with a full 5,000 prestige points and 3,000 faction points. Xianhui was very curious about the plot of the hidden mission, but he couldn't go directly to find Wenju now. He had to take the plants back first. After learning that Wenju was hiding in Jianhai base, Nantingjin contacted Qiyu and prepared to ask the people in Yunchuan base to help. It would be better if they could find a chance to catch him. Qiyu agreed and arranged a team to investigate near Jianhai base. For some reason, Xianhui was still a little uneasy. Maybe it was because he felt unwell after seeing Wenju that time, which made him instinctively hate this person and didn't want to see him again. He was distracted and was pulled into the arms of Nantingjin beside him. Nantingjin whispered, "What are you thinking about?" Xianhui buried her head in his collar and rubbed it, and raised her head and said vaguely, "Nothing," looking at Nantingjin in front of her. Qian Hui felt even more disgusted with Wenju. Xiao Jin. He was nervous. And reached out to hug Nantingjin tightly. You must not leave me. I will protect you. Wenju has too many ways to target human superpowers. Devices to enhance the state of being lost. And various strange potions. But these things cannot harm the alien plants. On the contrary, the alien plants have the ability to restrain them. The triggering of hidden tasks and new plot points reminds Qian Hui of the plot points about the Black Ridge Mountain base and Nantingjin's original ending. The sky outside the window is dark, and the light inside the car is also a little dim. Nantingjin seems to smile. He touched Qian Hui's chin. Why do you suddenly say this? Qian Hui hesitated. I can protect you anyway. He couldn't say it either. He knew that Nantingjin's ability was very powerful. There were several times before that he actually needed Nantingjin's protection. Nantingjin responded, picked up the cup beside him, and fed Qian Hui some water. At this time, Big Peanut hurriedly pulled Qian Hui's sleeve. Qian Hui turned her head and looked over. Yuzi on the seat moved and slowly opened her eyes. Yuzi. Hearing Qian Hui's voice, Yuzi looked at the dark roof of the car, and her consciousness was still a little dazed. It was dark inside the car, and it was even darker outside. A big green face suddenly came over. Big P shouted in surprise, Woo! Brother Yuzi. Wake up! Yuzi's eyes gradually widened. And then she was picked up by Qian Hui. Qian Hui stuffed a panacea into its mouth. How do you feel? Are you hungry? Yuzi didn't answer, seeing more plants surrounding him, looking at him with all kinds of eyes. There was worry, concern, relief. Big Peanut had a look of admiration on his face, even wiping his eyes excitedly. The next second, many leaves quickly grew on Yuzi's head, covering him tightly. Chapter 82. The pomelo was covered tightly with thick leaves. Qian Hui seemed to be holding a large bunch of pomelo leaves in his arms. He took out some food, while he was busy sorting out the leaves that fell on his body. The pomelo took the opportunity to quietly reach out and, whoosh, took the food away. It originally wanted to hide in the corner to eat, but the big peanuts and big peas were too close, and there were also a few plants next to the seat. So it quietly turned its body and moved in another direction, with its back to the outside, and buried its head and nibbled a few times. Finally, Carrot couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled all the plants away, saying that Pomelo should have a good rest, and not to disturb it. Big P wanted to say a few words to Pomelo, but reluctantly returned to the front seat, turning his head to look around from time to time. Feeling that the surroundings had become quiet, Pomelo breathed a sigh of relief and continued to eat cookies. It lost consciousness after using the energy accumulating attack, and didn't know what happened, nor how long it slept, but just felt very, very hungry. Qian Hui silently took out more food, including dried meat and bread, and gently fiddled with the messy pomelo leaves. Eat slowly. Do you want some water? He quickly finished a whole bag of biscuits, and finally felt like he was alive again, and remembered the most important thing. He pulled apart the leaves to reveal a little gap, and reached out to grab Qian Hui's sleeve, and raised his head with a worried look. Is everyone okay? Have those bad guys been dealt with? And the energy accumulating attack at that time was used for the first time, and I don't know how much help it can provide. Qian Hui saw that Yuzu was worried, and held her thin leafy hand. Don't worry. Fortunately you are here. We are all fine. Yuzu was surprised. What? Me? Qian Hui didn't know what she was thinking, and said to herself, thanks to you. Otherwise it wouldn't be so smooth. And Yuzu's timing of the explosion was just right. Almost all the superpowers launched attacks at the same time, and all were counterattacked. We are on the way back to the base. Qian Hui tore off half a piece of dried meat and fed it to Yuzu. We have to wait a little longer. You can sleep for a while. Yuzu opened his mouth and ate the dried meat, and was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. It took the dried meat from Qian Hui's hand and ate it, and buried itself in the pile of leaves. After a while, it said him in a muffled voice, and seemed calm and even a little indifferent. But in fact, in the pile of leaves, Yuzu's heart was beating. It opened its eyes wide, and repeatedly thought about what Qian Hui had just said. So, it successfully helped everyone. Yuzu was so excited that even the leaves on its head stood up. It was happy alone, and ate a lot of food in one breath. After finally filling its stomach, Qian Hui fed Yuzu a few pills to replenish its energy, and wiped its face with a small towel soaked in water. Yuzu rubbed his palm, and returned to the seat on the edge. It had just picked up the towel blanket and planned to lie down for a while. When Big P came over, Big P held a bottle of water in his hand, with a few pieces of fruit soaked in it, and offered it to him. Woo! Yuzu was still wrapped in many leaves, and shook his head, indicating that he was not thirsty and had just drunk water. But Big P was really enthusiastic and insisted on keeping the water, saying that the water tasted very sweet and was made specially for Yuzu. Yuzu couldn't refuse, so he lowered his head and slowly reached out to take it. Big P, hey, laughed, continued to talk to Yuzu, praised it for being so awesome at that time, and asked what it felt like when using the skill. Yuzu was a little nervous. Woo! It fainted nothing. Big P slapped the chair. Oh, what a pity. Such a cool skill. It was full of energy, describing to Yuzu how the last few humans looked so scared. Yuzu was still nervous and said him angrily. Big P wanted to say something more, but was glanced at by Nanting-jin. The carrot in front was also calling it to go to sleep, because it had to take over from the plants in the aircraft soon. Big P had no choice but to give up, and patted Pomelo's shoulder before leaving. Woo! We'll fight together again when we have time, Pomelo said. Again, and watched Big P jump to the front row through the gaps between the leaves. It was dazed for a while, and slowly lay down, and was quietly happy for a while. After nightfall, the two cars became much quieter, and Qianhui slept in Nantingjin's arms. The aircraft in the sky followed closely, stopped halfway to change the driver, and then quietly continued to move forward. At about 4 a.m., the team arrived at the base. The plants in the base had been waiting for a long time, and had not slept all night. After receiving Qianhui's message, several aircraft immediately came to greet them. Under the escort of several aircraft, the two modified cars passed through the maze fog and returned to the base smoothly. The plants in the car also woke up. The little lotus root looked out of the car window curiously, and the 9 little bitter melons were excited and nervous. The Big P quietly approached at this time and wiped off all the marks on the little bitter melons' foreheads. The car door opened. Nanting-jin helped Qianhui get out of the car, and Sweet Pepper rushed over first. It cried loudly, hugged Qianhui tightly, and checked nervously to see if he was injured. Lights were on everywhere in the base, and the other plants also gathered around. Little Mushroom stood on the head of the piranha plant, anxiously reaching out to Qianhui. Qianhui put down Sweet Pepper and hugged Little Mushroom over. Why don't you sleep? The piranha plant was also helpless. The team was attacked when they went out, and everyone was very worried. After persuading them several times, they refused to leave and insisted on guarding the door. Potato ran closer with Cherry, found corn, confirmed that it was fine too. Cherry was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes, holding a straw pillow, jumping around behind Potato. At this time, Yuzu got off the car carefully, looking for a place to hide. However, it was a new face, and wrapped in leaves. It was very mysterious, and it attracted many eyes at once. Sweet Pepper flashed closer, and said in surprise, Woo! The little mushroom also waved to Yuzu, and jumped off Qianhui's palm. More familiar and unfamiliar plants approached, and the grapefruit was forced to stop. It thought about it, and took the initiative to pull apart the leaves and greeted everyone. Nuts jumped over, and glanced at the grapefruit several times. Cabbage and Apple came to the car door to welcome other new members. It is said that there are quite a few of them. There were a few clicks in the car, and a small bitter gourd jumped out. Cabbage greeted it, and gave it a small snack. When he looked up again, it was another identical little bitter gourd. The second little bitter melon jumped down, and the third little bitter melon appeared. The little cabbage was stunned. His eyes widened. When the 9 little bitter melons appeared together, the attention of the plants shifted, and the pomelo was relieved. Carrot came over, led the pomelo to the back, and found a place for it to rest. In front of the car door, the 9 little bitter melons stood neatly in 3 rows, led by the durian next to it. The durian looked proud, as if he was also a member of the bitter melon. The Sweet Pepper stared at the little bitter melons and counted them, scratching his head with a confused look. Seeing its reaction, Big P finally felt relieved. Chili, who was standing by, looked up with the transmitter in hand and found that Qianhui had gone to the direction of the cabin accompanied by Nanting-jin and several plants. It was really late, and everyone needed to rest, recover their energy as soon as possible, and prepare to deal with the next situation. Chili put away the transmitter and decided to tell Qian Hui about the mysterious plant tomorrow. All the aircraft and modified cars were parked back in place, and the remaining plants also went back to sleep one after another. Pomelo had already followed Carrot, and the 9 little bitter melons were still taken care of by Durian. The remaining little lotus roots were led by Cabbage to the artificial lake. The little lotus root kept looking around, listening to Cabbage's description of the basic situation here. It touched its right arm, with a look of longing in its eyes. Not far away, there were several figures quietly following behind. Potato looked at the little lotus root, and quietly asked Corn, what was the origin of this plant? The pattern on its hand looked strange and hard to deal with. Corn shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The little lotus root was still a high-level alien plant. It should be very powerful. Mango heard this and rubbed his palms, eager to try advanced alien plants. He would find a time tomorrow to meet them. Cherry fell to the ground with sleepy eyes and fell asleep. Soon after, the lights of the base went out and fell into the silence of the night. At nearly 5 in the morning, a car stopped far outside. Cattail sat on the roof of the car, looking at the Black Ridge Mountain base shrouded in the night. More than 20 plants in the car came out one after another. Jasmine checked them one last time to make sure that everything was brought and nothing was left out. For superpowers were also in the car. They didn't dare to act rashly, hoping that the plants would leave quickly. What bad luck. It was originally just a simple mission, but they were hijacked by a group of plants. Fortunately, the plants needed their car, so they didn't do anything to them for the time being. The strength of these plants was not low, especially the one wearing a pink headscarf. It was a special plant. Its abilities seemed to be very special. From the place where the modified car was hijacked to here, it would take at least a whole day to travel. But for some reason, it arrived at around 5 a.m. The captain of the 4 tried to recall. He seemed to have heard that a very powerful alien plant had appeared in Area 7, but it had disappeared for a long time. Moreover, it was a special grade alien plant. In addition, the plant team that gathered together to act, might it be related to the group of rumored alien plants? The captain was very sure that these were 2 completely different ways of plants, because the ones who hijacked them were all flowers. As he was thinking, he saw cattail grass jumping down from the roof of the car. Cattail grass got in through the car window, and with a quick flick of its tail, for tail needles pierced everyone's skin. It was not fatal but left a small blood spot. Rose on the side took the communicator and showed the contents written on it to the captain. Tonight, don't talk nonsense otherwise. Cattail grass glanced around coldly, with a threatening look in his eyes. The captain gripped the steering wheel tightly. I know. Cattail grass turned around and left with Rose, taking 2 bags of dry food from the car before leaving. After all the plants got off the car, the 4 people finally got away, and the modified car drove away quickly under the gaze of many people. White Hydrangea, carrying a small bag, asked Cattail Grass, "Woo? Boss, what kind of injection did you give them?" Cattail Grass shook its tail. "Woo. It's just an ordinary injection, which can scare people." White Hydrangea seemed to understand, and looked around next to Cattail Grass. Cattail Grass raised its head and looked into the distance again. The Black Ridge Mountain base finally arrived. It wants to see who dares to come and besiege and attack. Cattail Grass yawned loudly, and told the plants to find a place nearby to rest. Chapter 83. The location that Cattail and the plants arrived at was far away, which was an intersection somewhere outside. This was not only a must-go place to the base, but also a place that could be seen from the base, which was convenient for finding out the situation. The only bad thing was that there was only bare ground and some unclean ruins around. The plants searched around, reluctantly picked a place, and built a simple small house with some stones. The most complete and exquisite small house was naturally Cattail's. White Hydrangea dusted off the dust, took out the small bed from the bag and skillfully made it. Cattail ate some dry food that it had taken from the human car, stepped inside, walked around on the small bed, and curled up to lie down. After such a long journey, it was the most tired one, because it was highly focused throughout the journey. The other plants tried to be quiet, not making too much noise, and quickly prepared their new residences, arranged the plants that took turns to keep watch, and fell asleep one after another. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sky gradually brightened. The narrow ruins were quiet, and if you look carefully, you can vaguely distinguish a few small stone houses. A baby's breath and an orchid stayed nearby, always keeping an eye on the surroundings. There was nothing unusual in the direction of the Black Ridge Mountain base. The patrolling team of superpowers expanded the range, but did not reach the intersection where the plants were. And there were not many zombies nearby. The patrol team's primary target was humans. Qianhui did not sleep well. She woke up several times during the sleep. She got up before 10 a.m. The first thing she did when she got up was to check the status of the plants in the illustrations. Especially Yuzu, whose violent skill was the most powerful, and it was the one that needed to be restored as soon as possible. Although Yuzu was there, the faction conflict yesterday was almost completely won. But if the interrogated person is not lying, there will be more psychics with potions coming, with the intention of attacking the base, and they may already be on their way. Before going to bed in the early morning yesterday, Qianhui prepared a lot of mana recovery potions for Yuzu. Now I open the illustration and see that the charging progress has reached 20%. Compared with the recovery speed of other special plants after using violent skills, it seems a bit slow. If we wait for Yuzu to fully recover, it may not be in time. Both bases must be fully prepared. I bought mushroom water before, and several bases that I had established a relationship with sent greetings, saying that they could help, and were still on their way. Qianhui walked out of the wooden house, and Xiao Baokai ran towards him with Xiao Mushroom. He picked up Xiao Mushroom and put it in his pocket, and walked out slowly. Sleep a little longer? Xiao Mushroom waited for Qianhui until the early morning last night, and now he couldn't open his eyes. Nodded and got into his pocket. Many plants in the base also woke up, and they were busy. The piranha plant and cabbage were training new plants, teaching them how to cooperate. Nut kept jumping along the wall, checking whether the ground spikes outside were installed. There were several 3-barrel cannons placed by the wall, and Lettuce was studying how to use them, and distributing them to suitable plants. Carrot and Pepper were alone together, holding a few blank wooden boards, discussing specific combat preparations. Yuzu also woke up, led by Sunflower to walk around the base, and chatted with it by the way. In the whole base, probably only the little lotus roots and little bitter melons, who joined yesterday, were the most idle. The little lotus root was still adapting to the environment in the lake. The 9 little bitter melons wanted to join the attack team, but unfortunately they were not strong enough, and followed Apple and Crisp Peach to help everywhere. When they woke up, the little bitter melons all wore a small piece of wood around their necks, with numbers from 1 to 9 engraved on both sides, for easy identification. Seeing Qianhui, Chili ran over quickly. It opened the small backpack behind it, which contained 2 transmitters, and showed one of them to Qianhui. Sunflower and Pomelo happened to approach, and Carrot followed. Qianhui took the old transmitter, and read the chat record between Chili and a strange signal. Is it also a plant that can use words? He frowned slightly. Who is it? Chili shook his head, feeling very ashamed. It had not yet asked what kind of plant it was. This morning, when Qianhui was still sleeping, it said 2 messages. But for some reason, it seemed that they did not arrive smoothly. Chili actually wanted to meet a plant that could use a human transmitter like itself. It even wondered if the mysterious plant had already set out for the base, which was why the signal was unstable, and it could not receive any information. Pepper looked at him with longing. Woo! It said. It might come to help. It must be a very powerful plant. Sweet Pepper passed by with a newly formed attack team, and he flashed over to take a few glances, nodded to agree with Pepper, and flashed away again. Carrot was very cautious, and he looked closely at the transmitter with a suspicious look. Could it be a human pretending to be someone else? But Pepper said he heard the voice from the other side yesterday. It looked at the chat logs and always felt that the other party's attitude was a little subtle. It couldn't be specific, but it might be that this mysterious plant's personality and speaking style were just like that. Qianhui also felt a little strange and had no clue. Let's wait and see. He hesitated. If we come to the base, the detector will find it. Mimosa continued to use skills to sense everything around her on the way out. After returning, she was a little tired and went to rest. In comparison, the detector's perception was not as accurate as Mimosa's, but the range was sufficient. Chili nodded and left the transmitter with Qianhui. If the other side sends a message again, Qianhui can choose to communicate directly with the plant. After saying this, Chili left and followed Carrot to see the new plants. Yuzu approached and rubbed Qianhui's arm. It was carrying the small backpack that Qianhui gave it yesterday, which contained many pills. It could take some from time to time and use the light of the sunflower to restore its physical strength. Yuzu now also understood its own importance. But the recovery of the charged attack took time. And it was the first time it was used. So it couldn't be impatient. Qianhui touched its head and asked softly how it felt, and whether it liked the new courtyard. Yuzu answered one by one, and finally left with Sunflower, continuing to familiarize herself with the base. The two plants left together, and the game interface in front of Qianhui was open. Fortunately, the search for Yuzu went very smoothly. Now among all the special plants in the illustrations, only one piece is still gray. Looking at the faint silhouette in the illustrations, Qianhui felt very uncomfortable. Only cattail grass was left. After Lettuce went to find it last time, Qianhui marked the location on the map. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have gone there. However, now, the base could be in danger at any time, and every aircraft was important. And it was not certain that the cattail grass could be brought back. In fact, on the way back yesterday, Qianhui had the idea of arranging another plant to go, but was persuaded by Carrot. Moreover, among all the plants in the courtyard, the cattail grass should be the one that lives the best outside. At least there is no need to worry about it being in danger. Qianhui was distracted for a moment, and sighed silently. He stood up, and put the transmitter into his coat pocket. The little mushroom in the other pocket was still sleeping soundly, and turned over gently. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in Jianhai Base, when Ju was sitting in a study, followed by two subordinates. Opposite him sat a man, Zhao Yin, the leader of Jianhai Base. The people who went to investigate have arrived. Zhao Yin threw the transmitter in his hand on the table. With a resentful tone, those three teams were completely wiped out. As early as yesterday, when he suddenly couldn't contact them, he had a bad feeling in his heart. But he didn't expect. Not a single person was left alive. But the team heading to the Black Ridge Mountain base has been dispatched. It is too late to terminate the operation now, when Ju's factory is gone. Yesterday's raid plan failed. If they fail to break through the alien plant base, they will not be able to get the antidote for the alien plant to treat the symptoms of being lost. Zhao Yin suppressed his anger and forced himself to calm down. Is Nantingjin also there? Those three teams. The person who investigated replied that the scene and the bodies were destroyed, and it was impossible to distinguish much information. The whole army was annihilated after using the potion. Zhao Yin first thought of Nantingjin. It could only be him who did it. Maybe. When Ju closed his eyes tightly, and tapped lightly with his fingertips on the armrest. Maybe there are some unknown alien plants. He opened his eyes, with a little fatigue in his tone, and comforted, "Don't worry, I can do this, and the other side will also need time to recover." When Ju was very confident in his potion, it would not be easy to eliminate all three teams. It is the best time to go and besiege the base. Recently, when Ju has used his supernatural powers less and less frequently, but his intuition has always been accurate. So many of his people died, Zhao Yin was quite dissatisfied with Wenju's seemingly indifferent attitude. He glanced at Wenju a few times, but in the end, he said nothing. Without Wenju, he would not be the leader today, not to mention that the two of them are now on the same boat. Wenju also promised him that he would not rebuild the Sky Base, and that the Jianhai Base would be one of the three major bases in the future. Then, sir, go to bed early. Zhao Yin stood up. If there is any new news, I will inform you immediately. After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. The next day came in a flash, and the plants were busy preparing everything. There was enough balance in the game. Qianhui bought a lot of things at once. Skill point pills, evolution water, helmets, weapons, etc. As long as they could be used. Almost all plants had a share. 9 little bitter melons received 9 identical helmets and ran behind the durian. The little lotus root also had a helmet. It was not polite to Qianhui. After drinking the evolution water, the pattern on its right arm became darker and more vivid. The last battle gave a lot of prestige points. So Qianhui bought the 9th aircraft. The aircraft cannot accommodate too many plants, but it is more practical. After the basic arrangements were finally made, the prestige points reached the bottom again. The balance was spent 40 or 50,000 at once. With the exchangeable camp value, there were still more than 200,000 left. However, spending so much balance also paid off immediately. The loyalty of the new plants increased rapidly, almost exceeding 60%. Qianhui hadn't had time to check the illustrations and skills of the plants one by one. The newly formed attack team was all handed over to the carrot and the man-eating flower. He was browsing the game store wanting to see if there was anything else he could prepare in advance, and the communicator at hand suddenly rang. The communicator was the one that Chili gave him yesterday. Xianhui picked it up to check. "What's the situation?" Xianhui thought for a moment, and replied, "Hello, we are doing well here, thank you for your concern." The other side immediately sent a question mark, followed by another message. "Who are you?" On the other side, Cattail Grass stared at the screen of the communicator. The plant before was so stupid that it wouldn't use so many words, and this one is obviously a human. Human or... The communicator vibrated, and the screen lit up again. "I am the leader of the plant courtyard, Xianhui." Cattail Grass stared at the reply for 2 seconds, and then pressed the real-time communication key. Because of the location change, the signal waited for a long time before it was finally connected. On the other end of the communicator, an extremely familiar voice sounded. "Hello?" The tone was gentle. Because of the zombie body, the pronunciation was a little bit vague, but it sounded much smoother than before. Cattail was silent, and its tail shook unconsciously. Xianhui on the other side waited for a long time without replying, and asked again, "Can you hear me?" Cattail was thinking whether to lower its voice, or ask another plant to come and hum for it. Suddenly, it raised its head and looked into the distance. There was movement. Cattail hung up the phone with a click and jumped to the top of the ruins. At the end of the line of sight, several modified cars drove quickly. Chapter 84. The streets outside the area were dark, almost full. Cattail Grass roughly counted at least 30 cars. Quite a lot of them. Cattail Grass looked unkind, and then looked at the Black Ridge Mountain base behind. The area of the Black Ridge Mountain base does not look small. Last time, Chili told it in the transmission that there were 50 plants in the base, and there should be 9 special grade plants added, and I wonder if Yuzu has gone back. 50 plants, most likely some of them will not fight. If you want to defend such a large base, it may be a bit difficult. Although Lettuce came over that time, and drove a small plane that looked very nice, Cattail Grass didn't know much about the specific situation of the base after all. It was still a little worried, so it brought its brothers to take a look. Now looking at the situation, it was a good thing that it came, and it came at the right time. Cattail Grass snorted in its heart. Awoo, and was about to lead its brothers to rush over, to launch a surprise attack. They didn't have many plants here, but at least they could get rid of some of them. However, when the plants hiding in the ruins came out one after another, Cattail Grass saw that the modified cars on the way changed direction and headed towards the side street. Cattail Grass looked around and saw that these human teams did not seem to plan to go to the main gate of the Black Ridge Mountain base. If they followed the side path, they should reach the back of the base. What's going on? Why don't they go this way? In this way, the team will not pass the intersection where the plants are waiting. Seeing that the large number of modified cars were getting farther and farther away, Cattail Grass hurried to chase them. The plants behind him immediately followed, jumping and shoveling among the ruins. Only one white hydrangea remained, holding its small bag tightly and hiding in the stone house. It didn't know how to fight, and its skills were useless, but because it was more careful and was very good at taking care of plants, it was able to make an exception and stay with the Cattail Grass. Listening to the footsteps of the plants getting farther and farther away, the white hydrangea shrank back into the corner again, hoping that they would return safely. On the other side, inside the plant base, 9 aircraft rose into the sky, quietly hiding in the maze fog, waiting for an opportunity to move. All weapons below were also ready, for 3-barrel cannons were placed beside the wall. The plants of the attacking team were guarding their respective directions. The arrival of the invaders was discovered by the Black Ridge Mountain base at the first time. Those people never thought of hiding their whereabouts. They could be seen with a telescope. Xianhui was also at the edge of the wall. He stayed beside Nanting Jean. He took a few glances with the telescope and was pulled away by the piranha plant. He was taken to a safer place in the center of the base. Many plants with low combat power also stayed here. The little lotus root went to help. 9 little bitter melons and crisp peaches were crowded together. Mango also wanted to help, but was held tightly by the little mushroom and the little succulent. Xianhui sat aside, picked up 3 plants with her hands, and opened the illustration. All the plants were in good condition, and their combat power was at its peak. Only, Yuzu's charge attack had only recovered 80%. Yuzu was disappointed for a while, and was coaxed away by Carrot. Even if the charge attack could not be used temporarily, its other skills were also very powerful. The only uncertainty now was how strong the superpowers who came were. If they all drank the potion, what would the degree of explosion be? But even without Yuzu, the plants in the base worked together, and with the support of various weapons, there was a certain chance of winning. As for the Black Ridge Mountain base, Nantingjin did not go back for the time being. The base's psychics had enough mushroom water, and 9 aircraft could move to other positions at any time to help. He flipped through the atlas, but was still worried. He put the plants in his arms on the grass, got up and walked quickly to the wall to see the situation. The little mushroom followed closely behind, and was pulled back by Mango. At the edge of the wall, the plants were on full alert. The giant carnivorous plant climbed outside, and next to it was a medium-sized nut standing quietly. The nut was shaking slightly, ready to grow bigger at any time. Nantingjin stood inside the wall, staring into the distance. The invaders were about to arrive, and the atmosphere became more and more tense, as if the air was stagnant. Carrot jumped onto the wall and raised the telescope in his hand. The cars in the front came the fastest, and gradually slowed down when they were still a few hundred meters away from the maze fog. The other side was very cautious. They knew Chili had special abilities. The surprise attack 2 days ago failed again, so they did not dare to get too close. The battle was about to break out. Nantingjin took the lead. The ground where several modified cars were located cracked, forcing them to retreat a little. However, they were obviously on guard against Nantingjin. They retreated only 2 meters away and held on. Not close enough. Nantingjin's control could not achieve the best effect. Then a huge, thick and high protective net rose instantly, covering all the modified cars and blocking the view. The next second, several fireballs were thrown out from the white protective net. It started, and it was now. The piranha plant roared, and a large number of carrot thorns penetrated the maze fog and attacked the invaders. The fireballs collided head-on with the carrot thorns with magnetic explosion effects, making a loud bang. The giant nut appeared soon after, and its huge body rolled down the mountain road. The other side was also prepared, and the front of the protective net lit up 3 new layers. Qianhui came to the wall at this time. He was shocked by the loud noise, and hurried to help the rubber tree open the hook of the 3-barrel gun, so that the long-range attack could be thrown smoothly. Seeing Qianhui coming over here, Nantingjin said nothing and pulled him behind him to protect him. Bang, there was another loud noise, and Nut crashed straight into the white protective net. But the protective net was very solid, without even a crack. Under the attack of the psychic, the mist of the maze fog had been partially dispersed, revealing a small section of the wall. In addition, the position chosen by the opponent was very tricky, able to attack 2 bases at the same time, and the completely opaque protective net blocked all movements. Carrot on the wall was calm and composed, and with a woo, 9 aircraft appeared at the same time in the sky, instantly crushing the attack of the psychic. Seeing this, the humans on the other side were shocked. What is that? In fact, the plants have not used flying machines very often, and except for the Black Ridge Mountain base, almost all the human superpowers who have seen flying machines have died. The appearance of such mechanical weapons shocked many people and stunned them on the spot. It just flies. What are you afraid of? In the communicator, one of the captains in charge of the operation said, Team 1 and Team 2, get ready. The people who came, except for the Jianghai base and the remaining subordinates of Wenju, and the people from other bases, all chose to stand on Wenju's side. As long as the 2 bases in front of us can be captured, all problems will be solved. The psychics of the 2 teams had already taken the potion in advance, and with the captain's instructions, they exploded together. In an instant, more long-range attacks were mixed together, and with the help of the wind power acceleration, they hit the defense shields of the 2 bases heavily. At the same time, there were several control psychics who used the ruins to jam the nut, thereby hindering its movement. Bang, the defense shield was hit, and the maze fog dissipated partly. Even with Nantingjin's ability, attacks approaching the base would be controlled and blocked. But the number of psychics this time was at least 3 times more than the previous 2 days. The number of attacks was too large, and it was impossible to take care of both bases. So many psychics, all equivalent to a plant with violent skills, erupting at the same time. Nantingjin's face was a little gloomy. His brows were tightly knitted, and he restrained the idea of going directly to the outside and killing those people at close range, and still stayed by Qianhui's side. Then, with a crackling sound, The defense shield in front of Qian Hui's eyes cracked into several small cracks. But fortunately, it was quickly repaired. He stepped back a few steps. And there was another bang. Several huge fireballs bypassed Nut and hit him again. Yuzu on the side of the wall shook his body, trying to calm down, throwing leaf needles out, and stuffing blue medicine back into his mouth. It's only 82%, too slow. Not enough. It has taken a lot of medicine. But it still needs time to recover completely. Qian Hui saw it and stepped forward in time, snatched the medicine from Yuzu, and patiently persuaded him. It's okay. He hugged Yuzu. Don't worry. At present, both sides only use long-range attacks. The peppers and cabbages can't help for the time being. Cherry hasn't eaten enough bombs in the past few days, and can't use skills. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched. The other side dealt with two bases at the same time, but was not at a disadvantage. There were too many psychics. If this continued, I didn't know which side would be consumed first. At this moment, the second round of explosion from the other side came. This time, the concentrated attack was more powerful, pressing down from the sky like a storm. The aircraft in the air dodged in time, and Nut broke free from the obstacles and resisted with all his strength, but only blocked a small part. Seeing that the overwhelming long-range attack was about to hit the base, the air suddenly twisted, and Nut, who was lying on the ground, was closest to the outside, and watched a fireball being fixed for 2 seconds, and then seemed to be flattened and deformed. The direction of the fireball was also forcibly twisted by an invisible force, and it hit the ground in front of the base. The same was true for the rest of the attacks. There were successive explosions, and after the smoke and dust dissipated, the bases on both sides seemed to be unscathed. The psychic on the opposite side soon discovered the abnormality, and the captain asked in a deep voice on the communicator, "What's going on?" In fact, they were almost unable to hold on, and the attacks of the alien plants and the Black Ridge Mountain base were equally fierce. Both sides were resisting. The potion was of great help, but the duration of the explosion was limited, and the number of defensive psychics was also limited, and they would always be used up. Therefore, they must make a quick decision. However, before the captain finished speaking, the team members shouted in the communicator, "Not good. There are new alien plants on the right side of the team." Through the view inside the protective net, more than 20 alien plants climbed over the ruins, shouting and rushing towards this side. They were colorful, and seemed to be flowers, and they were not big in size. A baby's breath rushed to the front, throwing out tiny flower thorns, and the peony tore off a few petals and threw them into the sky. The petals suddenly grew larger and spun to release a protective shield. The air twisted again. The thorns of the baby's breath were originally several meters away from the protective net, but they suddenly appeared inside the protective net. The psychic inside was caught off guard and was instantly injured by the thorns. In front of him, another shadow flashed by. Cattail grass jumped onto the prone body of Nut, with its back facing the plant base behind. It flicked its tail and stared angrily. Woo! Chapter 85. There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them. The illustration is not lit. Source unknown. Qian Hui raised her head in confusion, looking at the distance outside the base. The giant Nut lay on the ground, not daring to move. Feeling the weight of someone stepping on him, and hearing a familiar voice, Nut glanced up quietly. Both bases were stunned. What was going on? The attacks that were originally directed at the two bases at the same time all failed, and so many alien plants suddenly appeared. Carrot was holding a transmitter in his hand, and Yuanji's voice rang out from it. Is this from your side? His first reaction was to wonder if the botanical courtyard had recruited new alien plants. Just like the Big Cherry's move. Carrot hid this step of the battle plan and didn't tell him. But Carrot made 2 whoops, indicating that it was not. He was very confused, and took the telescope to take a closer look. And then his eyes widened. Wait. No. It's from their side. Seeing the familiar pink headscarf, Carrot quickly asked the team to suspend the attack to prevent accidental injury to the cattail grass and a group of strange plants over there. Then, Qian Hui also came to the wall to check. That's... He was surprised. Cat? Seeing the small shadow on Nut. In the game's illustrations, a piece of cattail grass finally lit up, but the distance was too far, so it didn't show the connection. At the same time, a large group of flower-like plants rushed over and launched a fierce attack on the team of superpowers. They were obviously experienced combat plants. They found a good position among the ruins on the roadside, with a clear division of labor and tacit understanding. And they broke a gap in the protective net in one go. The other side hurriedly repaired, but the appearance of these alien plants caught them off guard. And they were so close. They were in a panic for a while. The most important thing was, for some reason, as soon as their attacks were thrown out, they seemed to be blown away by the wind. No matter how they dodged and resisted, the attacks of the plants always hit them accurately. On the giant nut, the cattail grass kept throwing out balls of transparent air in front of it. As it lay prone, its furry tail shook vigorously, throwing out a large number of tail needles. The bases on both sides also made quick adjustments at this time, using only smaller, long-range attacks that were less likely to cause accidental injuries. The dense tail needles mixed with all the attacks, and with a crisp sound of pop, the white protective net was shattered. The other side reacted quickly, parking all the modified cars on the periphery as cover, and several physical ability users appeared. They all drank the potion, and when their superpowers were full, the muscles in many parts of their bodies swelled, and some even grew to 2 meters tall. The team responsible for defense had a total of 4 or 5 people, and they all fell unconscious due to overdrawn superpowers, and could no longer raise the protective net. In the current situation, since we can't stop it, then we should take the initiative to attack. The psychics who came to the outside rushed directly to the flower-like plants in the ruins, and a few people came to the cattail grass, trying to capture it alive. The cattail grass's figure flashed, disappeared on the spot, and appeared on the side the next second. It left the giant nut, prepared to help its brothers. The nut was finally able to stand up at this time, and its huge body rolled towards the opposite side. It was even more unsuitable to use long-range attacks now. Both bases fell silent. Carrot continued to observe with a telescope. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds. One of the peony's defense shields was shattered by the psychic. He moved very quickly, reaching out to grab the jasmine in front of him. Jasmine was unable to dodge. At the critical moment, a pepper seed dart was thrown over, cutting the psychic's wrist. The dart was thin and small, but the attack power was very strong. The psychic retracted his hand in pain. He turned his head and looked. Another red shadow flashed in front of him. The masked bell pepper arrived first. Its eyes were cold, and the dagger in its hand stabbed at the psychic's throat. Several bamboo knives followed closely behind. Little bamboo shoots ran quickly. Beside them were cabbages and big peanuts with fists clenched. And behind them, there were several figures. The roar of the giant carnivorous plant resounded all around. Durian equipped with magnetic explosion weapons rolled all the way, plus several heavy alien plants such as enlarged watermelons and pumpkins. Seeing this, the human on the opposite side looked unhappy. I almost forgot. Even if they switched to close attack, they couldn't beat these plants. The cabbage had been holding back for a long time. It protected a bellflower and a gardenia behind it, and swung its fists quickly and fiercely, knocking a superpower to the ground in a few hits. The superpower wanted to fight back, but was hit by the gardenia's flower cluster and fainted. The 2 plant teams met for the first time, but they quickly became familiar with each other and worked together to resist the superpower, who was pressing forward step by step. On the side, the giant nut rolled around everywhere, and the carnivorous plant opened its mouth to bite a car, lifted it up, and threw it far away. The durian turned its body, dodged the flying wind blade, and rushed over to blast 2 or 3 people apart. Lettuce also came quietly, hiding in a farther position, throwing out some leaf balls. The smoke inside can cause hallucinations in the psychics, and can also block vision. At first, the psychic team could still rely on the strength gains brought by the potion, and take some wound medicine to barely support themselves, while retreating continuously. However, a large number of modified cars were damaged, and team members fell one after another, and they could not take care of them at all. Not long after, peppers and carrots appeared quietly at some point. These humans should have no support, and after confirming that the range was sufficient, the 2 plants burst into a stored energy attack at the same time. Along with the invisible attack wave, countless radish thorns fell from the sky like raindrops, with a hit rate of 100%. The explosions continued, and the giant nut retreated a little. The carnivorous plant and cabbage led the plants around them to hide at a safe distance in time. When the radish rain finally stopped, the diffused dust was blown away by the wind, and the surroundings seemed extremely quiet. In the ruins where several pits were blown out, there were still 2 or 3 people who were still alive, struggling to get up. but they had no strength. Pepper dodged over, took out the hemp rope prepared in advance, and tied up the few fish that escaped the net, which might be useful later. Big Peanut stood close to the giant piranha plant, leaning his head to look around. His eyes were filled with excitement. Did they win? After a moment of silence, including the base in the back, all the plants burst into cheers of joy. At the same time, Qianhui received a game prompt. The 19th faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 10,000. Faction value 8,000. Faction rankings have been updated. Qianhui opened the game interface and saw that the human faction had dropped from the original 2nd place to the 3rd place, while the plant faction remained unchanged. His heart was finally at ease, and he looked anxiously at the plants outside. The most important thing was that cattail grass had also returned. If Nan Tingjin hadn't stopped him, Qianhui would have slipped out of the base by now. Wait a minute, Nan Tingjin said. Don't worry. They will come back. On the other side, the Black Ridge Mountain base sent 2 teams to clean up the aftermath. Cattail grass stared at the newly appeared human for a few times, and resisted the urge to beat him up. Well, it turned out that the plant base was behind this Black Ridge Mountain base. No wonder they guarded the wrong intersection at the beginning. Now that the battle was over, the plants that had gathered together automatically separated, and more than 20 flower-like alien plants returned to the back of cattail grass. The piranha plant maintained its size, and the nut shrank a lot, and hurried over. Cabbage and Pepper were very excited. Pepper took off his mask and rushed over to hug cattail grass. Woo! Cattail grass dodged in disdain and swung a tail needle. The tail needle was not fast, and disappeared in front of Pepper, with no intention of hurting it. Pepper knew that cattail grass had such a personality, so he stopped tactfully, feeling a little aggrieved. Woo! Lettuce and Carrot also ran over, and Lettuce asked curiously, Woo? When did you come? Cattail grass said last time that it would think about it. And it thought. Cattail grass snorted, and its tail swung left and right. Woo! It knew that it would not be able to handle these stupid people in the base, and it had to come to help. Of course, it has no intention of joining the base, and is planning to go back now. Woo! Go back? Cabbage couldn't believe it, since it was already here. Why did it have to go back? Carrot persuaded him a few times. Qianhui was also in the base. Why not go over and see him? Cattail grass remained silent, and quietly glanced in the direction of the base, as if thinking seriously. At this time, Qianhui's voice rang out from the communicator in Chili's backpack. The communicator was in real-time communication, and Qianhui said anxiously, There is a zombie king nearby. Come back quickly. The game interface in front of him was open, and there was a new prompt on it. Found the trace of the zombie king, number 02 Qian. Hui did not see the figure of the zombie king in his sight, and was not sure if it was the same one that chased the lettuce that time. As soon as he finished speaking, the little bamboo shoot standing outside smelled a hint of danger and immediately warned. The plants reacted quickly, and the flower stem of the carnivorous plant swung, protecting everyone tightly. The cattail grass looked alert, and jumped on the top of the carnivorous plant without hesitation. It looked into the distance, and indeed saw more than a dozen zombies gathered together, with the intention of approaching here, and was not sure if they were attracted by the noise, or if they were hiding here quietly. Lettuce below waved his hand quickly. Woo woo! Telling everyone to hurry back to the base. The battle was over. Most of the plants had consumed their energy, and carrots and cattails had also used their energy storing attacks. The base had a defense system, which was safer than staying outside, and the zombie king that would appear nearby was most likely a giant zombie. The lettuce was still in fear after being chased by the opponent all the way last time, and was even more worried that the opponent would bring a group of zombies and take the opportunity to attack. Cattails jumped off the top of the piranha plant, still hesitating. The group of flowers it brought did not move either. They turned their heads and looked at each other, waiting for the boss to speak. But Bell Pepper could not wait any longer. It put on a mask and approached from behind. It found the right opportunity, picked up the cattail grass and ran towards the base, shouting, Woo! Go! It is at risk of being beaten. It can't hold on for long. The cattail grass is smaller than Bell Pepper, and was pressed tightly in his arms. Its tail swung up and hit Bell Pepper's face. Seeing their boss being abducted like this, more than 20 plants were stunned. But in fact, they had already noticed that the boss had an unusual relationship with the plant base here. Otherwise, they would not have stolen a human car and traveled overnight to come to help. The peony took the initiative to pull the carrot, pointed in a direction, said that they had a companion over there, and they had to take it together. The carrot nodded, and asked the remaining plants to return to the base first. It took out a sharp thorn, and took the peony to glide into the air. The remaining plants followed the piranha and nuts, and rushed towards the base. When they arrived outside the base, with a few whoosh sounds, for aircraft flew quickly in the sky. Potato, with Mimosa on his face, led the way in the front, and went to investigate in the direction indicated by Mimosa. The zombies in the distance were still gathered together, and it directly dropped a few bombs. The other 3 aircraft launched an attack together, and more than half of the more than 10 zombies fell down in an instant. But these seemed to be low level, and not threatening. Potato looked further away, and Corn beside him opened the transparent cover of the cockpit, and faintly smelled a stronger smell of zombies. Further ahead was a ruin, belonging to a certain medium and low-risk area adjacent to it, with many abandoned buildings that had not been cleaned up. The dozen or so zombies below were quickly dealt with, and Potato was about to turn around and go back. Suddenly, a stone larger than the cockpit flew from nowhere, thrown out with great force, and smashed straight towards the aircraft in the sky. The aircraft dodged in time, but was still accidentally hit by the side edge. With a bang, the edge sank a little, and the aircraft shook slightly for a moment before it stabilized in the air. Corn was shocked and angry, and immediately threw several corn balls down. However, they did not see the source of the stones, nor did they know where the other side was hiding. Afterwards, the 4 aircraft flew around nearby, and were not attacked again, nor did they find more zombies. After confirming that it was temporarily safe, all aircraft returned together. After the plants left, an unusually tall figure stood up in the center of the ruins in the distance, staring at the direction of the base. Qianhui waited anxiously, and finally saw Bell Pepper and Cattail Grass come back as soon as possible. Bell Pepper rushed into the base gate, put down the Cattail Grass, and immediately ran away. The Cattail Grass looked up and saw that the hateful big fat pepper had disappeared. It swung its tail angrily, and then looked around the base, with a slightly critical look. Well, it seems not bad. The environment is good, the fence is well built, and the ground is clean. The base is large. There are all kinds of unfamiliar plants around, and they all look good, not like those that have been hungry for several days. Ah! The Cattail Grass turned his head again, and saw sunflowers and small mushrooms. The little mushroom stood on the top of a big cherry. The big cherry came over in a hop, and the sunflower was a few steps behind. When the big cherry came closer, the little mushroom jumped off the grass, and pounced on the Cattail Grass, and hugged it. The Cattail Grass shook its tail, and did not hide. The little mushroom was very happy, and wanted to pull the Cattail Grass to find Qianhui, but it ran into Yuzu first. Yuzu, gurgle gurgle, rolled over, and pushed away the leaves that blocked its view. It looked at the Cattail Grass, sniffed, and its eyes were wet. Cattail Grass? Why do you look like you're about to cry when you see me? They haven't had a good relationship in the past few years. Right? Yuzu came over with a soft woohoo sound. Cattail Grass hesitated for a moment, didn't hide, and patted Yuzu on the head. Woohoo! Yuzu couldn't tell how flustered she was just now. The progress of the charging attack had suddenly increased to 95%. It could feel that it was just a little bit short, but it still couldn't use it. Woohoo! Fortunately, Cattail Grass is back. After adjusting her mood, Yuzu quietly left. Cat! There were footsteps coming from the front. Cattail Grass raised her head, and was embraced in a soft embrace the next second. Cattail! Qianhui was surprised and excited, and took out some pills. How do you feel? Are you injured anywhere? We have formed a bond with the special mutant plant Cattail Grass. The loyalty of Cattail Grass has been greatly improved, reaching 100%. Cattail Grass shook its tail in Qianhui's arms, and reached out to pull its headscarf. Are you kidding? How could I get hurt? It buried its head in Qianhui's palm and sniffed it, and picked up a few pills to eat. Not long after, the piranha and other plants returned to the base one after another. The carrots and peonies also came back, and the white hydrangea brought back from outside. The more than 20 plants brought by Cattail Grass passed through the maze fog, entered the base gate, and looked around curiously. The white hydrangea hugged a small bag in its arms, found Cattail Grass's figure, and ran over quickly. It also saw Qianhui, and carefully looked at each other, and Qianhui's silver hair. The The white hydrangea was surprised, and quietly touched the white petals on her head. Pepper appeared as if nothing had happened, hiding behind Chili Pepper, afraid that Cattail Grass would come and beat her up. Qian Hui was sitting on the grass, and Chili Pepper stood beside him, and glimpsed the communicator in his pocket. The mysterious plant recently seemed to be very concerned about the safety of the base, and even asked for real-time communication, saying that it might come to help. Chili Pepper thought of this, and thought that he could report his safety to the other party, and also reveal the strong strength of the base. It tugged at Qian Hui's skirt. Woo! A few times, successfully got the transmitter, and pulled Sweet Pepper to the side. Pepper carefully chose his words, and sent a message. We're done, we're safe. It had just pressed the send button, and a second later, the transmitter vibrated not far behind it, and the message was received. Pepper and Sweet Pepper turned their heads together, and saw White Hydrangea also take out an old transmitter from her bag. The two Peppers widened their eyes, watching White Hydrangea holding the transmitter, and handing it to Cattail Grass in Qian Hui's arms. Chapter 86. White Hydrangea handed over the transmitter. Cattail Grass only glanced at it, indicating that she didn't want to look at it now. Qian Hui also noticed the transmitter in White Hydrangea's hand, and lowered her head in surprise. Cattail, is this yours? Cattail Grass's tail paused, and nodded rather reservedly. Woo! There is nothing to hide. If it hadn't found a way to contact the base in advance, I'm afraid I don't know what would happen today. Qian Hui was curious, picked up the transmitter and opened it, and just saw the message said by Chili. He was even more surprised, flipped it up again, opened his eyes wide. Cat you. At this time, Chili and Sweet Pepper also slowly came over, stuck to Qian Hui's hand, staring at Cattail Grass. Sweet Pepper was still a little dizzy. How did Cattail Grass contact them? Did it sneak in nearby a long time ago? Woo! Sweet Pepper asked the doubts in his heart. Cattail Grass patted its head with the tip of its tail. Woo! How simple it is. No need to think about it at all. Sweet Pepper scratched his head. The pepper beside him was nervous with the transmitter in his hand, and coughed lightly. It greeted the Cattail Grass carefully and solemnly, saying that it was the plant that had been in contact with it. The pepper had mixed feelings, a little excited, and felt incredible. It wanted to meet the mysterious plant very much, and the most important reason was that the other party could also use human characters and transmitters. This was very rare among mutant plants. Those who were well informed, like lettuce and carrot, only knew a few simple numbers before building a base. So Chili thought that, no matter what, it had to find a chance to meet the other party, to see what kind of plant it was. Unexpectedly, Cattail arrived in time, and successfully turned the tide of the battle. Chili also saw it, and figured out some of his previous doubts. No wonder. This mysterious plant is really powerful. Chili looked at Cattail with great admiration, his eyes sparkling. Cattail tilted its head and looked over. Woo! In fact, when it heard the sound just now, it recognized it. This skinny little pepper is not bad, and has great skills. Pepper understood the compliment in Cattail Grass's words, and was even more excited. Sweet Pepper watched from the side, but was a little unhappy. It silently waited for Pepper and Cattail Grass to chat for a few more words, and found an excuse to pull Pepper away. When they came to the quieter grassland, Pepper was still excited, and wanted to say something, but couldn't help it, and asked hesitantly, "Can Pepper teach me to read too?" Pepper mentioned this before, and taught Carrot and Piranha Plant, but Sweet Pepper thought that knowing human characters was useless, and always refused to learn. After hearing this, Pepper nodded immediately. Woo! Of course. Although there is a plant dictionary now, plants can only use human transmitters, and the symbols in it are not comprehensive enough. After learning the characters, everyone will bring a transmitter with them when they go out, so that they can communicate in time if there is any situation. Pepper was happy, and secretly made up his mind that he must know more characters than Cattail Grass. Cattail Grass on the other side had no idea about this. It used its supernatural power to travel overnight, and it had a stored energy attack not long ago. It was impossible for it not to be tired. It lay comfortably in Qian Hui's arms, and swallowed 2 more pills. The game interface in front of Qian Hui was open, and on it was the illustrated information of Cattail Grass. Variety, Cattail Grass. Level, Special Grade. Status, Feeling Tired. Loyalty, 100%. Basic Skill, Tail Needle, up to 30 shots in a row, half control, hit rate 80%. Advanced Skill, Tail Needle, up to 50 shots in a row, full control, hit rate 95%, space compression expansion movement, within 50 square meters of volume. Raging skill, space compression expansion movement, within 500 square meters of volume. War preparation details, none. This skill looks very powerful. No wonder the large number of attacks on the base at that time can be directly diverted in direction and position. Qianhui seemed to understand, and took some more food to feed cattail grass. Cattail grass sniffed carefully, and slowly ate from Qianhui's hand, forgetting that he had said he was leaving not long ago. While feeding cattail grass, Qianhui also fed a few bites to the white hydrangea beside him. The other new plants were not far away, and were taken care of by Xiao Baokai and others. The white hydrangea was still secretly looking at Qianhui. After eating the food he fed her, she couldn't help but get closer, and stretched out her hands boldly. Qianhui saw it getting close to her, and simply hugged it together. Suddenly, it was treated the same as the boss. The white hydrangea shrank and dared not move. Until it confirmed that the cattail grass had no intention of driving it away, it slowly relaxed. It raised its head, curiously reached out its hand, and touched Qianhui's silver hair. The surrounding plants were busy or resting. Not long after, for aircraft returned to the base. Carrot and several other plants immediately went to meet them and asked about the situation outside. When Potato said that a stone was thrown from high altitude and hit the aircraft, let us confirm that it was the giant corpse. It liked to do this the most. Corn touched the small hole on the edge of the aircraft with heartache, and Potato was still in shock. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. But the zombie king did not show up in the end. The stones and more than 10 low-level zombies were probably for testing. Fortunately, cattail grass arrived in time, and the battle with the superpower team ended quickly. Although the plants were exhausted, they still had the energy to fight against the zombies with the defense of the base. Or, the giant zombie had a large number of zombies, and they had not all come to this area, so it would not act rashly. But anyway, it has been so long, the giant corpse has not left, the target must be here. Qianhui was worried. Does it want to attack us too? In the past, when the zombies besieged the human base, they rarely targeted anyone in particular, but the existence of the plant base is indeed unprecedented. In addition, the plants successfully killed the zombie king 03. If 02 knew, they would probably feel a sense of crisis, so they targeted the plant base. Just solved a big problem, a new one came. The plants gradually surrounded them, and the light of the sunflower flickered slightly. Carrot had a serious face. Beside the piranha plant stood large peas, cabbage, and nuts. Lettuce rubbed his hands and sneered. Come on. Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'm not the embarrass me that day. Its smoke is very effective against zombies. Yuzu also approached quietly, touched his belly and fell into deep thought. Tonight, its energy accumulating attack will be fine. I wonder if it will be so useful against zombies. Cattail listened silently, stood up and stretched, jumped off Qianhui's arms, and landed on the ground. It walked around Qianhui, raising its chin to look at all the plants around, and finally sat on the grass in front. The cattail grass swung its tail behind it. Woo! That's right. What are you afraid of? I'm here. The plants it brought can also help. After hearing the boss's order, more than 20 colorful flowers nearby stood up and responded. The peony flower waved its leaf fist, making the loudest sound. Woo! Qianhui hugged the cattail grass again, touched the small leaf tip that popped out of its head. Cat, will you stay forever? We all miss you. The cattail grass pretended to think, and shook the tip of its tail modestly. Woo! In that case, then you can stay for a while, and wait until those zombies are dealt with. Sunflowers helped to convey the information. Qianhui automatically ignored the word temporarily, and happily hugged cattail grass and kissed it. All the plants in the courtyard were now back to him. Nanting Jin was also there. They really had nothing to be afraid of. Cattail grass was stunned for a second, pushed Qianhui aside and jumped off the grass, reaching out to adjust his headscarf. Not far away, Xiao Baokai stood on tiptoe and curiously asked Cabbage if the new cat was particularly powerful. Their logistics team had been staying in the base and could not see the battle outside. Before the cabbage could make a sound, Big P came over quietly. Woo! Don't mess with it. Among all the plants in the yard, cattail grass's combat power is not particularly high, but its advanced skills are very special. When fighting with it, the fist it swings may hit your face directly in the next second. There is no way to defend it. Little Cabbage was stunned when he heard it, and turned his head to look at cattail grass wearing a pink headscarf. No new zombies appeared outside the base. After confirming safety, the team arranged by UNG went out again to clean up the remains and traces of the battle, and put the few people who were still alive in jail. At the same time, multiple bases learned the outcome of the fight. The main base of the Sky Base was destroyed, the pharmaceutical factory was completely in ruins, and the remaining people who supported Wenju also lost completely. Nanting went back to the base, and Yuanji followed him when he returned. I have arranged another team, Yuanji said, to go to Jianhai Base to search for Wenju's traces. According to the people who were locked up, Wenju's physical condition has been very poor recently, and many of his subordinates have secretly escaped. There are not many people around him, and he can't go anywhere. He should still be in Jianhai Base. It's better to go and check as soon as possible. After the team finds him, they will capture him alive and knock him out, and then bring him back to the base to Qianhui and the plants. Okay. Thank you, Qianhui said. Be careful. Well, his ability can't hurt people, Yuanji said confidently. We are fully prepared, and we will set off quietly at night. Zombies go into hibernation at night, which is the safest time. The team took a shortcut and got help from other bases to rush over, and they will be back early tomorrow morning. Qianhui was still worried. Seeing this, Mimosa took the initiative to step forward and carefully touched Yuanji's fingertips. It can help to detect various situations on the road, as well as Wenju's hiding place. Yuanji was flattered and picked up the mimosa that had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. Okay. Thank you. By now, the Black Ridge Mountain base and the plants have become familiar with each other, and they have fought together, but they were only in contact with Carrot and the others. It is probably the first time that Mimosa, who is so capable and belongs to the auxiliary type, is willing to take the initiative to help humans. With the light of the sunflower, Carrot also came, helping Mimosa teach Yuanji how to distinguish signals. For example, if he lifted the leaf on the left, it meant there was a zombie, and if it lifted the leaf on the right, it meant there was a plant. Cattail Grass squatted on the grass and glanced at Yuanji for a few times, and then looked at Nanting Jin, who had returned to Qianhui. Never mind. Cattail Grass stretched again, and saw a little mango running quickly in front of him. It ignored it, and looked around, trying to find a suitable place to sleep. This new courtyard, it quite likes it. Chapter 87. The Black Ridge Mountain base was responsible for cleaning up the outside, and the plants were also busy. The ground spikes and tube cannons on the edge of the wall were not moved, to prevent zombies from coming to attack, and the items left on the ground were picked up. The apple looked up, and spit out a lot of thick smoke, filling the maze fog that had been attacked. Crisp Peach was guarding it, feeding it a few pills in time, and the crystal cores that humans had offered before. After eating several crystal cores, the apple was upgraded a few levels, and spit out more smoke in one breath, covering the Black Ridge Mountain base. Cattails went to sleep in the sun, without any plants to accompany them, leaving the white hydrangea beside Qianhui. And the new plants it brought, a total of 25, will all be registered and added to the courtyard. All 25 plants are flowers, including baby's breath, peony, jasmine, rose. Most of them are mid to high level attacking alien plants. They look delicate but are actually very powerful in fighting, and there are 3 auxiliary plants with outstanding abilities. The last remaining white hydrangea, it is the only low-level one. Its skills are not very useful. It is said to be responsible for taking care of Cattail Grass's daily life. The white hydrangea broke off the leaves in her hands, counting them while saying, it has to serve Cattail Grass meals and wash dishes every day, trimming its tail and washing its headscarf. The sunflower is right next to her. Qianhui heard it. Why does it feel so similar to what she did for Cattail Grass when she was in the courtyard before? But at that time, Cattail Grass only had one headscarf, and the piranha plant and the cabbage would occasionally be washed and hung on the branches to dry the next day. Qianhui was in a subtle and complicated mood, and then looked down at the white hydrangea next to her. The white hydrangea probably also discovered the similarities between it and Qianhui, touched its petals, pointed at Qianhui's silver hair, and said happily, "Woo!" Qianhui said and reached out to pick it up. These plants are used to living together. They used to be led by Cattail Grass, and have long become an experienced team. So Carrot did not intend to separate them. According to their habits, Cattail Grass was in charge, and they could go to the mountains and forests to find a place they liked to live. It is not easy to gather so many flowers and plants. This is probably the unique hobby of Cattail Grass. It likes beautiful plants, preferably fragrant ones, so that it will feel good to have them around. with them and cattail grass, as well as the pomelo, lotus root, and 9 bitter melons. There are 87 members in the base. There is still a little short of the 100 members required by the side quest. Xianhui originally went to pick up the pomelo and planned to go around on the way back to see if she could find new plants. However, an accident occurred on the way, and the team hurried back. Now they found another zombie king nearby, and it seemed that they had no time to recruit new plants. They had scattered so many wood chips before, and some plants must have seen them. Xianhui was secretly distressed. At this time, Nan Tingjin handed over the communicator. It contained a message from Yuan Ji. The outside world learned that the operation of Jianhai base had failed, and 3 or 4 bases took the initiative to contact them, trying to make friends with the plant base, and proposed to buy mushroom water. Not long after, the human camp seemed to have changed, seeing that when Ju's pharmaceutical factory had no follow-up. Some people finally softened their attitude and had to ask for help from the alien plants. Qianhui was not good at dealing with these things, and Nan Tingjin did not have much patience. Fortunately, Yuan Ji was in charge, and Qiyu sometimes gave some suggestions. He took Nan Tingjin's transmitter and replied, saying that he would ask Xiao Mushroom in the next 2 days and make some new mushroom water. After replying the message, Qianhui returned the transmitter to Nan Tingjin and looked at the friendly camp in the illustration thoughtfully. The courtyard is likely to be targeted by the zombie king. It is not convenient for the plants to go out alone, but the rest of the humans are relatively safe and have free time. If humans can help, it would be great to pick up the plants. It just happens that everyone has what they need. Besides, the existence of the friendly camp is to help each other. As for which humans to choose to help, it is still up to the Black Ridge Mountain base to select them, and then think about how to arrange them. Xianhui told Nan Tingjin about his idea, and his eyes were full of excitement. Is this okay? But I also want the crystal core. Nan Tingjin gently squeezed his palm and replied, okay. I'll go ask. More than 20 new plants were taken away by lettuce, including the white hydrangea. Let's find a place to rest first, or walk around by yourself to get familiar with the layout of the base. As they walked and looked, the peony flowers exclaimed, woo! This place was much bigger than the forest they had lived in before, and the environment was also good. Although there were many unfamiliar plants, they all looked friendly. When they passed the lake at the foot of the mountain, a small white lotus root poked its head out of the water and waved at them. Beside the path covered with sparse gravel, a small bitter gourd ran by with some food in its arms, and said hello to the lettuce and the plants. The closest baby's breath responded, and turned around to see another identical little bitter gourd, also running over with food in its arms. Little bitter melon also greeted, woo woo. Starry sky was sluggish, woo woo. On the hillside, cattail grass looked around and finally chose a satisfactory location. This side was an open space. The dense grass was not blocked by the shade of the trees. The sun could shine directly in. And for some reason, there was a shallow pit in the grass. It seemed that something had been placed here before. Cattail grass squatted in the pit, tucked in its tail and curled up, just enough to lie down. It adjusted its headscarf and closed its eyes comfortably. Not long after, Nut came closer with a hop. It also came to the location of the small pit, but found cattail grass inside. Nut stared at cattail grass, and cattail grass, which noticed the movement, opened its eyes. Nut pursed his lips, said dully, and said that this was his place. It often came here to bask in the sun, and always stood in the same place, sometimes lying down, and rolling around after falling asleep. Over time, a small pit was squatted here by Nut, which was its exclusive nest. Cattail and Nut stared at each other, and swung their tails. What's yours or mine? It's yours first. First served. Whoever lies down first will own it. Cattail didn't care. It closed its eyes, and continued to sleep. Nut continued to stare at it. Seeing that it really didn't leave, it jumped around nearby and finally came back. Then, Cattail felt a round object approaching it, and squeezed itself to the side. It opened its eyes again. Woo! You hard-headed Nut. You've become braver after not seeing you for so long. Nut turned a deaf ear to it, squeezed itself into the small pit with his eyes closed, and slept with his head tilted. The grass was soft, and the two plants were not big, so they could sleep together. Cattail grass was so angry that it slapped Nut with its tail a few times. Seeing that it was unmoved, it just let it go and adjusted its posture to continue sleeping. An afternoon passed in a flash, and the sky gradually darkened. Cabbage lanterns hung in the woods lit up one after another. Carrot came up to find Nut, and found cattail grass by the way, and called them down to have dinner. At the same time, Unji led the team personally, and set off to Jianhai base. Before leaving, the team came to the gate of the plant base. Qianhui stroked the leaves of the mimosa. Don't be afraid. They will protect you, and you will be back tomorrow morning. The mimosa shook its leaves and stood up from Qianhui's palm. Qianhui handed it to Yuanji. The small leaves were attached to the light-colored sleeves, and the signal could be clearly seen on the road. Don't worry. I will take good care of it. Yuanji asked for some food that the mimosa liked, hurriedly got on the modified car, and left with the team. As long as the captured people are not lying this trip, there is a high probability that Wenju will be caught. If he escapes, he can search the base for clues. Seeing several modified cars disappear from sight, Qianhui felt complicated. He had very little contact with Wenju. Initially, he wanted to avenge Xiao Mushroom and save the plants imprisoned in the sky base. He could easily name several reasons for hating Wenju. Apart from these, Qianhui had an indescribable feeling. He didn't want to see Wenju again. It would be better to let Yuanji find him and kill him directly, instead of bringing him back. But the mission required him to see Wenju. Maybe after seeing him, he would be able to figure out everything. Qianhui silently hoped that Yuanji would come back soon, and pulled Nantingjin back to the base. Rubber Tree helped close the thick wooden door, and followed behind to the kitchen table. Many new members joined, and the plants of the logistics team were busy bringing up the food. There were dry food that Qianhui bought from the mall, meal sent from the Black Ridge Mountain base, and a fish that was killed by Carrots. Carrot held the bowl sadly and snatched a large piece of fish meat. Cattail Grass sat at a low table, and White Hydrangea brought it a bowl of soup. It lowered its head and tasted it, and thought it was good, and drank several more mouthfuls. Lettuce also brought a bowl of soup over. Cattail Grass saw a rose following behind it, and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. After a while, it came to the lettuce. Woo! This rose. Is it your little brother? Lettuce thought about it and nodded. It can be considered a little brother. It pretended to be the leader of the base at that time, and later confessed. The rose and several plants still followed it. Cattail shook its tail. Woo! It looks pretty good. Why don't you give it to me? The lettuce was stunned, and the roses beside it were also stunned. The cattail didn't force it, let them think about it, and turned around and left. The dinner was very harmonious, and the thrills and battles in the morning seemed to have passed a long time ago. At night, Qianhui said goodbye to the plants, and followed Nantingjin back to the cabin. Before going to bed, Nantingjin took off Qianhui's coat, and prepared to cover the cabbage lamp in the house with a cloth cover in advance. Qianhui reached out and hugged him. Xiaojin, I am very happy today. He didn't think about Wenju for the time being. The cattail came back, and the courtyard finally became complete, and there were many new plants, and Nantingjin was also by his side. Although Zombie King 02 suddenly appeared, and there was still a little crisis that was not completely resolved. Everything was basically back on track. Back to the courtyard in Qianhui's memory. And even better. Qianhui hugged Nantingjin tightly, and rubbed his neck. I couldn't see you every day before. You had to sleep for a long time. Nantingjin paused. What? Qianhui raised her head, and saw that he looked a little hesitant, and said confusedly, Isn't it? Nantingjin was silent for a moment. No. He stroked Qianhui's silver hair, lowered his head, and kissed her gently. You always slept for a long time before waking up to see me. Chapter 88. Hearing this, Qianhui was even more confused. With a confused look, Is it me? Yes, Nantingjin said. I'm waiting for you. During this period, his memory has been gradually restored. Those memories are still broken and misplaced. Sometimes it is impossible to distinguish the time of occurrence. And in the restored memories, there is only Qianhui, no one else. And when they were in the woods, Nantingjin remembered it very clearly. It was not him who needed to sleep on time and wake up every few days, but Qianhui, because he could not walk out of the woods, waiting every day. Since Qianhui accidentally entered the woods for the first time, he would only appear again every 6 days. Nantingjin had asked why, but Qianhui was slow-witted at that time, and was a little dazed. Sometimes he said he had to work, and sometimes he said he seemed to have been here, but he just couldn't enter the stone house. 1 day later, Nantingjin was finally able to walk out of the woods, and saw that the entire plant courtyard was wrapped in a translucent wall. Everything inside was like a reflection of water waves. Qian Hui and a group of alien plants were sleeping in it. That night, the strange place collapsed, along with the forest that imprisoned him. And he came to this world. This part of memory was pieced together from many fragmented images. Nantingjin spent a long time to sort it out, and he had not found a chance to tell Qian Hui before. After listening to Nantingjin's story, Qian Hui was stunned for a long time. He tried to recall, and hesitated. Did I remember it wrong? In the first period of consciousness, Qian Hui was indeed slow and clumsy, and the details of some things were no longer clear. As for Nantingjin, he slept with the plants during the day, and he had no memory of it at all. He didn't sleep during the day before, and the plants were the same, because they had worked during the day. After the work, he and the plants would do their own things, such as playing games, sunbathing, reading, and would go to bed when it got dark. Qian Hui couldn't figure it out, and it happened to be time to turn off the lights at the base. And all the cabbage lights were turned off together. The inside and outside of the wooden house suddenly fell into darkness, and he panicked and quickly hid in Nantingjin's arms. Xiao Jin, don't be afraid. Nantingjin hugged Qian Hui tightly. It's all over. Don't worry about it anymore. No matter whose memory was wrong, they were all safe and sound at the moment. Qian Hui said him softly, and was carried to the bed by Nantingjin. After lying down, Qian Hui did not fall asleep for a while, and was still thinking about this matter. Actually, thinking about it now, there were many unreasonable aspects of his work with the plants in the yard at that time. Where did the invading zombies come from? There were blood bars on their heads. Compared with the real zombies in this world, they looked like they were made of paper. Qian Hui did not delve into his own specialness, why he was different from those zombies, and why he could live in the yard with the plants. He thought about it for a while, and he didn't know when he fell asleep. Then, Qian Hui had a dream. It had been a long time since his last dream, and he still dreamed of Nantingjin. The time in the dream should be the early days of the apocalypse. Many chaotic and violent scenes flashed by. Many areas fell quickly, including the place where Qian Hui was. He was almost bitten by zombies, and it was Nantingjin who saved him. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies had not evolved to a higher level in a short period of time, and humans had not yet awakened their superpowers. But under such circumstances, Nantingjin protected him all the way and took him to a relatively safe place. Qian Hui dreamed that she was hiding in an abandoned house. Nantingjin came back from outside and brought back the food he found, which was a few packets of dry food such as biscuits and half a bottle of water. Nantingjin gave all the food to Qian Hui and only drank a few sips of water. Qian Hui ate the biscuits and also fed him a piece. Nantingjin did not refuse and raised his hand to wipe off the dust on Qian Hui's face. Another time, Nantingjin brought back a carrot that looked a bit strange and originally planned to eat it. As a result, the carrot actually came alive, jumped up to attack the two people, tried to escape but was caught again. Qian Hui was soft-hearted, and they had enough food for the time being, so they didn't have to eat the carrot. It was also at that time that Nantingjin's body changed, and he became what others called a superpower. The scene in the dream was vague. Qian Hui himself seemed to have superpowers, but it seemed that he didn't use them much. Nantingjin warned him not to expose himself in front of strangers. Later, there were more and more zombies, and the number of superpowers and mutant plants gradually increased. Later, the two separated. Qian Hui was sent to a newly built doomsday base. Before parting with Nantingjin, he hugged her tightly and said, "You must come to pick me up soon." The dream became more vague at this point, perhaps because Nantingjin was not around. Qian Hui could not see those messy scenes clearly, or perhaps she did not want to think about them. When Nantingjin finally appeared again, it seemed that a long time had passed. The two stayed in a dark corner, snuggling together as before. Nantingjin carefully held Qian Hui in his arms. His clothes were stained with blood, but his wounds were healing. There were several strange plants in the corner, which looked small and familiar. Qian Hui sensed his emotions in the dream. He was very happy. He took the initiative to kiss Nantingjin and said slowly and dully, "I'm fine." The dream came to an abrupt end. Qian Hui opened his eyes and found that the sky outside the window was just getting light. Nantingjin was right beside him. He felt his familiar body temperature and breath. Qian Hui was still a little sleepy, He yawned and forgot most of the second half of the dream. He slept for a while, and when he woke up again, he excitedly pulled Nanting Jean. Xiao Jin, I dreamed of you again. The two had just woken up. Qian Hui had washed up, and Nanting Jean was buttoning his coat. Hearing this, Nanting Jean hesitated for a moment. The last time Qian Hui dreamed of him, she said after waking up that he was not her boyfriend. I don't know what she dreamed of this time. Without waiting for Nanting Jean to ask, Qian Hui took the initiative to ask, did you give me a ring? The ring was the kind that children play with, made of plastic, with a colorful flower on it. Nanting Jean went out to look for supplies, and brought it back. He originally wanted to throw it away, but Qian Hui liked it very much, so she kept it. In the doomsday, people live in fear every day. Wearing something colorful can make people feel better. Qian Hui looked expectant and asked again, is it? Nanting Jean replied, yes. I sent it to you. As if she had received some secret code. Qian Hui became even happier and buried herself in Nanting Jean's arms and rubbed against him. It's a pity that it's gone now. Nanting Jean straightened his collar. I'll look for it again. It was getting late, and Bell Pepper and Little Mushroom were calling outside, asking Qian Hui to get up and have breakfast. The door of the cabin was blocked by trees. Nanting Jean was inside. Most of the plants didn't dare to provoke him, so they resisted the urge to get in through the window. When the two walked out of the cabin, they learned another good news. The mimosa had been sent back. Yuan Ji's trip was very smooth. He captured Wenju alive, and was being kept in prison. Hearing Wenju's name, Qian Hui's good mood in the morning was slightly ruined. He ate breakfast absent-mindedly, hesitated for a long time, and decided to meet this human. Before leaving, Nanting Jean advised him, if you don't want to see him, don't see him. Just kill him directly. Wenju has been suffering from a state of being lost for a long time, and his physical condition is very poor. The two bases don't need his special abilities, and there is no use keeping him. Qian Hui shook her head. No. I have a mission. Nanting Jean asked, what mission? I don't know either. Qian Hui couldn't explain clearly. It's a hidden mission. If you find him, you will get a reward. Nanting Jean held his hand and stopped stopping him. Okay. I'll go with you. Yuanji drove a car to pick him up, after learning that Wenju was in the prison at the Black Ridge Mountain base. Carrot and Piranha also wanted to go. Cattail Grass came with a group of flowers and plants, and said they would go to see it together. If the human did something wrong, the plants could protect Qian Hui. When the little mushroom saw that everyone was going, it also wanted to follow. Qian Hui was afraid that it would be scared, so it said tactfully, this person is a bad guy, and has caught many plants. The little mushroom nodded seriously. It knew, and it should remember the human, but it would not be afraid. Yuanji said on the side, Wenju's ability is not aggressive, and the prison is very safe. Qian Hui hesitated for a long time, but couldn't resist the little mushroom's coquetry, so she agreed. Finally, there were more than 10 plants that wanted to go with them, and together with Nanting Jean, they escorted Qian Hui to the prison at the Black Ridge Mountain base. Wenju was locked in the innermost cell, and Yuanji led the way in front, saying, when we went there were only 2 subordinates left by his side, and he had basically given up struggling. Yuanji brought many people, and entered the base carefully under the guidance of Mimosa. Wenju's subordinates drank the potion that enhanced their superpowers, but could not beat them. The remaining people in Jianhai base had already escaped, including the leader of the base, and the other bases were assisting in the search. As for Wenju, he seemed to have just woken up from his lost state, and he was exhausted and haggard, and he had no strength to resist. Even if he was not killed, he would not live long. Qian Hui listened, and the closer he got to the destination, the more relaxed he felt. When he arrived at the innermost cell, the psychic guarding in the corridor moved aside, revealing a figure trapped by several layers of electric nets. Wenju was tied to a chair, and his whole body was bound by various ropes and other things. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was very weak. He heard many footsteps approaching, and he laughed at himself. I'm in this state now. Are you still afraid that I'll escape? Wenju slowly opened his eyes, and saw Nanting Jean outside the cell, as well as Qian Hui and the plants beside him. The plants looked unkind, especially the carnivorous plant, which wanted to rush in and tear the man to pieces. Cattail looked at Wenju warily. sniffing the air with its nose twitching. Wenju ignored the plants. His eyes fell on Qianhui. His expression changed slightly. You. Silver hair and red eyes. These are the characteristics of zombies. Wenju had seen Qianhui once, but his hair was dyed at that time, and he was too far away to see the specific color of his eyes. Qianhui had been well protected all along. After the base was built, many things were handled by the Black Ridge Mountain base. Even Wenju didn't know Qianhui's true situation, and thought that the one who could drive the alien plant was a human with special abilities. At the same time, a game prompt popped up in front of Qianhui. Hidden mission completed. Obtain the current plot point Mystery of Time. Chapter 89. More data, please wait. Getting successful. World number, 29734. Ordinary level, due to an accident. The Doomsday virus was fused, adapted to the Doomsday world, evolved zombie level, alien level, superpower level. Under adaptive operation, an unexpected event occurred again. The world collapsed and time went back at the same time, causing the world number 29734 to be reset. Reset cycle, 6 years. Number of resets, 1 time. Time required for reset, not yet calculated. Information of personnel involved in the accident. Superpower number, 826. Name, Qianhui. Shallow superpower, treatment, including physical recovery, relieve fatigue. Deep superpower, resurrection, needs the target body to be intact, use once will consume your own vitality, can be rested and recovered, cannot be used on yourself. Detailed information, high superpower level, but no self-protection ability. Later, due to the overdraft of superpowers, his vitality was rapidly lost, and he turned into a semi-zombie state. Superpower number, 294. Name, Nanting Gene. Shallow superpower, primary control of objects, within a radius of 300 meters. No limit on objects. Deep superpower, advanced control of objects, no limit on range. No limit on objects. Detailed information, the superpower level is high, and the deep superpower is extremely destructive. If properly guided or restrained, it is also possible to obtain the power of creation. It is easy to have a tendency to self-destruct. Number of the superpower user, 173. Name, Wenju. Shallow superpower, precognition, the range of precognition can be fixed, but the information obtained is random. Deep superpower, time reversal, within a range of 20 years. All past memories will be erased after reversal. Detailed information, high level of superpower, but no self-protection ability. Later, due to excessive use of shallow superpowers, he often fell into a state of confusion and repeatedly experienced negative emotional memories in his dreams. Obtain the timeline record of the accident. World number 29734 is operating normally. Psychic number 294 name, Nanting Gene death. Psychic number 826 name, Qianhui, using deep superpowers. Psychic number 294 name, Nanting Gene, resurrection. Psychic number 826 name, Qianhui, life force is lost, on the verge of death, about to be transformed into a zombie. Psychic number 294 name, Nanting Gene, using deep superpowers. World number 29734 is destroyed by external forces, signs of collapse appear. Psychic number 173, name, Wenju, using deep superpowers. World number 29734 is reset node, 6 years ago. World volume number 29734 is missing, has been automatically repaired. Note, Psychic number 826, 294, 11 alien plants did not participate in the reset. Obtain. Mystery of Time. Plot point analysis. Important characters in the plot point, Wenju. The end of the world is coming, humans have evolved superpowers, gain the ability to fight zombies and alien plants, but as time goes by, some human psychics begin to show symptoms of being lost, suffering from the pain brought by their own superpowers, and are eager to find a solution. At first, Wenju, the leader of the Sky Base, made the best progress and developed a drug that could relieve the symptoms of being lost. But he was not satisfied and tried to find a way on the alien plants. But he still failed. Later, Wenju accidentally discovered a mutant, number 826, who had the ability to revive dead alien plants, and imprisoned him and forced him to participate in more alien plant experiments. On the way, Wenju developed a sonic device that could target mutants, as well as a drug that greatly enhanced their abilities. and thus learned that he could go back in time, until the alien plant experiment was exposed. The psychic number 294 broke into the base, but encountered a trap and failed to rescue the psychic number 826. The two were trapped with 11 alien plants. Wenju lost his patience and used a sonic device to kill the psychic number 294. When he was about to kill the psychic number 826, he was blocked by the alien plants. When the world collapsed and it was irreversible, he used the deep power to turn back time. Qianhui stood there blankly, holding her breath. Because he was too shocked and a little confused, his expression was dazed, and his body was shaking slightly. Nan Tingjin noticed his abnormality at the first time, thinking that he was seeing Wenju again, and felt uncomfortable again, so he pulled him behind him, blocking Wenju's sight. The carnivorous plant came over, and its leaves held Qianhui's sleeves, with a worried look. But Qianhui didn't react, and was still a little dazed. He tried to calm down, and quickly read the long paragraph in front of him for the second time. So, the descriptions in the plot point analysis are all things that have happened before. But apart from the contents of the two dreams, he had no impression of anything else, and Nan Tingjin had never mentioned it. Had he been a human before? Treatment, resurrection, just happened to be the same as the effects of the products in the game system, but the information on it, none of them was about the game system. And at the end of the timeline record, it said that he, Nan Tingjin, and 11 alien plants, did not participate in the reset. What does this mean? It was as if they should have participated in the reset, returned to the original starting point of everything, but were inexplicably taken to the plant courtyard. Qianhui's mind was still a little confused. At this time, one of Yuan Ji's subordinates came over in a hurry. The signal in the prison was blocked, the message could not be received in time, the subordinate had an urgent matter to report, so he came here. Leader, Captain Yuan. The subordinate whispered. We searched Wenju's belongings and found a whole box of medicine, but all empty. The pharmaceutical factory in the sky base was destroyed, not to mention a short time. It could not be rebuilt for a long time. It was impossible for Wenju to carry so many empty bottles with him. The subordinates felt something was wrong and hurried over to ask. Qianhui, who was behind Nan Tingjin, also heard what the subordinates said. Empty medicine bottles. A whole box. Were those medicines that enhanced superpowers given to someone? Wenju? In an instant, a terrible thought emerged in Qianhui's mind, and fear followed. The information said that Wenju's deep superpowers can only be used once. But he had already used it once, and everything was reset. Even if his previous memories were erased, when he was desperate, he would most likely choose the same method as last time. Qianhui turned around and looked at Wenju in the cell. Wenju raised the corner of his lips, and a strange smile appeared. He muttered to himself, "What if I lost? I'll try again." Before he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. Wenju closed his eyes, and everything seemed to be paused. The sizzling electric grid solidified into threads. The subordinate standing next to Yuan Ji raised his foot and stepped back a little. At this moment, the air in the corridor twisted. The cattail grass that was originally standing at Qianhui's feet disappeared out of thin air, and appeared in the cell the next moment. Its solidified body was jumping, and it came to Wenju frame by frame. The cattail grass's turban was crooked, and its eyes were wide open. It tried its best to move its tail behind it. Schwa the sharp tail needle scratched, and a long bloody mark appeared on Wenju's neck. Paw with a sound. The cattail grass fell to the ground panting. The sizzling sound of the electric grid sounded again, and the surroundings returned to normal. Wenju, who was tied to the chair, couldn't believe it. The wound on his neck gushed blood, and he couldn't speak a complete sentence. He stared at the cattail grass that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Before he lost consciousness, he saw a familiar pink mushroom coming out of the leaves on the chest of the carnivorous plant. A moment later, Wenju was completely dead, and died with his eyes open. Cat! With Qianhui's exclamation, Yuan Ji quickly asked someone to open the cell. Except for Qianhui and cattail grass, no one knew what was about to happen. Yuan Ji was still wondering why cattail grass suddenly broke in without a word. However, Wenju had been killed by cattail grass, so there was no need to delve into it. All the restraints in the cell were lifted. Qianhui rushed in and picked up the cattail grass on the ground. Cattail. He was still frightened, and held the cattail grass in his arms. Thank you. The cattail grass shook its tail tip tiredly. It had used a charge attack yesterday, and it hadn't recovered yet. The short journey had almost exhausted all its energy. Fortunately, I came here. This human was indeed very strange. Its ability was related to space, and it was also very sensitive to the flow of time. It had long smelled a strange smell on Wenju. Other plants also gathered around, escorting Qian Hui and cattail grass out of the cell. Since Wenju was dead, and the reward for the hidden mission was obtained, Qian Hui did not stay in the dungeon for a second longer, and immediately returned to the plant base. On the way, Yuanji drove the car, saying that they would dispose of Wenju's body, and the remnants who escaped from Jianhai base were also being hunted down, and several bases were helping. Qian Hui listened absent-mindedly, holding cattail grass in her arms, and snuggling closely to Nan Tingjin. In fact, even cattail grass did not know what the consequences would be if it failed to stop Wenju. The only one who knew everything was Qian Hui. After returning to the plant base, cattail grass took some pills, and was escorted away by the nervous and worried flowers. Nan Tingjin took Qian Hui back to the cabin alone, hugged him in his arms, and asked, "What's going on?" Since meeting Wenju, Qian Hui has been acting very abnormal. Looking absent-minded, Qian Hui buried his head, and it took a long time for him to recover a little. He wanted to tell Nan Tingjin everything, but he didn't know where to start. Even with the hints given by the game plot, there are still some things that are not clear. Qian Hui can't figure out Nan Tingjin's memory. Her own dream did not fully remember everything. They seemed to only remember each other, and forgot everything else. "No hurry," Nan Tingjin whispered. "Tell slowly." Outside the cabin, several plants watched worriedly for a while, confirmed that Qian Hui had Nan Tingjin's company, and should be fine, then turned around and left one after another. The piranha plant was playing with the little mushroom not far away, and no longer mentioned the human who died in the cell. A day passed quickly, and night fell. All the cabbage lights in the base were turned off, and it fell into darkness. In the middle of the night, a white spot suddenly appeared in the sky above the base. It was a mini portal, which was open, and 4 mushrooms were sitting in this small room inside. They looked serious, looking through the electronic files in front of them. There was also a mechanical man in the room, standing nervously beside him. The mechanical man was wearing a mini work badge, which read, "No, 889. Intern Host Assistant." Chapter 90. The 4 mushrooms sitting together were of different colors. The wooden table was small and exquisite. There was an icon and a line of small words engraved on it, which read, "World Will Administration." The electronic files in the hands of the mushrooms were about the world number 29734, which was the world they were in. The mechanical man lowered his head. "I did make some changes to the program. It was called 889, it was the new host assistant, and was still in the internship. World number 29734 is the first batch of tasks that 889 took over. When it got the information and rushed over, the system here had almost collapsed due to the superpowers. First, Nan Tingjin's superpowers tore the whole world apart and caused it to collapse. Then Wenju used his superpowers again to go back in time. In the process of going back and resetting, 889 found a free volume. It was a sphere wrapped in rubble, which was then separated by a special space superpower. Inside it were Nan Tingjin and Qian Hui, and 11 other plants. Nan Tingjin probably wanted to die with Qian Hui. The spatial ability came from cattail grass. It was exhausted and dying. The other 10 alien plants had been locked up for too long and were in very bad condition. Originally, 889 could ignore them, and just help the world reset smoothly to ensure that no other failures would occur. But, after 889 read the data records about the two, he felt compassion. This couple was too miserable. They were about to be together, but the world suddenly suffered a disaster. Fortunately, Nan Tingjin's ability is very strong, and he can protect Qian Hui. Later, the two separated. Nan Tingjin had to go out for a commission mission, leaving Qian Hui in the sky base with the best conditions, and preparing to come back to pick him up after the mission was completed. However, something unexpected happened in the middle. The leader of the sky base turned out to be a bad guy. Until the end, one of them died, and the other was injured. Qian Hui forcibly resurrected Nan Tingjin, and she also lost a lot of vitality, and was about to become a zombie. 889 has made calculations and predictions. If it doesn't care, the world will be reset smoothly, and everything will happen again. It was like a script of destiny. Even if there might be some differences in the details, the overall direction would not change. In other words, Nanting Jean and Qian Hui's encounters would repeat themselves. 889 hated this kind of plot the most, especially when there was a cute little pink mushroom among the 11 alien plants. After thinking it over, it simply took the two and the alien plants away alone, and the rest of the world would continue to reset and automatically fix some bugs, such as erasing the existence of the two. Afterwards, 889 did two more things. First, he transformed the volume that was taken away alone into a more normal environment. Nanting Jean was the culprit who caused the world to collapse. He was identified as a high-risk person by the system and needed to be locked up alone in the woods. Qian Hui and the plants were seriously injured. 889 placed a warming system, which was made into the simplest work game, to keep the brain active during sleep. Later, Qian Hui and the plants gradually recovered and could wake up regularly for one day. The second is to turn Qian Hui's ability into a game system, allowing him to maintain a delicate balance between humans and zombies. The various pills and resurrection beans in the game store are all Qian Hui's abilities. Purchasing them will also consume his own body. So 889 changed the way of recovery to killing zombies. It just so happens that the work game in the warm-up system is to kill zombies. In this way, even in sleep, it can speed up recovery. 889 feels that he is simply a genius. Afterwards, out of 889's own little selfishness, the 11 alien plants continued to evolve in the warm-up system, and all became special grade. When the world begins to reset, the memories of all local NPCs will be erased, including the two and the plants. However, it is not known whether Nanting Jean destroyed the world in the end. When he was in the plant courtyard, he had memories. Until the world is reset, the two and the plants need to be sent back. Qian Hui actually arrived 6 years ago, but his half-human, half-zombie physique was too poor. After the transfer was successful, he fell asleep for another 6 years. In this case, after the system calculated, considering that Nanting Jean was still very dangerous, 889 simply erased all of Nanting Jean's memories. So at first, Nanting Jean remembered nothing, and Qian Hui and the plants had illusory memories of being nurtured in the courtyard. After Qian Hui woke up, 889 came to see her several times secretly, and within the scope of operation, he made some plot points and other hints. Seeing the 11 alien plants finally gathered together, 889 finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the disaster in this world, their management bureau also has a certain responsibility, and under the adaptive operation of the world, there will be invisible rules and constraints. The stronger the awakened superpowers of humans, the worse the final outcome is usually. Qian Hui can revive all creatures except herself, but she has no ability to protect herself, and is easily coveted. Nanting Jean is too sentimental. Qian Hui is his weakness, and he died because of Qian Hui. As for Wenju, this person is quite bad, and he is a villain no matter where he is. But his symptoms of being lost are the most severe, and he has suffered for a long time. Qian Hui and Nanting Jean did not participate in the reset. And there are also the 11 alien plants. In this way, many situations will become different, and it can be regarded as a chance for the three to start over. By today, when Ju's death was recorded, the ending was completely changed, and 889 had also written a mission report, looking at the 4 mushrooms on the seat. It was very nervous and spoke carefully, but, in Qian Hui's game store, I only made a pill for power conversion, and I don't know about the others. Now many things in the system can be automatically repaired through adaptation. 889 didn't see any traces of the program, and was not sure whether Qian Hui's game had evolved by itself. At this time, a white mushroom on the table coughed lightly. Its eyes wandered for a moment, and it touched its umbrella cap. Woo! That, the life category in the mall, was added by itself. 889 was surprised. Huh? The white mushroom coughed again, and explained a few words. It heard that there was a world where mutant plants evolved, and it was a little curious, so it came to take a look. And then the green mushroom next to it laughed hee and confessed. That's right. It came with the white mushroom. The green mushroom likes that brand of biscuits very much, and it's delicious. Opposite the white mushroom, the pink mushroom with a tuft of pink hair on its head said, also. And it stuffed some weapons and building materials, such as wood bricks, cement helmets, and some basic weapons. 889 was shocked. while flipping through the system program. He said, "Then, the aircraft." "That's right." The gray mushroom sitting in the main seat put down the file in his hand and said in a deep voice, "The Prestige Mall, I added it. Among the 4 mushrooms, it has the most special appearance. It looks like a mechanical mushroom." The gray mushroom also wears a mini work badge, with only 2 words on it, "Host." As soon as it finished speaking, the other mushrooms and 889 immediately looked over. Gray mushroom was calm and composed. "I just made a batch of weapons. Let's try out the effects. It's not expensive." Looking at the 4 mushrooms, 889 felt mixed emotions. Well, no wonder the program records could not be found. Everyone has higher authority than it. After reviewing the mission report, 889 finally relaxed. In its expectant eyes, the gray mushroom stood up and patted its shoulder. "Well done." The plant base below was still shrouded in the night. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 mushrooms and the mechanical man quietly landed. They wandered around casually, checking the various environments of the base. The green mushroom liked this place very much, thinking about when to come here quietly and have a good time. When they came near the cabin, the pink mushroom saw the small pink mushroom protected by the leaves of the carnivorous plant, and couldn't help wanting to get closer to take a look. The white mushroom stopped it and shook his head. Those were other people's children. If they woke up accidentally, it would be troublesome for them to be seen. The gray mushroom also looked at it, lowered his head, and opened the portal. "Let's go. It's time to go back." The white mini portal opened, and 4 mushrooms entered one after another, followed by the mechanical man. Before leaving, 889 took one last look at the base, silently cheering for the plants. When Ju was dead, Qian Hui's game system was just 1 step away from passing the game. He slept a little late yesterday, and it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning when Qian Hui woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the bright sunlight outside the window, and inexplicably felt as if he was in another world. The sun rose as usual, and there were sounds of plants running and playing outside the house. The game interface was still there, and Nan Tingjin was lying beside him, and everything was the same as before. Qian Hui took a breath, hugged Nan Tingjin tightly, buried herself in his arms, and didn't want to get up. Yesterday, he told Nan Tingjin a lot. Things that could be explained and couldn't be explained. Things that couldn't be understood. Things that were fearful and worried. All of them were said. Some of them Nan Tingjin had already known, or had guessed, such as the time when the little mushroom was resurrected. Qian Hui resurrected the little mushroom, and suddenly fainted, proving that his game was related to himself. And it didn't come out of thin air. There were also some things that he couldn't figure out. But with Nan Tingjin's comfort, Qian Hui didn't think about it anymore. When Ju was dead, all the plants in the courtyard were found, and the base was fully stocked. Even if his game system disappeared at this time, it would not cause much impact. Nan Tingjin stroked Qian Hui's silver hair, knelt down and kissed. "Eat something before going to sleep?" "No." Qian Hui replied vaguely, and got up and washed up slowly. He got up late, and ate breakfast as lunch, and when it was time for lunch, he couldn't eat anymore, and stayed at the dining table to accompany the plants. Yuanji sent a few more live fish, and Carrot took little lotus root to see it together. Cattail grass's body is not recovered yet. White hydrangea and cabbage sat on its left and right sides, one feeding it rice, the other feeding it soup. After that, the days in the base were peaceful for several days. During these days, the remnants of Jianghai Base and Sky Base were arrested one after another, and more bases became independent friendly camps of the plant courtyard. The trace of Zombie King 02 has not been found, and the base still cannot relax, but the process of accepting more new plants is also continuing. Qian Hui and the plants came up with a solution, giving a piece of plant text to several friendly bases, and asking them to print it in a prominent position on the modified car. The message in the text roughly meant that these humans were friends of the plant base, and they could be trusted. If you wanted to come to the plant base, you could ask them for a ride. The Yunchuan base was the fastest, and a dedicated team had been formed. They planned to try out the effect first. 2 days later in the afternoon, Chi Yu's subordinates sent a message saying that this method was really useful. They had received 2 alien plants, and were heading to Black Ridge Mountain. The plants were very happy, and waited with Qian Hui. However, before the team responsible for delivering the alien plants arrived, a new situation occurred. The captain said in panic in the communication, "We found a group of zombies." The team seemed to be besieged by a group of zombies on the way. and even found 2 high-level zombies. The place where they were attacked was not far from the Black Ridge Mountain, which was probably related to the Zombie King. Carrot checked the coordinates and immediately summoned the plant team to prepare to rescue. UNG also hurriedly contacted Chili and said in the real-time communication, "There is a situation." Outside the 2 bases, a large number of zombies gathered in a very short time, and the number continued to increase. The specific number is not yet determined. At this time, Qianhui received a game prompt. Found the trace of the Zombie King. Number 02. The task bar has been updated. Main task: raise the ranking of the plant camp to the first. Task reward: camp value plus 100,000. Prestige value plus 100,000. Chapter 91. The main text ends. Qianhui took the communicator from La Jiao. The giant corpse is nearby. Okay. Yuan Ji responded calmly. Understood. It has been a long time since the giant corpse first appeared nearby, but it did not formally launch the attack until now. Shumkai guessed that. It wanted to wait for all the corpses to gather together completely. There were many giant corpses hiding in the next area, and they rarely showed up on their own initiative. The number of corpses under its command must be very large. Black Lagoon originally only wanted to cultivate high-level zombies, while Giant Zombie was more concerned about the number. In addition, with the death of the Zombie King Black Lagoon, some of the zombies that originally belonged to Black Lagoon were free and would be summoned by Giant Zombie. However, it waited patiently for so long. And the plants were not idle either. With the pills of sunflower and thousand fennel, the plant team that had previously exhausted its energy quickly recovered and reached its peak state. Even cattail grass obediently came to thousand fen every day, took a few pills, and then went to sleep in the sun. The Black Ridge Mountain base also took action. UNG had contacted several nearby friendly bases early on. A group of teams built temporary accommodation in a nearby safe zone, ready to respond and provide support at any time. In short, both sides were well prepared. Just a few minutes later, UNG sent a message saying that friendly support was on the way and would arrive in 20 minutes at the earliest. Both bases lit up their protective nets at the same time. Apple had eaten a lot of crystal cores recently and spit out more maze fog, completely covering the 2 bases. Then, a flying machine and a modified car drove out of the base, first to rescue the human team and 2 alien plants trapped by the zombies. Carrot stood on the wall. At a command, all the cannons were set up, and the teams from all sides were ready to go. Qianhui stood aside, looking at the distance outside. More and more zombies were coming this way, like a large black tide, with no end in sight. He felt very heavy in his heart, and Nut just jumped over, and suddenly became 2 meters tall, and leaned his body to stick to him. Qianhui knew that Nut was trying to comfort her, so she stretched out her arms and hugged him. Xiaogua, be careful. Nut shook his body and said him. The plants that went to rescue the trapped team were led by Chili Pepper, who said in the real-time communication that they had arrived. Fortunately, there were not many zombies over there, and the firepower of the aircraft and modified cars crushed them, and quickly eliminated most of the zombies. 2 people in the human team were slightly injured, but the alien plants in the back seat were well protected. They were a pineapple and a taro. But they were scared and almost jumped out of the car and ran away. Fortunately, the plants arrived in time. Clover got into the back seat and tried to calm the 2 alien plants. Afterwards, Chili asked the human team's car to follow them, and they were on their way back to the base. At the same time, the zombies were getting closer and closer, coming from all directions. But the number heading towards the plant base was obviously greater. Leading the way were more than a dozen high-level zombies. They led the way in front, and when they saw the thick fog that would not dissipate and block their sight, they hesitated and stopped for a moment, but finally rushed over. The rubber tree knocked on the 3-barreled cannon, and the first bullet was fired with a bang. The rest of the plants followed closely. The giant corpse did not show up. The carrots and nuts did not move for the time being. The sweet pepper looked anxiously, and finally saw the aircraft returning from afar. The aircraft escorted the 2 modified cars below, killing the zombies that blocked the way along the way, and returned to the base smoothly. The human team went to the Black Ridge Mountain base first, to heal their wounds or to help in the battle. The cabbage took the pineapple and taro down and gave them to the cabbage and soft vine. The pepper hurried to the wall to help. There were more zombies approaching, and they were temporarily stopped by the first wave of fire. Woo! At the call of Carrot, Lettuce jumped up the wall. It took out a few leaves and rubbed them, held its breath, took a deep breath, and blew into the leaves. The leaves were rubbed into a ball, and were rapidly expanded by the smoke, and reached a diameter of 2 meters in a blink of an eye. Lettuce closed its eyes, and continued to blow, and finally stopped when the diameter was 4 meters. It took a breath, held a huge leaf ball, and kicked it out. The leaf ball flew out lightly, hung above the zombies, and then suddenly exploded, and green smoke spread instantly. Zombies are not like humans. There are no antidotes, and no sense of evasion, and chaos suddenly occurred among the zombies. Lettuce squinted his eyes, and observed for a while, and smiled confidently, and took out a few more leaves, and prepared to make a few more. A few high-level zombies were more intelligent, and quickly discovered the situation, and rushed over to urge the zombies to move forward. However, the zombies confused by the smoke could not receive instructions normally, and even attacked the high-level zombies in return. At the same time, with the continuous firepower of the base, the advance of the zombies was further delayed. Lettuce blew up the second leaf ball, and kicked it in another direction. The ball floated far away, and was about to explode when an unusually tall figure approached. It was 5 meters tall, covered with ferocious and strong muscles, and its scarlet eyes were like a pair of huge light bulbs. It was a giant corpse. Lettuce hurriedly wanted to explode the ball remotely, but it was still a step too late. The giant corpse grabbed the leaf ball, and threw it into the air. Its power was extremely strong. The ball was thrown out, and exploded in the air. Although there was a smoke shower, the effect was far less than the last time. Lettuce cursed inwardly, and blew the ball with all his strength. This time, the balls were much smaller, and he threw them all out in one breath. He just didn't believe that the giant zombie could stop all of them. Lettuce activated his skills, and the zombies controlled by the smoke changed their targets to the giant zombies, and rushed towards it to try to stop it. But the giant zombie didn't seem to care. It ignored the more leaf balls, pushed aside the zombies blocking the way, and walked straight towards the base. There were too many zombies. Even if Lettuce's skills were very useful, if a large number of zombies fell, there would be more to come. There was no need to worry for a while. Looking at the giant zombie approaching step by step, Carrot threw a lot of carrot rain, planning to test the situation first. The attack on the rest of the zombies never stopped, and the carrot rain was only aimed at the giant zombie. The giant zombie did not dodge at all, bending down and pulling a stone from the ground, raising it with one hand to resist. The stone gradually broke under the attack of the carrot thorns, and some of it fell on the giant zombie. It seemed not to feel any pain, and continued to move forward. Then, Nut took action. It jumped out of the fence, and its body quickly grew larger. The huge nut almost fell from the sky, and crushed the giant corpse. The giant corpse dropped the remaining stones in its hand, and turned sideways to block with its back. Nut hit it hard a few times, and bounced off. When the smoke and dust cleared, the giant corpse stood firmly in place, seemingly unaffected. It straightened up, looked over with a pair of red eyes, and took another step, ignoring Nut. Carrot's eyes were solemn. This giant corpse looked difficult to deal with. It asked the plants of the attacking team to continue their offensive, focusing on the zombies, and turned around to let the other team get ready. The lettuce leaf ball also continued. Big P drove the aircraft into the air, and with the long-range attacks of the other plants, the high-level zombies couldn't even think of moving forward. The only one left was the giant zombie, which had thick skin and flesh, and was extremely powerful, and was not affected by ordinary attacks at all. Soon, it came to the front of the maze fog, and walked in. The fog confused the vision, and the giant zombie's footsteps deviated at first, but it was very smart. According to the source of the long-range attack, it found the right direction. Seeing this, the piranha plant climbed over the wall and rushed forward, biting the giant corpse's shoulder and fighting with it. The giant corpse's arm was injured, but its strength did not decrease. It forcibly pried open the teeth of the piranha plant, stretched out its hand to grab its flower stem, and threw it out. The heavy attack team led by Durian came to support. Cabbage and Peanut wore newly bought iron gloves and punched the giant corpse. The plants attacked fiercely, and the giant corpse took a few steps back. It casually touched the wound on its waist, suddenly grabbed Peanut, and squeezed it tightly with its palm. Several bamboo knives attacked in time. The giant corpse hesitated for a moment, and then a red shadow flashed by. Pepper stabbed the knife into the giant corpse's palm, saved Peanut, and quickly brought it back to the base. It flashed back again, and with its extremely fast speed, it madly attacked the giant corpse's legs. Behind it, Carrot looked at Yuzu. Yuzu nodded gently, indicating that it was okay, and also climbed over the wall, rolling towards the giant corpse. Yuzu's melee skills are very special. The higher the object attacked, the greater the damage caused. The ball wrapped in leaves approached rapidly, and the giant corpse was caught off guard, and was successfully knocked down at the first blow. Taking this opportunity, the carnivorous plant bit the giant corpse's head and dragged it out. However, even so, the giant corpse was still able to resist. It broke free from the carnivorous plant, resisted the front and back attacks of nuts and durian, and lifted up stones to stop the cabbage. As for the attacks of the bell pepper and several other plants, they could not cause much damage to the giant corpse for the time being, and it ignored them. It seemed to have lost its patience, or it had figured out the details of the plants, and no longer planned to waste time, and slightly bent down, kneeling to make a gesture. The next second, the giant corpse suddenly rushed forward, and the ground beneath its feet shook. The carnivorous plant failed to stop it. It came to the front of the wall in a blink of an eye, and clenched its fist to hit the protective net. When the dark blue fist was half a meter away from the protective net, the giant corpse stopped moving. Nantingjin raised his hand slightly, and the giant corpse could not move. Its legs were forced to move back a little. Its power was too strong, and it gradually resisted the control and slowly took a step forward. At this time, the cattail grass flexibly jumped onto the top of the rubber tree and came to Nantingjin. It flicked its tail and threw a group of transparent ripples in front of it. The invisible space enveloped the giant corpse, and the next second, it was moved to a farther distance behind. The nuts rolled closer in tacit understanding, and burst out with a charged attack, and 10 identical giant nuts firmly protected the base. At this time, the support of friendly humans finally arrived, and assisted in killing the zombies from the outside. The light of the sunflower enveloped everyone, and cattail grass jumped on the top of a nut, and stared at the giant corpse approaching again. This zombie king had no special powers, but was still difficult to deal with, and normal attacks and long-range attacks were almost ineffective. Even if they want to fight a war of attrition, these special plants will have to take action. After all, they have lived together in the courtyard for so long, there should be some tacit understanding. The cattail grass lowered its head, and exchanged glances with the carrot. The carrot nodded, including it. The lettuce and the big pea continued to stare at the large number of corpses behind. The man-eating plant roared, and the cabbage, the grapefruit rushed forward, and the sweet pepper was among them, specially responsible for finding opportunities to finish off the enemy. The cattail grass that stayed on top of the nut gave up the attack, and focused on assisting the plants. Its spatial ability may seem simple, but it can be used in many ways. For example, when the pomelo rolls over, it can move the giant zombie to the front. When the cabbage punches, it can turn the giant zombie upside down, and replace the arms used for defense with more vulnerable ankles. For a while, the giant zombie was injured continuously, and trapped by the plants. Not only that, the zombie group stagnated, and more zombies died. The piled corpses were lifted up under Nantingjin's control, like a surging wave, hitting the rest of the zombies. The giant corpse roared angrily, and kicked the cabbage beside it. Cattail grass's eyes flashed, and the cabbage disappeared from the spot, replaced by a high-level zombie. The high-level zombie lost its breath on the spot, and fell at the feet of the giant corpse. Yuzu followed closely behind, knocking the giant corpse down. It mustered up its courage, pressed directly on the chest of the giant corpse, and dozens of leaf needles exploded instantly. The distance was too close, and with a 100% penetration rate, the throat of the giant corpse was pierced instantly. Its roar stopped abruptly, and it raised its hand to grab the top of Yuzu's head and smashed it to the ground beside it. The space power was activated again, and the giant corpse and the pomelo appeared in the air together, falling straight down. The giant corpse let go, and fell heavily to the ground. The piranha plant opened its mouth to catch the pomelo that was passed to it. The next second, the cabbage and the sweet pepper were passed to the giant corpse at the same time. The cabbage hugged the giant corpse's head tightly, and the sweet pepper stabbed with a knife in both hands. As if sensing the plight of the zombie king, several high-level zombies tried to come to help, but were thrown away by the cattail grass. Under the continuous attack, the giant corpse still had strength. It broke free from the cabbage's restraints and staggered to its feet, holding its throat. The piranha plant approached from behind, opened its mouth and bit down hard, and crushed it with its sharp teeth. The giant corpse struggled desperately. A full minute later, Congratulations on successfully killing the Zombie King, number 02. The reward has been sent to your account. In the center of the base, Qian Hui finally felt relieved after receiving the game prompt. He held the little mushroom, and lowered his head to tell it the good news. Outside the base, the piranha plant spit out the head in its mouth. Pepper quickly picked up the head again, and dug out the crystal core in 2 or 3 strokes. The remaining corpses of the giant zombies walked forward a few steps, and finally fell down and died. The Zombie King was dead, and the remaining zombies were in chaos. Some zombies continued to besiege under the leadership of the senior zombies, and some of the zombies at the end felt that the summons were weaker, and turned around and fled on their own. The carnivorous plant took the cabbage, and the others back to the base. And the aircraft in the sky had no scruples and launched attacks crazily. The number of zombies brought by the Zombie King was too large. And with the assistance of the human side, the battle lasted for an hour before it finally showed signs of ending. Qian Hui was placed in the center of the base, and ordered not to walk around. He waited anxiously, and first saw Nut and cattail grass. Nut shrank to more than 1 meter tall, carrying the cattail grass on his head and jumping. And behind him were the piranha plant and other plants. Qian Hui hurried forward to greet them, hugged the plants one by one, and finally threw herself into Nan Tingjin's arms, sniffing the warm breath, and taking a deep breath. At the same time, the game prompt popped up again. The ranking of the plant camp has been raised to the first place. The main task has been completed, and the reward has been issued to the account. Qian Hui / Zombie King 01, unfinished body. Congratulations on your overall victory in the 3-party camp game. Thank you for your insight. And thank you for the perseverance of the plants. Please keep working hard.